The 12th plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. Before proceeding further, I would like to remind members that masks are to be worn by all attendees at all times when indoors, except when directly addressing a meeting. We shall now continue the general debate. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency, Prime Minister and Minister for Finance of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, His Excellency Philip Edward Davis. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Philip Edward Davis, Prime Minister and Minister for Finance of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. I invite him to address the Assembly.
Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, Secretary General Antonio Guterres, President of the General Assembly, Shaba Kurusi of Hungary. Next year will mark 50 years since the Bahamas became a fully independent sovereign nation. Our ascension to full membership of the United Nations in 1973 was inspired by a recognition of the interdependence of this family of nations and by the hope that dialogue and partnership can be the path to shared solutions. We Bahamians are justifiably, I believe, proud of what we have accomplished in our 50 years of independence. We are free, democratic, entrepreneurial, and resilient, and our small size has not held us back from great achievements at home and on the world stage. But we are ever more aware that many of our greatest challenges emanate from or are made worse by events and conflicts outside of our borders. Hurricane Dorian in 2019 was a Category 5 storm that nearly destroyed 2 of our main islands. It wiped out 30% of our national economic activity. The impact on our economy, on our infrastructure, and on our people is still very much present. The scientific consensus is that as ocean temperatures rise, we can expect hurricanes of greater intensity to arrive with increased frequency. Small island nations, like mine, did not create the emissions that are warming the earth. But nonetheless, we are on the front line of climate catastrophe. Dorian in 2019 was followed by COVID-19 in 2020. What happens in industrialized countries doesn't stay in industrialized countries. Every year, we welcome millions of visitors to the Bahamas. They are drawn by our country's beauty, culture, and people. But for a long while, visitors could not come. This health crisis quickly became an economic crisis and an education crisis too. Now, as we are working to recover, a global inflation crisis stubbornly endures. It is making the basics of life unaffordable for too many and creating more hardships for our people. The same is true for other countries in the CARICOM region and around the world. And of course, day in and day out, we must also defend our thousands of miles of ocean borders from trafficking in people, drugs, and guns. But we are not waiting for others to act. We are doing what we can to be stronger and to be more prepared. But no one country, large or small, acting alone can stop climate change, nor can we, individually, reduce the threat of future pandemics or end the policies and conflicts driving global inflation, or tackle global criminal networks. These problems require collective action. It was the second Secretary General of the UN, Dag Hammarskjöld, who was candid about the purpose of this organization. The United Nations was not created in order to bring us to heaven, he said, but in order to save us from hell. The UN was born out of the ashes of 2 world wars. Today, we face different threats, ones that require us to mobilize and innovate, and above all, to collaborate. Of all the risks we face, none requires more urgent action than the climate crisis. The first UN climate conference took place in 1992. Yet, despite decades of conferences and meetings featuring warnings from scientists and experts, 1/6 of all the carbon emissions ever, some 407 billion tons, occurred between 2010 and 2020. I have frequently spoken, as have so many others, about the need for action in terms of climate justice and fairness. Why should small island nations like mine, we who have contributed so little to the climate crisis, experience the biggest burdens and risk of a climate-changing world? The argument might be straightforward, but it has not been effective. For a long time, decision makers in both the public and private sectors believed that climate action must come at the expense of economic growth. But now, many are beginning to understand that climate inaction is the most expensive option of all. Taking action is not just in the interests of those of us who are particularly vulnerable, it is in the interest of every country. And it is this enlightened self-interest that should motivate action. The good news is that there are also positive incentives. Transitioning to clean energy is going to create jobs, increase efficiencies, and improve living standards. Again, don't do it for us. Do it for yourselves. I do not believe in despair. I believe in determination and human ingenuity. We can do this. Countries that disagree on many other issues, including important ones, must cooperate on this issue in their own self-interest. We have roughly 40 days until COP27 in Egypt. Let this year be the year that we turn talk into action. Let's roll up our sleeves and get to work. Let those who pledge write the check. Countries like mine, already trapped by billions in climate debt, need funding to transition to renewable energy infrastructures. We have begun to install solar microgrids across our islands, but scaling up will require a lot of additional funding. We in the Bahamas are playing our part. In February and July of this year, we hosted the One Young World regional and annual conferences for young people to support the next generation in their efforts to engage with climate-related issues. This was the first climate conference for young people in the region. We recognize the importance and value of the participation of young people. The Bahamas supports the 2030 Agenda and our common agenda on youth engagement. Then in August, the Bahamas took the lead in bringing together the member countries of the Caribbean to agree a consensus position for negotiations at COP27. We are actively defining ways to protect and safeguard our shallow seas, mangroves, and seagrasses, all of which act as a major carbon sink for the world. We urgently need to build capacity. Now we are inviting those with potential technological solutions to bring their innovations to the Bahamas. Mr. President, it's time for a new resolve and new cooperation. Last year, I brought to the attention of the General Assembly the threat to the financial services industry in the Bahamas and our region. I said then, financial services is a crucial component of the Bahamian economy. We see an indispensable role for the UN in leveraging its universal jurisdiction for greater oversight of global anti-money laundering, de-risking, and tax cooperation matters. Sadly, little to nothing has changed. We continue to struggle to recover from the economic shocks of hurricanes and the COVID-19 pandemic. We also have the additional battle with inflationary pressures created not by us, by the war in Europe. And now, to top it off, we are yet again the victims of inequitable and unjust measures on the part of major economic actors. All these factors place a stranglehold on our national development and that of other small island developing states. Just yesterday, the OECD issued a statement placing the Bahamas on their blacklist. Mr. President, this action is profoundly unfair. When we look at the countries that are flagged as high risk and blacklisted, several startling commonalities emerge. Why is it that European states that operate frameworks akin to that of blacklisted countries are not being even eligible for the inclusion on these lists? Why are all the countries targeted, all of them, small and vulnerable, and former colonies of European states? We find it astounding that the $2 to $3 trillion, which is estimated to be laundered each year through the developed countries, are never flagged as causes for concern. And yet my country, which is widely recognized as one of the best regulated countries in the world, and other countries like the Bahamas, are singled out for such reputational attacks. The robust regulatory regimes of our central bank, Securities Commission, and Insurance Commission are chastised on minor details of technical process, while much bigger transgressions in the developed world are ignored. The evidence is mounting that the considerations behind these decisions have less to do with compliance and more to do with the darker issues of prejudged discriminatory perceptions. Let me submit, black-governed countries also matter. Mr. President, we support the call for reforms in the global financial system to make it more relevant to the needs of today. But those reforms need ambition. They need to go beyond the incremental, and they need to apply to all. For example, the community of international financial institutions are in a position to forgive the debt incurred by the economic shutdowns during the COVID-19 pandemic, and they should do so. Every year that we don't do the right thing to do becomes more expensive. Mr. President, when my neighbors are in crisis, whether the cause is climate or crime or instability, the Bahamas is impacted by the humanitarian and security needs which arise. We repeat once again our opposition to the decades-long embargo and sanctions on Cuba. COVID-19 has exacerbated the situation for the people of Cuba and made existing hardship and deprivation much worse. The people of Haiti continue to suffer. The political vacuum left after the assassination of the president just over a year ago has led to more violence, with the instability fueling more tragedy and threatening the entire region. Migration is not the only issue which the Bahamas is grappling with. We are also struggling from the proliferation of guns. We do not manufacture guns in our country, and yet they illegally find their way to the Bahamas and within days can be connected to some criminal activity. In an archipelagic nation made up of some 700 islands and keys, range across 100,000 square miles of water, defending our borders is an expensive challenge. We believe more manageable and effective efforts can be made at the source to ensure that a right to bear arms does not so quickly and easily translate into a right to traffic arms. Mr. President, we in the Bahamas believe there is still real purpose in the mission of this United Nations. We will continue to support multilateral efforts to tackle the shared challenges of our time. We congratulate Secretary General Guterres for his leadership in achieving agreement with Ukraine, Russia, and Turkey to get the flow of trade in the Black Sea moving once again. The stabilization in world food markets has helped millions of people in the developing world. We see the involvement and participation of women and young people as inherent and central to our process. My government considers it vital that women play fully active roles in planning and decision-making, both in national and multilateral affairs. We also support the addition of a United Nations Youth Office. The needs and rights of small island developing states cannot be sustained by making policy advances only in times of global shock. We are grateful that the Alliance of Small Island States seized the moment in 2020 to secure the course of work on the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index. We consider this a critical step forward in ensuring greater equity for countries such as the Bahamas. We are aware that the global community is grossly underprepared in securing protections of the global commons that includes water, biodiversity, and the digital landscape. In moving forward on this agenda, we also recognize that a more robust and better change-making architecture is needed across the United Nations. In this respect, we hope that members will support the candidature of our citizen, Stephen Bureau, for the seat of Director of the Telecommunications Development Bureau of the International Telecommunications Union for the term running from 2023 to 2026. Mr. President, by each of us acting out of our own enlightened self-interest, we acknowledge that we ourselves benefit from doing what is in the best interest of all. In meeting the existential challenge posed by the climate crisis, it should be an increasing self-evident truth that none of us can be safe until we are all safe. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Abdoulaye Maïga, Prime Minister ad interim of the Republic of Mali. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Abdoulaye Maïga, Prime Minister ad interim of the Republic of Mali. I invite him to address the Assembly.
Monsieur le Président,
President of the General Assembly, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, Secretary General of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, it is my pleasure to warmly greet you on behalf of the Malian people in all their cultural, religious and ethnic diversity, and the greetings of His Excellency Colonel Assimi Goïta, Transitional President and Head of State. President, your brilliant election to the presidency of the 77th session of the General Assembly and the end of the 76th session of the General Assembly, so ably led by your predecessor, His Excellency Abdullah Shahid of the Republic of Maldives, give me an excellent opportunity to express our warm congratulations to Your Excellencies on behalf of Mali. Allow me to reiterate to our Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, our great appreciation of his laudable efforts deployed to achieve the noble goals of our organization. We know that you are a friend of Mali and of the Sahel. Friendship is based upon sincerity. So allow me to express my deep disagreement with your recent media appearances, where you adopt stances and speak out regarding the affair of the 46 Ivorian mercenaries, which is a bilateral and legal issue between two brotherly countries. Clearly, the judicial nature of the infringements around this affair do not fall under the competences of the Secretary General of the United Nations. In Mali, our administration is not based upon oral statements or statements to the press. We therefore refer to the note verbal of MINUSMA, the United Nations Mission for the Stabilization of Mali. The reference of this document is MINUSMA/prot/NV/226/2022 of the 27th of July 2022, which clearly expresses that there is no link between the 46 mercenaries and the United Nations. The recent language and synchronization which intend to portray Mali as a victim, as a guilty rather than being a victim in this affair of mercenaries, are without effect. Secretary General, your position on the mercenaries has been followed up by certain authorities in West Africa, so we address them this message. To the President of ECOWAS, Mr. Umaru Sissoko, who said, "We have just seen," and I quote, "the statement by the Secretary General saying that these are not mercenaries. If I were in the Malians' place, I would have released these 49 soldiers." I should very much like to say to the latter that there is a principle of subsidiarity, which is somewhat vague, between ECOWAS and the United Nations, rather than a principle of following blindly. It is also important to state that the Secretary General of the United Nations is not a head of state, and the acting president of ECOWAS is not a civil servant. Therefore, he must not make the CIDE out too overarching. It's worth recalling to the current president of ECOWAS that he must respect the independence of justice. We therefore we do not intend to give way on this. This is a legal issue. Mr. Umaru Sissoko Embalo must be aware of the fact that he is responsible for for being loyal to a great deal of heritage and sacrifices under this organization. The dynamics which has made the ECOWAS so renowned must not be broken down. We have also noted the threats of sanctions against Mali, and rather than being afraid of such sanctions, I should like to say that to the President of the ECOWAS, that at the end of his mandate, the West African people will judge him on the efforts that he has made to improve the living conditions of our people, rather than mediatic circuses for foreign agendas. To Mr. Bazoum, he will note that the transitional government has not yet reacted to his slanderous comments for two reasons. The first is to do with the heritage of our ancestors, where we do not respond to insults by other insults. The second reason is to do with Mr. Bazoum's identity. He is a foreigner who claims to be from Niger. We know that the Nigerian people, the brotherly country of Mali, have social, cultural and religious values which are extremely rich. Mr. Bazoum is not a Nigerian. His behaviour reaffirms us in this belief. Secretary General, Mali will remember what you have said. Before God, our soul and our conscience, we ask those who are refuting our version to ask if they would accept that military troops, having hidden their identities by saying on their identities, on their passports, that they were painters or builders, would arrive with weapons in their airport without the country of destination having been informed in advance, with the idea of destabilising the country. Would they accept this? If they would not accept this as a state, if this is not possible in Lisbon or elsewhere, Mali will also not accept this as a state. And it will not be possible in Bamako or anywhere else in Mali. President, a watershed moment, transformative solutions to interlocking challenges. That is the theme of this 77th session of the General Assembly. And this allows us to hope for better days for Mali, as long as there is a clear stock-taking of the former era, that lessons are learnt and that objective recommendations are established. Once this has happened, I am sure that through our collective action, we will bring peace regarding the various outbreaks of tension in the world, but also promote harmonious development and effectively combat pandemics, the deterioration of the environment, climate crises, inequalities, policies of domination and predation of resources. Since August 2020, Mali has been going through a transitional process which will end on the 26th of March 2024 with the transfer of power to elected authorities. By this date, and in line with the recommendations of the National Dialogue on Restructuring, the transitional authorities have committed to 2 timelines agreed upon with ECOWAS to carry out political and institutional reforms before organising elections, whose ultimate goal is to recast the Malian state so that it meets the deep, legitimate aspirations of our people to peace, security, good governance, development, and lasting institutional stability in Mali. In this regard, I am pleased to underline that some significant progress has already been made. The passing of the electoral law, inter alia. This includes the creation of an independent election management authority, and its establishment is now making great progress with the setting up of a commission made up of renowned figures from all components of Malian society in charge of drawing up a new constitution. President, on another front, not many people may know that Mali is the only country in the world which is currently facing 4 different types of insecurity simultaneously: terrorism, communal conflicts manipulated by terrorists and their foreign state sponsors, cross-border organised crime, and violent action by isolated individuals. Alongside our return to constitutional order, Mali is continuing to fight tirelessly against this insecurity, and particularly against extremist groups who are responsible for all kinds of abuse against our peaceful people. With regard to Mali, I am pleased and proud to announce that the terrorist groups have been seriously weakened, and the fear is now on the other side, on their side. However, these criminal groups can still cause harm to a certain extent in their desperate attempts to deal a blow to our territorial integrity and to terrorise our people. The courageous Malian defence and security forces are determined to tackle any threats wherever they come from. His Excellency Colonel Assimi Goïta, Transitional President and Head of State, and the government of Mali is continuing to step up their significant efforts to recruit, train, equip and bolster the operational capacities of the Malian defence and security forces. I must say here that the offensive action carried out thus far has allowed our forces to claim decisive victory against obscurantism. They have allowed the state to get back on an equal footing and reaffirm its authority over much of our national territory, as well as allowing for the return of several thousands of our people to their homes. However, we know that a military and security solution alone has its limits, which is why, in support of the military action, the government of Mali has a global integrated strategy, including political, social and development measures, which includes the provision of basic social services to our people who are so sorely tested by the multifaceted crisis that we have been facing since January 2012. Their aim is to restore the state's authority throughout our national territory. Against this backdrop, the government of Mali on the 24th of August approved our national stabilisation strategy for the central regions and an action plan for 2022 to 2024. This translates the desire of our transitional authorities to take a holistic approach to the stabilisation of the centre of the country. This aims to transform the centre into a stable, prosperous area where our communities are reconciled and live peacefully with one another. We are intelligently and diligently implementing our agreement for peace and reconciliation, which is a result of the Algiers process, and this is a strategic priority for the transitional authorities as a peaceful crisis resolution instrument in the north of Mali. I'm particularly pleased to say that we have concluded the second meeting at a decision-making level between the parties to this agreement, and this was held in Bamako between the 1st and 5th of August, and allowed a number of signatory parties and international mediation to lift
cette dynamique progressive du processus de paix.
Peace process and the implementation of the agreement. Following this, we held the 6th meeting of the Monitoring Committee in Bamako on the 2nd of September, and this was a strong signal of the desire by the parties to commit to a dynamic new process in order to achieve the implementation of the agreement. I wish to reaffirm our attachment to this process, whose success is one of the sine qua non conditions for lasting stability in Mali. This is an opportunity for me once again to welcome the active role of Algeria and the support from the international mediation team. I must not leave aside the situation of Malian refugees in neighbourly countries. I thank those countries for their hospitality, and I am remembering the internally displaced compatriots. I wish to reassure them that the government of Mali is very attentive to their difficult situation. All our efforts aim to create conditions allowing them to return with security and dignity, so that they can effectively participate in the life of the nation. President, in this difficult struggle for peace, stability and lasting development, the Malian people recognise the efforts made by MINUSMA since its creation in July 2013 until today, so as to help Mali to restore authority throughout its territory. This is why I wish to pay tribute on behalf of the people and government of Mali to the memory of all the victims, both Malian and foreign, civilian and military, who have given their lives in Mali. Having said that, after 10 years, almost 10 years after its establishment, the objectives for which MINUSMA was deployed in Mali have not been achieved, despite numerous resolutions by the Security Council. This is why the government of Mali reiterates its demand, expressed on numerous occasions, for a paradigm shift and an adaptation of MINUSMA to the environment in which it is deployed, and a better interlinking between this mission and the Malian authorities. In this regard, it is very important for MINUSMA to remain a support force in Mali as it seeks stability. The government of Mali denounces negative outside influences and attempts to instrumentalise certain legally present entities in Mali to serve hidden agendas, including by exploiting the question of human rights in order to destabilise. President, The world will remember that after having been abandoned mid-flight on the 10th of June 2021 by France, which unilaterally decided to withdraw its Barkhane force from Mali, my country was then stabbed in the back by the French authorities. It is extremely important to say that we refuse any amalgam with the French people, whom we respect. The deeply anti-French French authorities have denied the universal moral values and repudiated these and betrayed the humanistic legacy of their philosophers, and they are now serving an obscurant junta. So deeply anti-French French forces have rejected universal moral values and betrayed the great humanist and philosophical heritage. They have now become an obscurantist junta. Let me repeat this once again. The anti-French French authorities have rejected universal moral values and betrayed the great heritage of their philosophers and have become a junta serving obscurantism. An obscurant French junta who is nostalgic for neo-colonialist, condescending, paternalistic and vengeful practices, which has carried out unprecedented illegal, illegitimate sanctions by the ECOWAS and UNGA against Mali. After 10 years of insecurity leading to thousands of deaths, refugees and internally displaced, is it not now a sacrilege for a Malian population who's a victim of insecurity and has been under embargo for 7 months by closing borders and seizing bank accounts in Mali? Thanks to its resilience and the solidarity of friendly countries and the African people, the Malian people is now foiling their plans. The French junta and its obscurantism is guilty of instrumentalising ethnical differences by forgetting its responsibility for the genocide against the Tutsis in Rwanda. It was also guilty of desperate attempts to divide Malian children from the same families. Finally, an obscurantist French junta which has violated Malian airspace by sending aircraft such as drones, military helicopters and fighter planes over 50 times, bringing information, weapons and ammunition to terrorist groups.
In order to ease its conscience, the French junta accuses Mali of not having been grateful, banging on about the regrettable death of 59 French soldiers in Mali during various counter-terrorism operations. Regarding this unfortunate accusation, we'd like to remind you that in most Malian official statements and in ceremonies, we systematically pay tribute to all victims of insecurity in Mali, with no distinction based on nationality, including, therefore, those 59 French people who died. Thus, we would urge them not to stop, since they're going along the right lines. They should turn back the clock. Let's look at their intervention in Libya that's decried by all of Africa. And let's not forget the forced participation of thousands of Africans in the First and Second World War. And let's not forget the slave trade, which explains the economic well-being of their country. How many Africans died for France and the free world in which we live? So, given the serious nature of the facts committed by the French junta, Mali, in its letter dated the 15th of August 2022, requested the holding of an emergency meeting of the UN Security Council. The aim of this is to enable Mali to present evidence that it has, showing that the French army attacked on numerous occasions my country by violating repeatedly and frequently Mali's airspace, without the authorization of the Malian authorities, and sometimes by falsifying flight documents. More seriously, Mr. President, Mali will be able to prove that the French junta provided intelligence and arms to terrorist groups. The government of Mali is wondering about the reasons that have encouraged this permanent member of the Security Council, and one that has the presidency of the body, to prevent obstacles to the debate because of the truth. The world needs to be enlightened on the serious facts that took place in Mali and which are at the basis of the worsening insecurity and destabilization in Mali. Through seizing the Security Council, the government of Mali is seeking to ensure that this important body that's in charge of the maintenance of international peace and security, to ensure that it faces its responsibilities and denounces the abuse of the French junta against my country. These hostile acts are incompatible with the UN Charter and its statute as a permanent member. The credibility of our joint mechanism depends on it, as does the effectiveness of our fight against terrorism, but in particular, so does the integrity of the UN, that inter alia is based on the respect of international commitments, international law, of the UN Charter. Mr. President, it seems important for Mali to call for your personal involvement with the Security Council of the United Nations, so that our request be successful, so that this duplicity and the proxy war imposed upon my country stops. Mr. President, in combating terrorism and violent extremism, the government of Mali takes very seriously the question of human rights. I'd like to underscore that human rights are first and foremost the values that each Malian embodies. Thus, the government of Mali remains determined to respect them and to ensure they are respected in line with its zero-tolerance policy against impunity. As it's loyal to its ancestral values that are enshrined in the Kurofangua Charter, proclaimed in 12,036 by the Emperor of Mali, Sundite Keita. This is why we believe in this. Mali is a cradle of great civilizations. There were once great empires, a land of exchange, hospitality, and tolerance. Mali makes promoting and defending human rights a national priority. This is why I robustly confirm that the military operations of the Malian Defence and Security Forces are conducted strictly respecting human rights and international humanitarian law. Nonetheless, as I've underscored, the government of Mali is vehemently opposed to the instrumentalization of the question of human rights for political purposes, is opposed to posturing, blackmail and intimidation. By the same token, we regret the selectivity observed vis-a-vis populations in some villages who are totally massacred and their villages razed to the ground, and there doesn't seem to be any indignation regarding them, and the media manipulation that goes on claiming that terrorists who have been neutralized in the battlefield are in fact innocent civilians. In conclusion, Mr. President, I'd like to say that the Malian people have decided to take their destiny into their own hands. They fully support the government as it works in Mali and also support the return to constitutional order that will be peace and safe in March 2024 following the free, credible and transparent elections to be held. Achieving these broad-raising priorities mean that the government needs to continue and step up efforts to improve the security situation in the country, to protect people and their property. To this end, I'm delighted that in Lomé on the 6th of September this year, the third meeting of the transition, a follow-up and support group, was held. The conclusions of this important meeting, in particular the recognition of the progress made by the transition and the calls for mobilizing all of Mali's partners to consolidate their political, economic, technical and financial support for the Republic of Mali and for the efforts of the Malian transition authorities to ensure a harmonious return to constitutional order were very important. I'd like to recall that the transition in Mali results from several years of dysfunction in our young democracy. This did have some positive results. Unfortunately, as we look at it, there have been more setbacks than steps forward, and that's why we needed the transition. I'd like to take this opportunity to warmly thank our respected elder, His Excellency President Alassane Dramane Ouattara, for his wise, clear counsel that he gave us in his memorable statement at this 77th session of the UN General Assembly. I would like to reassure him that the Malian transition authorities have no other aim but to carry out political institutional reform before organising elections, whilst obstinately combating terrorism. These reforms will help to improve governance, and all measures will be taken to ensure that Malian democracy be the most envied in the world. In this area, we pay particular attention to the third mandate, which will not be possible. The third mandate.
Le troisième mandat, le troisième...
The third mandate for a less knowledgeable public means a four-step maneuver for the president in order to conserve power for him and his clan. Firstly, at the end of the second mandate, so in principle at a time when he's not re-electable, the outgoing president has a constitutional revision that is not consensus-based. As a second step, during this constitutional revision, the President of the Republic, or the outgoing president, will modify some constitutional provisions. The third step, once the constitution is adopted, of course, there's naturally a political crisis. The outgoing president becomes candidate, which violates the limit of the two-mandate period. So his candidacy is justified by the adoption of a new constitution, and any pretext is found. A limit of the number of terms or mandates is 2, and therefore he is a candidate under the new adopted constitution. The fourth step is an electoral farce is organised. Of course, he wins the elections, and he chases out political opponents. Some are arrested, others are exiled, and others assassinated. Allegiances are obtained through the power of money, clientelism, and intimidation. To put it more simply, and if I were to use a football mechanism, the third mandate or the third term in office is magic in a way. It's the art of dribbling whilst keeping the ball to oneself. Excellence, Your Excellency, Mr. President Ouattara, your advice is very timely. Despite the tangible efforts of the Malian transition in implementing the political and institutional reforms and those of elections, commended by the international community, the Madam Minister of Foreign Affairs of the French junta, of whom Mali asked nothing, considered that there was no progress, of forgetting that no one can love Mali more than the Malians themselves. Her particular position and her adversity does not surprise us. Victor Hugo in Claude Go classed human beings in 2 categories. There are, he said, men which are like iron, and then men which are ones who are attracted to them. The minister, unfortunately...
hideusement sui generis.
And so, unfortunately, the minister is not a magnet and nor metal. Given this uncertainty, the Malian people adopted a prudent approach, and this is what the writer and wise person Amadou Habdeba highlights with the strange destiny of Wagrin. If we see something is a good quality, we should remain quiet about it. So I think, Madam Minister of the French junta, Mali would advise you to just observe the situation. This is an opportunity for me to commend the exemplary and fruitful cooperation relations between Mali and Russia, whilst reaffirming that Mali remains open to all partners who want to help it recover from the multiple challenges affecting it in the strict respect for its sovereignty, unity, and the dignity of the Malian people. Mali would remind you that, in line with the vision of Colonel Assimi Goïta, President of the Transition, 3 principles guide our national public action. Firstly, the respect for Mali's sovereignty. Secondly, the respect for strategic choices and partners operated by Mali. Thirdly, taking into consideration the vital interests of the Malian people in the decisions taken. Pursuant to these principles, Mali seeks to continue and strengthens its good neighbourly relations with all the countries that surround it. By the same token, committed to its Pan-African partnership, Mali will continue to work within sub-regional regional organizations to achieve African integration. Equally, achieving the transition's objectives requires the assistance of all of Mali's partners, including the United Nations. Therefore, I would call upon Mali's friends to remain mobilized alongside the government in order to help it to meet these important challenges together. For the significant majority of the states of the world convinced of the importance of mutual respect and a win-win partnership, I can guarantee to them that Mali's doors are wide open to them, and the Malians will welcome them with open arms. For the minority who don't want to respect these principles, we will promise that they will face millions of Assimi Goïta who want to defend their honour, their dignity and their vital interests. I would like to conclude by giving two pieces of advice. You should be empathetic by treat others as you would be treated, and do unto others as you would have done unto you. The second a piece of advice is look at your models, look at how you need to change mindsets, and look at how the world changes. Move on from the colonial past, look at the anger, the frustration, the rejection of this in African towns and rural areas, and understand that this movement is inexorable thanks to the situation. Your intimidation, your subversive action are just increasing the number of Africans who want to preserve their dignity. They were just a few hundred previously, and now there are millions of them. And there will be billions of them in the future. Mali and its people will not just be mere spectators. Each angry word is one that we will respond with equally, and each bullet fired will be responded to reciprocally. So we're in a new era with a new reality. We need solutions that will bring change to meet the interdependent challenges. Since we are interdependent states, we want to uphold human rights without distinction or based on race, colour, sex, language, religion, political opinion or any other opinion, irrespective of what one's national or social origin is, what one owns, where one was born, or any other situation as stipulated in Article 2 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. May God bless Mali and preserve Malians, the obscurant and destructive forces of the world. May God bless Africa and preserve Africa from the obscurant and destructive forces of the world. May God bless the world and preserve the whole of humanity from the forces of obscurantism and the destructive forces of the world. Thank you very much indeed. On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister ad interim of the Republic of Mali for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency, Prime Minister and Minister for National Security, Legal Affairs and Information of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, His Excellency Ralph Gonsalves. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Ralph Gonsalves, Prime Minister and Minister for National Security, Legal Affairs and Information of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, in these dawning years of the third decade of the 21st century, despite the progress and huge potential for the further upliftment of the world's civilizations, the human condition is racked overwhelmingly by global turmoil, convulsions, dislocations, and the gravest uncertainties about the future. The specifics which have produced in their aggregation and multiple interconnections this debilitating malaise and tumult are well known. We identify here and now those of centrality and urgency: irresponsible and dangerous man-made climate change, a dominant economic and trading system awash with antagonistic contradictions, which has delivered unacceptable burdens to the poor and the weak on the one hand, and benefits in abundance to the rich and strong on the other. Unnecessary and unwise conflicts, declared and undeclared wars, which subvert the settled norms and precepts of international law and contribute to economic hardship and immense suffering globally. Avoidable public health emergencies, inclusive of pandemics, and the distorted, uneven responses thereto, and the dangerous vanities, delusional vainglories, and hubris of men and women in power, particularly in the global centers of imperialism and in the locales of those intoxicated with the quest for hegemony. Mr. President, across the world, the faces of ordinary men and women are strained and anxious. Indeed, there is increasingly a sense of despair. At such junctures historically, civilizations have either descended into barbarism of one sort or another, or accepted the necessity to despair, to embrace fresh hope, conjoined with love for humanity and an abiding faith made perfect in works. Surely, this is the time to embrace fresh hope. This existential longing that touches the human spirit and soul goes beyond the mere amelioration of our current travails. It demands correctives or reformations of a structural or fundamental kind and fresh thinking. Without fresh hope, a desecration of our future awaits us. Fresh ideas are a core foundation of fresh hope. Over 130 years ago, the Cuban patriot José Martí advised that weapons of the mind vanquish all others. Through Martí, we learn that a vital idea set ablaze before the world at the right moment can, like the mystic banner of the Last Judgment, stop a fleet of battleships. Our tumultuous times demand fresh ideas and an invigoration of those which have stood the test of time in the march of civilizations into modernity and uplifting governance. Unfortunately, stale and outmoded thinking too often shapes and dominates the global outlook and conduct of the most powerful nations to the detriment of peace, security, and prosperity for all. For example, at least one mighty state affirms wrongly that it possesses an exceptionalism grounded in a manifest destiny to rule the world. Another considers also wrongly that its population size, growing wealth, enlarged military prowess, and a civilization that goes back to near antiquity justifies its quest for global hegemony. And still others, not quite behemoths, conjure up ancient glories and historic empires as the illusory bases to reconstruct the past, oblivious to the fact that any such presumed future of unalloyed grandeur is actually behind them. Amidst all this competitive jostling for power and vainglory, confusion reigns, and the overwhelming majority of the world's population suffers. It is instructive to note that the contemporary circumstances of the global political economy and society have prompted the powerful and some wannabe powerful countries to proclaim the necessity to construct a new world order, each with its own peculiar agenda. But from the global periphery, which encompasses most of humanity, I ask the relevant and haunting questions. What's new? Which world? And who gives the orders? The future of humanity depends on satisfactory answers to these queries. In this maelstrom, the center cannot hold and things are falling apart. Yet, we must not wring our hands, metaphorically, in learned helplessness. The principles are certainly not innocent of the extant condition, and there are bundles of credible ideas in our multilateral system to fashion possible lasting solutions in pursuit of peace, prosperity, sustainable development, and security for humanity as a whole. So where do we go from here? Central to a credible, equitable path forward for humanity and our civilized life, living, and production is the requisite of quality global leadership. It is a truism that usually men and women make history only to the extent that the circumstances of history and contemporary reality permit them so to make. But it is also true, indeed necessary and desirable, for global leadership to transcend the existing circumstances given and transmitted from the past and to push the boundaries of possibilities for humanity's sake beyond the normally considered outer limits. I am satisfied that the world's peoples are demanding a quality global leadership which not only inspires them, but draws out of them their goodness, elemental yearnings of humanity and nobility of purpose, oftentimes to draw out of them this goodness, humanity, and nobility, which the people themselves may not as yet know that they possess. Mr. President, at this very moment of our assemblage here, in civilization's finest hours, we are eyewitnesses and air witnesses to immense conflict, strife, and harrowing suffering in the world at large. It is an indictment on our civilized assembly that horrific wars rumble on, unabated, in Ukraine, Yemen, Syria, parts of Africa, and elsewhere. At least one of these wars may lead to a nuclear Armageddon. How much longer, too, do we have to stand the balkanization and systematic oppression of the people of Palestine by those who are in arrogant disregard of world opinion and international law? Why are the illegal, unjust economic embargo, undeclared war, and criminal interventions against Cuba permitted to continue without let-up, despite overwhelming, near-unanimous denunciation by this General Assembly? Why do we not resist unequivocally the sordid attempts by imperialism to subvert the duly elected governments of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela and the Republic of Nicaragua? How can we stand askance in relative silence and contented inaction in disregard of Taiwan's legitimate right to exist in accord with the wishes and the will of the Taiwanese people? Why do we not encourage peace and security across the Taiwan Straits by, among other things, permitting Taiwan's participation in the specialized agencies of relevance in the United Nations system, such as the World Health Organization and the International Civil Aviation Organization? All these and other 20th century quarrels and contentions have potential potentially viable solutions, or at the very least, mutually acceptable levels of dissatisfaction, lodged within a framework of peace and security. Quality global leadership in communion with the world's peoples, credible ideas for resolution, and a coherent multilateralism grounded in international law constitute the only viable way forward for humanity. In short, let us give mature diplomacy a chance to succeed. Mr. President, St. Vincent and the Grenadines has had to face immense challenges since March 2020 and continuing. In March 2020, COVID-19, this pandemic arrived upon us like the proverbial thief in the night. Although we did not close our country down, not even in the darkest days of the pandemic, much of the world locked down on us. Life, living, and production were and still are badly affected. In April 2021, my small country suffered 32 volcanic eruptions which caused widespread destruction of property, immense social dislocation, immiseration of our people, and the evacuation of 1/5 of the population into emergency shelters. In early July 2021, Hurricane Elsa struck, resulting in further loss and damage. In late February 2022, open hostilities between Russia and Ukraine erupted, which exacerbated the economic turmoil which was already brewing globally. The knock-on effects of the Russia-Ukraine war has been terrible for faraway St. Vincent and the Grenadines and our Caribbean. Prices of basic commodities such as imported fuel, food, fertilizer, and hand tools have gone through the roof. Still, we are a resilient people. We are not a people of lamentations, and we are recovering and embracing fresh hope. We in St. Vincent and the Grenadines are working hard and smart, but without a fair and just economic order globally, and a special regard for small island exceptionalism, a global architecture of enlightened multilateralism and internationalist solidarity. Without these things, our Herculean national efforts are unlikely to yield the requisite abundant fruit. Trying to go up a fast-moving down escalator is a challenging exercise. Accordingly, I adopt and adapt the poetic words of the iconic Barbadian, Edward Kamau Brathwaite, from his Awakening, quote, "I will rise and stand on my feet. Ever so slowly, I will rise and stand on my feet. I am learning. Just let me succeed," unquote. Just let St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the Caribbean, and other developing countries succeed. Mr. President, St. Vincent and the Grenadines expresses its profound gratitude for the regional, hemispheric, and international solidarity accorded it at its time of real peril, during and immediately after the series of volcanic eruptions last year. Within 24 hours of the first cataclysmic eruption, my dear friend, the Secretary General of the United Nations, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, telephoned me and placed the Secretariat and the UN specialized agencies at my country's disposal. The World Food Programme, UNICEF, UNEP were particularly heroic in their efforts, admirably coordinated by the United Nations Regional Office in the Eastern Caribbean. The World Bank was most helpful. So too were the Caribbean community and its affiliate institutions, the Community of States of Latin America and the Caribbean, and individual nations across the world. The outpouring of regional and international solidarity was impressive and deeply appreciated. Episodic support must, however, metamorphose into structured, ongoing solidarity if small island developing states are to survive and thrive in this increasingly hostile world in which the metaphoric elephants trample with very little regard for the proverbial ants who make up much of humanity and are vital to the well-being of our global civilization's landscape and seascape. The agenda for small island developing states is well known. Some major planks of it are concerted global action on climate change, inclusive of a sufficiency of resources for adaptation and mitigation, availability of optimal financing for development, including the rollout of a multi-dimensional vulnerability index and a compensation mechanism for loss and damage, and a special and meaningful carve-out for SIDS in international trading arrangements, the cessation of the unacceptable weaponizing of the financial system, an appropriate reformation of the United Nations to reflect the interests of SIDS, and efficacious implementation of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, particularly in relation to eliminating hunger, poverty, and inequality. Of especial concern, too, for our Caribbean is the urgent issue of reparations from the European states for their commission of native genocide and the enslavement of Africans that has caused painful legacies of underdevelopment. Time has surely now come for this issue to be addressed urgently. Reparations is a just and juridically grounded demand. It ought not to evoke confrontation from well-meaning peoples, but support. Mr. President, the continuing deteriorating situation in Haiti demands focused attention from the United Nations. The Caribbean community, CARICOM, to which Haiti belongs, is pained at Haiti's circumstances and the relative neglect by the international community of this nation of inestimable value. Together, we must do better with and for Haiti in concert with the Haitian people, based on their own homegrown solutions and led by them. St. Vincent and the Grenadines has been actively engaged on this issue within both CARICOM and the United Nations. Haiti's 11 million people deserve better. Further, a safe and prosperous Haiti means a far more secure and peaceful Caribbean. In the Caribbean, beyond the Haitian issue, our national and regional efforts are stymied by the unfairness and relative unresponsiveness of the global political economy. Oftentimes, too, the unintended consequences of the actions by the centers of imperialism or hegemonic forces induce suffering or hold back our progress. For example, our Caribbean has had its correspondent banking arrangements compromised or withdrawn by the application of rules which our governments have had little or no role in making. Similarly, blacklists, and we heard the Bahamas this morning on that. Similarly, blacklists or sanctions are imposed or threatened by faceless bureaucrats in imperial centers for this or that matter, without any regard for multilateral rulemaking or settled international law. Meanwhile, interference in the internal affairs of our nations persists through external state agencies or private entities of imperialist or hegemonic centers bent on imposing their wills to their advantage. Oftentimes, their relentless misuse and abuse of the modern means of information technology, with falsehoods and misrepresentations galore, have the effect of polluting democratic discourse and undermining democracy itself. the United Nations must address this issue urgently. This United Nations, too, must reform itself to do its work better. In this regard, the reform of the Security Council ought not to be delayed any further. Many sensible ideas for reform are on the table. Let us get on with it and not make perfection the enemy of the good. The many-sided turmoil of today prompts me, Mr. President, to conclude with the probing insights of Guyana's poet laureate Martin Carter in his celebrated poem, Bitter Wood. Here be dragons and bitter cups made of wood, and the hooves of horses where they should not sound. Here is where I am, in a great geometry, between a raft of ants and the green sight of the freedom of a tree, made of that same bitter wood. Mr. President, in our final reflections at this General Assembly, let us never forget that our work here is to improve peoples. To this mighty construct optimally a partnership between all nations, whatever our differences, to take care of yesterday's heritage, to accommodate and reasonably address today's interests, and to pursue effectively in peace and security tomorrow's hopes. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister for National Security, Legal Affairs, Public Administration, and Information. I ask protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Minister for Finance, Minister for National Security, Home Affairs, Public Administration, Information and Disaster Management of Grenada, Dickon Mitchell. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Dickon Mitchell, Prime Minister and Minister for Finance and Minister for National Security, Home Affairs, Public Administration, Information and Disaster Management of Grenada. I invite him to address the Assembly.
His Excellency Kaba Kurosi, President of this 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General, Excellencies, Heads of State and of Government, Heads of Delegation, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. President, please accept my warmest greetings and congratulations on your election to the presidency of this 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I commit my delegation's full support and cooperation in the fulfillment of your important duties. I also commend your predecessor, His Excellency Abdullah Shahid of the Maldives, for his able guidance of the last session of the General Assembly. Mr. President, I'm extremely honored to speak at this important global forum for the first time on behalf of the government and people of Grenada. Exactly 3 months ago today, the people of Grenada exercised their democratic right and voted for transformation in free and fair elections and a solid mandate at the polls. The Grenadian people placed their confidence in me to lead our country for the next 5 years. Mr. President, today I bring my transformational agenda to the United Nations General Assembly because although we are an island state, our world does not exist in isolation. Successful and sustainable transformation in Grenada is inevitably tethered to the sustainable forward movement of the global community. Mr. President, this noble institution is nearing its 80-year anniversary, a significant milestone that is worthy of distinct recognition. As my own country also draws near to a noteworthy milestone, that of 50 years as an independent state, it is an appropriate time to renew our commitment to the principles of the United Nations Charter and to international law. It is also a fitting time to review the achievements of the past decades and to proffer solutions to the challenges that have stymied progress. Mr. President, the COVID-19 pandemic brought our world to a standstill without prejudice for the size and economic might of nations. For a time, this disease was the great equalizer and forced us all to reevaluate our priorities and our approach to working together. Grenada notes with relief news from the World Health Organization that we might be finally entering the end phase of the pandemic. While we welcome the return to some semblance of normal, it is my sincere hope that the lessons learned from the pandemic will remain and we will not return to business as usual. Mr. President, the monumental challenges posed by the pandemic were unprecedented and seemingly insurmountable. Amid this worldwide disaster, however, our global community rallied and demonstrated what is possible when we resolve to work together towards a common goal. The pandemic taught us all the value of international cooperation, the timely exchange of information, and the sharing of resources critical to avoiding and mitigating similar global occurrences. Mr. President, it is imperative that the matter of climate change be escalated to this level of urgency amongst our community of nations. The devastating effects of global warming can already be felt all over the world, with higher temperatures worsening many types of disasters, including storms, heat waves, floods, and droughts. Our planet is undoubtedly in crisis, but as the ancient Chinese proverb reminds us, crisis is opportunity riding a dangerous wind. This window of opportunity is quickly closing, however, and we no longer have the luxury to kick these issues down the road. We are now faced with the reality that tomorrow is today. Mr. President, we have tinkered long enough and must now accept that solutions to the problems we face may not be found in this grand hall or in the highest echelons of global climate discussions, but rather with the people, especially our young people, who stand to lose the most from the inaction of our current leaders. Mr. President, approximately 60% of the world's population is under 35 years old. In my own country, 50% of the current population is between 18 and 35 years of age. Young people are therefore critical to the success of sustainable development policies and must play a central role in the implementation of the targets set by the 2030 Agenda. Mr. President, I call on all young people to take action. It is not yet too late to do what is necessary to safeguard our planet for future generations. But the time for action is now. The reality is, the leaders of today will not be around to feel the consequences of their decisions. It is therefore up to our youth to lead the charge for the future they want to see. To all young people, I challenge you today to choose to be agents of change over victims of climate change. It can start with small actions that cause ripple effects throughout your families and friend circles, your communities, and eventually the wider world. Mr. President, it was not that long ago that I too was a young lawyer seeking to evoke positive change in my community through small actions. I knew that I could no longer sit on the sidelines and wait for the leaders of the day to solve challenges that have plagued Grenadian society for well over a decade. I had to become the change. In October 2021, I made the decision to enter political life, and shortly after was elected political leader of the National Democratic Congress. Only 8 months later, Mr. President, I led the party to victory, winning 9 of the 15 seats. My presence here today is testament that we can change and we can create the change that we would like to see. But it will only materialize if we step forward and accept the call to be the leaders of today. Mr. President, as leaders, the onus is also on us to create spaces where young people feel empowered to propose innovative solutions to the challenges we collectively face. This is a priority of my administration and has been backed by gender-forward, pro-youth policies and purposeful action. The appointment of the Honourable Kireen James as Minister for Climate Resilience, the Environment and Renewable Energy at 23 years old is a milestone for my country and the Caribbean region, as the Honourable James is the youngest minister in the Caribbean. Mr. President, confronting the climate crisis will require a complete transformation of our mindset and behaviors, but also, and importantly, the transformation of our energy sources, economic models, and land stewardship. This is a unique opportunity to come together, welcome innovative ideas, and tackle the problems we have struggled with for generations. Our goal as responsible global citizens should be to leave the planet as good or better than we found it. This plea is not without urgency. Mr. President, as the leader of a Caribbean small island developing state, I am all too familiar with the devastating effects of climate change and the stark reality that we may not have a country to pass on to future generations in the face of increasingly strengthened hurricanes and sea level rise. The small island states of the Caribbean are already experiencing significant adverse effects due to climate change. With each hurricane season, and we are in the hurricane season currently, that now brings increased and more powerful storms, we watch and we wait with bated breath and a silent prayer in the hope that this year it will not be our turn. In 2004, it was Grenada's turn with Hurricane Ivan. In the matter of a mere 8 hours, we lost 34 souls, and the Category 3 storm destroyed 80% of our housing stock and decimated our economic and fiscal bases, with damage surpassing 200% of our gross domestic product. 10 months later, in 2005, it was Grenada's turn again with Hurricane Emily. In recent years, we have watched with horror as our brothers and sisters across the Caribbean experience their turn. Most notably, Hurricane Irma in 2017, which left the island of Barbuda nearly uninhabitable and wrought significant havoc on over 10 other Caribbean island states, including the British Virgin Islands, which lost approximately 85% of its housing stock. Only 2 weeks later, Hurricane Maria threatened cruelly to exacerbate the wounds freshly inflicted by Irma. Mr. President, the global community would remember the destruction visited on Dominica by the said Hurricane Maria, which left 31 people dead, 37 missing, and an estimated $930 million in damages. Mr. President, I can continue in this vein, highlighting the devastating consequences that Caribbean islands suffer due to the warming climate, including the harmful effects on our rich biodiversity and underwater resources. We are truly on the front lines, and we know it all too well, the ease with which one hurricane can wipe out decades of progress. As I stand here this morning, several Caribbean islands are reeling from the wrath of Hurricane Fiona. This is the reality we face, Mr. President, and why it is urgent that we act. Mr. President, given the focus of my address here this morning, it is evident that climate change is inimical to Grenada's transformational agenda. We continue to insist on a clear roadmap at the global level for ambitious climate action to ensure that global average temperatures remain below the 1.5 degrees Celsius threshold. As we seek to bolster climate resilience in our island home, I reiterate the call for the urgent scaling up of climate finance for adaptation and the removal of challenges that developing nations face to access climate financing. Additionally, my government calls for increased technology development and capacity building, especially for young people. Mr. President, we are encouraged and indeed proud that a son of the soil has been given the responsibility to manage global climate action. The appointment of Simon Steele as Executive Secretary of the United Nations Climate Change Secretariat sends a clear message of the importance of island voices in the fight against climate change. We are optimistic that we will achieve the mandates of the Climate Convention and its protocols, as well as the Agenda for Sustainable Development. Mr. President, the government of Grenada is steadfast in its commitment to creating paths towards sustainability and promoting diversity. Evidence of our resolve can be found in the first ever long-term National Sustainable Development Plan 2020-2035, which is in alignment with the Sustainable Development Goals, which is the anchor for the country's development agenda and the priorities for the next 15-year period. In this regard, the government of Grenada was pleased to be one of the 45 countries that presented voluntary national reviews of the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development during the recently held high-level political forum for sustainable development. Mr. President, our country-led review of progress towards the implementation of the 17 SDGs of the 2030 Agenda comes at a critical juncture in our collective efforts aimed at recovering from the extraordinary socio-economic crisis created by COVID-19. Mr. President, for Grenada, the pandemic exposed critical structural weaknesses and resource deficiencies in our healthcare system. Managing the high incidence of non-communicable diseases, therefore, is an urgent priority, and so too is addressing the mental health of our citizenry. In addition, Mr. President, the economic fallout from the worldwide closure of borders and stagnation of tourism, a key economic driver, exacerbated already elevated levels of unemployment and poverty. My government intends to mitigate such dire circumstances in the future by diversifying our economy and developing a robust ICT and digital economy. Trends such as converging technologies and the digitization of production are rapidly transforming work and life, and they must be factored into training and development opportunities for our young people. Mr. President, we understand that to adequately equip our young people for the future, inclusive and equitable quality education is fundamental. To this end, my government has taken the necessary steps to ensure the framework for free universal education up to the community college level, and is committed to providing second chance opportunities to all youth who did not complete a primary, secondary, or tertiary education. Additionally, we intend to actively seek out opportunities for further studies in digital and creative fields to support our emerging creative and digital economies. Mr. President, the answers, once again, will lie with our young people and their invaluable contributions to the future of the labor force. My government will foster an environment where youth have access to and the support needed to thrive. In particular, we intend to provide incentives to young entrepreneurs, upgrade our agricultural production systems, and bolster our export capacity. Grenada will act deliberately to attract the attention and support of the international community and the favor of friendly nations as we seek to improve the standard of living of all citizens through the exploration of new frontiers of economic and social development. Mr. President, as we emerge from the crisis of the COVID-19 pandemic and optimistically prepare to transform our economy, we cannot ignore the new crisis in the East due to current geopolitical tensions and conflicts, which has devastating and disruptive consequences for energy and food security. Mr. President, Russia's war with Ukraine has already threatened international peace and stability and induced hardships upon nations unconnected with the conflict. Grenada associates itself with the call of many for Russia to relent its war efforts in Ukraine and for the parties to negotiate a peaceful settlement of the conflict. Mr. President, mindful that peace is a supreme asset and a legitimate aspiration of all peoples, Grenada renews its firm call for the Caribbean to remain a zone of peace. We also advocate for the economic, social, and environmental development of all Caribbean states. In this regard, Grenada is satisfied that the removal of the US-imposed economic, commercial, and financial blockade against Cuba will facilitate economic and social change there. Additionally, we call for Cuba to be removed from the US State Department's list of countries that are co-sponsors of terrorism. Mr. President, in the same way, we lament that more has not been done for our brothers and sisters in Haiti, a country classified as one of the poorest amongst us. The Caribbean community, CARICOM, continues to pursue various initiatives to assist Haiti. However, we believe that more productive engagements must be undertaken with all stakeholders to help achieve political stability, peace, and economic progress in Haiti. Mr. President, Grenada also reiterates its support for the ongoing judicial process at the International Court of Justice aimed at bringing a definitive end to the long-standing Guyana-Venezuela border dispute, and we reaffirm our unwavering support for the territorial integrity of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana. Mr. President, we further remain resolute in our call for an end to the imposition of unilateral coercive measures against the Republic of Venezuela, contrary to the rules and principles of international law and the Charter of the United Nations. Mr. President, the net effect of the recent and ongoing crises continues to seriously dislodge the world economy and, in turn, the ability of countries to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. The adverse impacts on production, employment, and poverty are growing, while at the same time jeopardizing fiscal management in many countries. The government of Grenada is firm in its determination to achieve the full implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. We call, however, for the increased inclusion of youth voices as we seek to chart the future of our planet. We further note that if small island states are to eliminate poverty and attain sustainable levels of development, the vulnerability criteria now applicable to all countries must be comprehensively reviewed as a matter of urgency. The consequence of upper middle income status afforded Grenada and many other small states, without consideration to our specific vulnerabilities, continues to hinder our ability to access concessionary and grant financing. We continue to call for a new multi-vulnerable index, which will eliminate the threat to our economic development and security. And we encourage the submission of additional proposals that seek to address similar challenges that prevent our countries from moving forward on equal footing. Mr. President, the United Nations system over the last 77 years has contributed immensely to humanity. It is now time to consider strategic transformation if we are to achieve the goals set out in the 2030 Agenda and safeguard our planet for future generations. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance and Minister for National Security, Home Affairs, Public Administration, Information and Disaster Management of Grenada for the statement just made. And I request for the statement just made, and I request Protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Dimitar Korachevsky, Prime Minister of the Republic of North Macedonia. I request Protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Dimitar Korachevsky, Prime Minister of the Republic.
Dear President of the United Nations General Assembly, dear Secretary General of the United Nations, dear heads of state and colleagues, heads of government, ladies and gentlemen. Our strength is in our unity. This lesson, that together we can achieve much more than alone, is a lesson that the world of today is learning in unanticipated circumstances in the 21st century. First the pandemic, and now the cruel war in Ukraine. Now and in the future, the democratic world needs unity in overcoming the globally spread consequences that countries in Europe or worldwide are facing. As of the start of making joint and united efforts in response to the start of the war, the Republic of North Macedonia immediately and decisively aligned itself with the European Union foreign policy and that of the democratic world. We joined global efforts in response to the war as a country committed to peace and to finding dialogue-based solutions, as a country fully dedicated to European values. In doing so, we relied on our own experiences and lessons, learned according to which peace, strength, and progress can be achieved only with unity. We learned this lesson both when we peacefully declared independence in 1991 and in 2001, when we rose above the internal interethnic conflict, while today we rely on our experiences in pursuing our established concept of one society for all, setting thus an example of a functional multi-ethnic democracy, while being a significant factor of stability in the Western Balkans and consequently in Europe as well, which on its part makes us a reliable partner of the international democratic community. Functional solutions that work in a small area, always serve as a roadmap to finding solutions in the global setting. No matter how many challenges arise in a given wide geographic area, they do erupt in a certain smaller area, becoming then a potential global threat. That point of eruption today is an independent and sovereign state, Ukraine, whose citizens are faced with an unacceptable and unjustifiable aggression by the Russian Federation. There are two especially concerning aspects which demand our full attention. One of them is related to the fact that a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council committed the aggression, the Russian Federation. The fact that a country has decided to resolve a challenge using force, despite being a member of an organization which is founded on the commitment to preserving world peace, runs contrary to all the endeavors and commitments of the civilized world to putting an end to all forms of actions which cause loss of human life and jeopardize the global peace. Furthermore, the demonstration of a force by a geographically larger country against a geographically smaller country which is committed to fostering and sharing democratic values is a dangerous and impermissible precedent. In simple terms, everything must be done in order to prevent that this become a practice in this world we share, where there are geographically smaller and bigger countries. As we can see, problems are multidimensional and affect us all. These are challenges we all face in the most severe winter we have ahead of us since World War II, to ensure availability of food and energy for our citizens. Therefore, we must search for solutions acting in unison. Response or solutions to interlocking challenges is the essential topic of this debate. That is, that solutions are to be found in solidarity. Solutions must be sustainable and science-based. Speaking about sustainability, I believe we should take into consideration another bitter experience from the war in Ukraine. The struggle for peace is ongoing, and peace necessitates continual dedication to mutual understanding, vigilance, and prompt actions. Dear colleagues, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to convey a clear message from my country. The unprovoked aggression by the Russian Federation against Ukraine is a gross violation of the United Nations Charter and of international law norms and principles. The aggression cannot be justified or relativized. The Russian Federation must put an immediate end to the aggression and withdraw its troops from Ukraine. History teaches us that no problem can be resolved by using force. Putting an end to the aggression is the necessary precondition in order to open the only feasible way of finding a solution, and that is diplomacy and dialogue. The latter can and must be the sole mechanism for settling disputes and resolving differences between countries. The uncertainty of food and energy supply will deepen differences at the global level between the rich North and the poor South, and will bring millions of people at the brink of their existence, even being threatened with hunger. We will all feel the impact, both economically more developed and economically less developed countries. We must rely on lessons learned from the pandemic. That is, international solidarity is not to be guided by the fact whether solidarity is needed among the better developed countries or is required among less developed countries. This especially if we want to prevent the rise of new challenges ensuing from the growing dissatisfaction of citizens in global terms. The pandemic reminded us that we all are equal when faced with a common, in this case invisible enemy that took millions of human lives worldwide. The pandemic also brought to light the importance of solidarity and unity, transposed into concrete international cooperation. These are the principles that should guide our future actions when facing present and future challenges. In the specific context of overcoming the consequences of the war in Ukraine, it is necessary to double the efforts in enhancing international solidarity and mutual assistance on equal footing, both in the European Union, where the Ukraine war impact is one of the largest scopes, but also worldwide. This particularly applies to finding viable solutions to overcome challenges relating to energy supply, but food as well. In this context, I would like to underscore the important active role of Secretary General Guterres, as well as of Turkey mediating in the exports of wheat from Ukraine. Ladies and gentlemen, developments in and surrounding Ukraine have pushed numerous other conflicts worldwide in the background. However, the focus on such conflicts must remain sharp. Terrorism in all its forms is still a global threat jeopardizing the entire humanity. Numerous hybrid threats cause great concern and distress. Fake news and the possibility provided by social network, that is, by internet communication, that such news is spread on a mass scale is a challenge facing the entire democratic world. Authoritarian tendencies disguised under the veil of disindigenous patriotism pose a serious threat to human rights and freedoms and prompt potential instabilities. We also face burning climate change issue, despite all endeavors for putting up a joint and united front in saving our planet Earth. The recent catastrophic floods in Pakistan are but one of the last visible consequences in the series of extreme natural disasters worldwide occurring due to climate change. Losing biodiversity, air pollution, and the lack of water impose themselves as priority threats, not only against the environment and ecosystem, but also against people's lives. And such a situation will persist until every individual becomes fully aware that nature is not ours, but is part of us, and we should treat it as such. All these problems demand concrete actions founded on intensified and consolidated efforts that would be focused both on prevention and on finding solutions. Conflicts, instability, violence, climate change cause the spread of grave poverty for millions of people, as well as displacement of population, which is growing into an exodus. Immigration waves we faced in past years coming from Syria and Afghanistan are not winding down. Now we also have millions of refugees from Ukraine. The Republic of North Macedonia opened its doors to citizens of Ukraine, who forced to flee their homelands sought refuge in our country. This is a good opportunity that we duly commend countries worldwide that receive the largest numbers of refugees, as well as a substantial number of citizens throughout the world who work every day to provide care for refugees and help those in need. My country, the Republic of North Macedonia, using its available capacities, remains committed to honoring international commitments in the humanitarian area. In order that we successfully deal with and manage immigration diverse types, it is necessary to strengthen the awareness that it is a matter of global challenge, which necessitates coordinated activities in pursuance with the shared responsibility principle. Dear colleagues, we learn from experience that no problem is a minor problem. Every minor problem has the potential of growing into a more difficult and larger scale problem. However, our coming together these days at the seat of United Nations serves as a good reminder that strength and solutions can be achieved by uniting ourselves in support of genuine values. Multilateralism and respect for established rules and obligations, starting with the United Nations Charter, are the only way of providing the much-needed predictability in international relations. We are building our future now, today and together, despite all deficiencies of international mechanisms. Multilateralism and United Nations, as its most visible and recognized form, having the universal mission of preserving the peace, are still the key important catalyst encouraging joint efforts towards better, safer and more just world. Global challenges require global response. No country could deal with 21st century problems acting on its own. Now, more than ever, we need to demonstrate that multilateralism works and gives results in times of crisis. In this context, the report, Our Common Agenda, by Secretary General Guterres, is to be our roadmap in pursuing global governance reforms, which would open the way for the United Nations multilateral central system to adapt to the future and be able to contribute to joint endeavors. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, of course, remains the starting point in pursuing global actions. This agenda not only addresses chronic and persistent problems of poverty and inequitable development, but it can also serve as a platform for finding solutions for all other problems, starting with the necessity that we unite standing behind a new agenda for peace, while placing the human dimension in the focus of technological development in the digital era. The Republic of North Macedonia works intensively to accomplish the Millennium Development Goals and support all efforts aimed at making the United Nations stronger and more efficient. In pursuing the Millennium Development Goals, as well as other development activities in the national, regional and global settings, we need to ground ourselves on the supposition that we owe it to young generations to provide them with conditions for progress. Young people, their access to modern, forward-looking education and resolution of problems they face must be the center of our attention and our political engagement in the coming years. In this respect, I should like to emphasize that for the second consecutive years, a youth delegate from the Republic of North Macedonia participates in the work of the General Assembly. Dear friends, on January 1st, 2023, the Republic of North Macedonia will have the honor of taking over the chairmanship of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, the largest regional security organization. This brings great responsibility, especially taking into consideration that my country is taking over the OSCE chairmanship at the times when there is a military aggression in Europe, along with all ensuing consequences for the peace and security in the OSCE area and wider. Yet, I am confident that we will successfully justify the trust bestowed upon us. North Macedonia has sometimes been the beneficiary of mediation security mechanism, including the United Nations Peace Mission, and has had first-hand experience with the benefits of peace-building efforts in the international community. Relying on such community, we stand ready to contribute to strengthening and developing the security in the wider context. As of 2023, OSCE chair, we will be fully committed to the noble mission of serving peace and security as a precondition for economic and social development, and I am confident that we will contribute to advancing multilateral security mechanism. Our confidence is based on our practices of living together in unity and the related benefits in the national, regional and international setting. Today, I am representing before all of you a country in which all ethnic communities have equal constitutionally guaranteed rights and obligations. We are working to make the Republic of North Macedonia a civic, democratic society in which differences are regarded as an enriching advantage and not as an obstacle. Standing united as a multi-ethnic functional democracy today, we are a successful example of a mini-Europe on the Balkans. However, having in mind the significance of a mutual understanding, respect and support, which prompt and motivate unity, working together with our two neighbors Albania and Serbia, we have established the Open Balkan Initiative. Today, this initiative has grown into a successful example of regional interconnectivity. It has also contributed to our shared commitment to removing unnecessary barriers for movement of people, trade, transport of goods and provision of services. In the present circumstances, the initiative has enabled us to ensure availability of food for our citizens based on our agreement to help each other if faced with lack of food on our respective domestic markets as a consecutive of the global crisis. as a consequence of the global crisis. We have furthermore agreed that there will be no bans on trade in basic agriculture and food products. We are also intensively considering options for cross-border trade in electricity and providing assistance with the various energy sources, as part of our effort to overcome the serious energy situation the entire world is facing. We are also developing good neighborly relations with a keen sense of responsibility and by way of dialogue convinced that safeguarding national and state interests does not run contrary to wider scope integration processes and advanced cooperation with countries in our neighborhood. Quite the contrary, self-affirmation finds its most relevant and appropriate reflection in a wider community of shared values. Guided by these policies of building bridges while employing functional diplomacy, dialogue and understanding, we have succeeded in accomplishing the strategic goal of becoming part of NATO, and today we are a proud, fully fledged member of the alliance. After a long 17 years since we were granted EU membership candidate status, we have started accession negotiations with the European Union. My country attaches particular importance to our speedy EU integration. We work with dedication and persistence to undertake all steps required for the accomplishment of my country's second strategic goal. Citizens of North Macedonia have waited far too long for this moment, and I acknowledge and understand the frustration and fatigue that they feel walking on this long road to Europe. But we don't have any other alternative to reach our goal of better living standards, and that no one promised us the road would be easy. In fact, despite the difficulties, the EU still represents the best option for our future and our children's future. We don't have the opportunity and the privilege to give it up. Now is the time to continue with full power forward and even double speed. I would like to underscore that the EU membership of the Republic of North Macedonia is of essential importance also for the European Union itself, especially in the new circumstances in the global context, in which such a message of encouragement, that the enlargement process continues and awaits the entire region, which no matter the progressive leadership is not immune to global challenges. This especially in conditions in which the European integration and democratic path of the Western Balkans countries should and must be ensured as a contribution to the European peace. The story of my homeland, the Republic of North Macedonia, which 2 weeks ago celebrated 31 years of independence, is a story of peace, cooperation and understanding, employing which it was established, while dealing with challenges and overcoming threats both for our internal stability and on our way to international integration. Thus, I should like to underline that we are solution-oriented, working together in facing challenges that do not recognize state borders, ethnic, linguistic, religious, or any other differences. Dear friends, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I am especially honored and pleased that as the Prime Minister of the Republic of North Macedonia, I have the opportunity of addressing you for the first time here at the United Nations, the organization that is the guardian of peace, solidarity and prosperity. I would like to offer my appreciation to Mr. Abdullah Shahid, President of the 76th General Assembly, for his successful work. I am confident that Mr. Tsaba Koroshi, who took over the presidency of the 77th General Assembly, will be equally successful. The pandemic and the war in Ukraine have brought to light human weaknesses or fragility even in this modern 21st century. Yet, as the pandemic has also demonstrated the power of innovation and the capability of science to quickly produce the necessary vaccines, humanity must also continue relying on science and keep believing in its humanistic foundations and capabilities and peace. We are all in the same boat, and we have no other choice except to treat each other with solidarity and work in unity, defending and advancing fundamental values of freedom and peace throughout the world. Peace is reached by making compromises, but peace is preserved with mutual understanding. Thank you for your attention. Long live Republic of North Macedonia.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of North Macedonia for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Mokgweetsi Majoro, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Lesotho. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have a great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Moketsi Majoro, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Lesotho. I invite him to address the Assembly.
Your Excellency, Mr. Saba Korosi, President of the 77th session of the General Assembly, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and of Government, Your Excellency, Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, at the very outset, allow me to congratulate you on your well-deserved election to the office of the President of the General Assembly for the 77th session. Mr. President, your illustrious career as a diplomat assures us of a successful session. I assure you of my delegation's full support and cooperation during your tenure of office. I also wish to commend your predecessor, His Excellency Mr. Abdullah Shahid, for his stewardship in discharging his duties during the previous session. To Secretary General Guterres, I extend my country's gratitude and support for the tireless efforts in the daunting task of finding lasting solutions to the persistent problems that face our organization. We particularly commend you for the wide-ranging reform efforts to equip the organization to provide more effective support for member states across the spectrum of the challenges they face, including stronger partnerships for the 2030 agenda. We welcome our Common Agenda report, which focuses on the next 25 years and represents your vision on the future of global cooperation through reinvigorated multilateralism within the United Nations at the center, with the United Nations at the center of our efforts. Mr. President, Excellencies, from the humble beginnings of a fledgling organization more than 7 decades ago to a massive expansion in membership today, the United Nations has undoubtedly stood the test of time. Our organization has witnessed several changes in the configuration of international relations. Some were traumatic, while others were benign. The survival of the UN through all those tribulations testifies to its resilience and the enduring validity of its mission. Some of the great strides that the United Nations has made span peaceful settlement of disputes, restoring calm in many countries through peacekeeping, decolonization, raising awareness of human rights, and eradicating diseases. Despite these laudable achievements, numerous challenges still remain in the path towards assuring humanity of a bright, prosperous, dignified, and secure future. The continuous eruption of armed conflicts throughout the world, terrorism, climate change, diseases, and the lingering effects of economic and financial crisis, and many others continue to transcend our borders and have remained in the foreground of international relations and preoccupied the international community. It is in this context that we welcome the theme for our general debate today, a watershed moment, transformative solutions to interlocking challenges. Mr. President, we are living in uncertain times. The COVID-19 pandemic has changed the nature of multilateral engagement, diplomacy, business, and of basic human interaction. The pandemic has not only hastened the pace and scale of digital revolution, but has also increased the gap between the haves and the have-nots, and furthermore exposed our vulnerability as Africa's landlocked, least developed country. We therefore need to make concerted efforts to protect lives and empower the citizenry across the globe through innovation and digital technologies to achieve sustainable recovery. It is of paramount importance for us as African leaders to be proactive in investing in research and development in readiness for a certain future pandemic. At the same time, the implementation of Sustainable Development Goals, which was already anemic prior to 2020, has been aggravated by the pandemic. The expectation of the international community was to intensify the decade of action to achieve the goals. But certainly, we find ourselves in a prolonged period of recovery. As we ushered in the new 17 Sustainable Development Goals on 1st January 2016, member states were optimistic that the better life for all was in sight. However, the 2030 deadline for the achievement of the SDGs is gradually approaching, yet there is still no significant progress in their attainment due to several factors that have adversely affected implementation. In addition to the pandemic, this includes unpredictable global shocks, including wars, climate-related events, and lack of predictable financing. The environment in which we operate is significantly less favorable than it was when we began 6 years ago. Our room to maneuver is much more constrained today. Nevertheless, our quest to pursue a sustainable future must never wane. Unless we can work towards the SDGs in a true spirit of partnership, where each partner lives up to expectations, the decade of action will end as a decade of disappointment. As Secretary General stated during the election of the President of the General Assembly in June this year, the 77th session can be a moment of transformation, a time to recalibrate multilateralism and strengthen the foundations of global cooperation. In this regard, I appeal to all member states to use the 77th session to renew their determination to work together for the benefit of mankind and to recommit themselves to the cardinal principle of multilateralism. The role of multilateralism and the United Nations has therefore become ever more important. It is morally imperative that we unite our wills and pool our efforts for the well-being of humanity. Mr. President, just recently, Lesotho was among the 45 countries that presented their voluntary national reviews during the high-level political forum on sustainable development. Among other things, our review highlighted the pressing challenge of climate change, which has a direct bearing on food insecurity and poverty, not only in my country, but in Africa as a whole. Climate change destroys our ecosystems and results in land degradation, as well as contribute to the decline of agricultural productivity, which is the mainstay of small economies. In this connection, my delegation calls upon all member states to use the COP27 meeting to be held on African soil this time around as an opportune time to address Africa's challenges on climate change, as well as support our needs and priorities in the form of affordable and sustainable energy, capacity adaptation, and mitigation. We disagreed for far too long on the subject of climate change until we were confronted by the clearing and compelling scientific evidence that the link between global warming and human activity is indisputable. Certainly, catastrophes have begun to hit, mostly affecting the poorest and most vulnerable countries. While we appreciate that there are resources aimed at helping developing countries to mitigate and adapt to the impacts of climate change, we are concerned that such funds are very difficult to access. The global climate finance architecture is complex, with variable structures of governance and modalities. Some finance is channeled through multilateral agencies, sometimes even outside the funding mechanisms of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, and some flows through bilateral development assistance institutions, thereby making coordination very difficult. Lesotho calls on the international community and our development partners to simplify the accessibility of funds earmarked for climate change. Mr. President, the state of peace and security in the world is gradually getting worse, with recurring conflicts and eruption of new ones in many parts of the world. The emergence of new extremist groups and terrorist entities has not only compounded the problem, but is a stark reminder that we must act collectively to discharge the moral responsibility resting on us to ensure that people everywhere enjoy the right to peace and enjoy the right to development and the sanctity of life. The use of military force alone as a strategy for combating terrorism has never been panacea for eradicating that menace. Terrorism requires a holistic approach that addresses its root causes. Similarly, we as leaders should not turn a blind eye on the plight of civilians in all conflict areas. The international community should be consistent in dealing with the humanitarian crisis in different parts of the world. We do not derive any comfort, Mr. President, from the simmering trade and political tensions between two of the founding members of the United Nations, namely the United States of America and the People's Republic of China. We must remember that we came together as members of the United Nations under the premise that we are all peace-loving nations. The United Nations Charter enjoins us to practice tolerance and live together in peace with one another as good neighbors, and to unite our strength to maintain international peace and security, and to employ international machinery for the promotion of economic and social advancement of our peoples. In this regard, we call upon these two great nations to show their fidelity to the principles underpinning our organization and to resolve their differences amicably. Military power and aggression can never beget peace. In the same vein, the ongoing war in Ukraine and other parts of the world inflicts a reputational carnage on our beloved organization. Whereas peaceful settlement of disputes lies at the heart of the work of the United Nations, we have, however, not sufficiently utilized tools at our disposal, such as mediation for solving conflicts between and among member states. Some take sides and support conflicts in one form or another, while others remain in hibernation. Lesotho therefore wishes to implore the United Nations, particularly the Security Council, to live up to its charter and be an honest and impartial mediator in conflicts. The resolution of international disputes based on dialogue, justice, and the equality of all states must be at the heart of that strategy if it is to succeed. We must shun those who fan the flames of discord amongst us, and indeed we must not allow ourselves to entertain any thoughts that through divisions there will be one side that will win. We will all perish and be on the precipice. We are mindful, however, that it will be difficult for the Security Council to effectively discharge its mandate while it remains an epitome of the 1945 architecture of the world as seen by the victors of the Second World War. The reform of the United Nations, including the Security Council, can no longer be delayed. A reformed, transparent, and more democratic United Nations, in which Africa is represented along the lines of the Ezulwini Consensus, is necessary for preserving international peace and security and for confronting the challenges of development. All member states need to garner the necessary political will to advance the intergovernmental negotiations on the Security Council reform. We note with satisfaction the statement by President Biden, delivered before this August House, on the 21st of September 2022, in which he clearly articulated America's support for representation of Africa and other underrepresented regions in the United Nations Security Council, particularly in the permanent category. Let us make the 77th session one for decisive action on this matter. Mr. President, today we see the heightened geopolitical tensions that have led to the re-emergence of protectionist trade policies. The economic war in terms of sanctions has the potential to make global supply chains less efficient, subtracting from long-term growth and adding pressures on prices. This state of affairs flies in the face of the resolve of the representatives who gathered in San Francisco to finalize the Charter of the United Nations more than 7 decades ago, and who dreamed of a world of equality and shared prosperity. They renounced a vision of a world of unilaterally imposed economic sanctions and financial blockages against others, or one in which peoples are denied their right to self-determination or were subjected to occupation. It would therefore be remiss of me not to unequivocally call for the lifting of all economic and political sanctions against Zimbabwe. In the like manner, we express solidarity with the tenacious people of Cuba for having endured economic sanctions for so many years. We are confident that the United States of America, under the leadership of President Biden, will revisit its position on the embargo against the Republic of Cuba, and expand cooperation with Cuba on areas of mutual interest, including on trade and commerce, for the benefit of the peoples of both countries. This, the United States did in 2016 through the Presidential Policy Directive, and it can surely do it again. We also want to express our unwavering solidarity with the people of Western Sahara, who have languished under the hegemony of colonialism for far too long. I also wish to underline, in particular, the General Assembly Resolution 40/50 of 2nd December 1985, in terms of which the Assembly reaffirmed the fact that the question of Western Sahara was a question of decolonization, which remained to be completed on the basis of the exercise by the people of Western Sahara of their inalienable right to self-determination and independence. Equally, the United Nations Security Council, in its resolution 1920 of 2010, 1979 of 2011, and 2044 of 2012, recognized that the consolidation of the status quo in Western Sahara was unacceptable and called for an intensified pace of meetings and strengthening of contacts between the parties in order to advance the organization of the referendum. We call upon the international community to intensify efforts to bring to an end the question of Western Sahara. In the same vein, we express our unwavering support for the people of Palestine. Since the founding of the UN, the question of Palestine has been at the center of the agenda of our organization. Yet today, the Palestinian territory still remains under foreign occupation, and its people endure untold pain and suffering. We call on the United Nations to intensify its efforts to achieve a comprehensive, just, and lasting settlement of the question of Palestine. Mr. President, allow me to conclude my remarks by pointing out that the regime of the Charter of the United Nations has so far done its part in preventing a third world war, thereby fulfilling one of the dreams of the architects of our beloved organization. The continued success and the relevance of the United Nations will depend in large measure on its capacity for self-renewal and in readiness to meet modern-day challenges. We, the United Nations, should continue to be the voice of the voiceless and the best hope for all mankind. Now is the time for leaders everywhere to join the race for transformative action that can drive peace, democracy, respect for human rights, and the rule of law, as well as human dignity, economic competitiveness, and sustainable prosperity for all. Lesotho will continue to be persistent and a resilient part of that initiative. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Lesotho for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. And now the Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Adriano Afonso Malayane, Prime Minister of the Republic of Mozambique. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have a great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Adriano Afonso Malayane, Prime Minister of the Republic of Mozambique, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General of the United Nations, His Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, distinguished Heads of Delegations, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am highly honored to participate in this 77th session of the General Assembly on behalf of His Excellency Felipe Jacinto Nyusi, President of the Republic of Mozambique, who, for agenda reasons, cannot be present. I would like to congratulate His Excellency Ambassador Kisaba Korosi upon his election as President of the current session of the United Nations General Assembly. I wish him much success in this mission. Let me also commend the work done by your predecessor, His Excellency Mr. Abdullah Shahid. Under his presidency, we have strengthened multilateral mechanisms in support of member states to address global challenges such as COVID-19. To His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, United Nations Secretary General, go our words of appreciation for the wise manner in which he led the work of our organization. Allow me also, on behalf of the Mozambican people, to thank you all, United Nations member states, for the support which contributed for the election of Mozambique as non-permanent member of the Security Council for the term 2023-2024. This election, we take it with great responsibility, basing on the motto of our candidacy, international peace and security and sustainable development. We will advocate for the dialogue and for the peaceful resolution of conflicts, for the promotion of peace, for the fight against terrorism, as well as for the role of multilateralism as an important tool to address the current challenges of the world. Mr. President, Excellencies, the theme of current session of the General Assembly reveals that the world is going through adverse and challenging situations, characterized by a multiplicity of crises that are interlinked. And among them, we can highlight COVID-19, climate change, and humanitarian crises with their negative effects on the global economy. The emergence of new outbreaks of internal tensions and interstate conflicts, terrorism, international organized crime are affecting negatively the economic and social development of our countries. They are aggravating the food, energy, and humanitarian crises. They are affecting negatively the functioning of the supply chain in international markets. That is why Mozambique advocates for the need of a constructive dialogue and concerted multilateral actions, as these are the only avenues for the preservation of peace and the continued promotion of the sustainable development of our countries. Ladies and gentlemen, for Mozambique, the Sustainable Development Goals 2030 will guide us in the search of collective solutions to problems of this time of change, which is also the theme of this session. According to our experience, the incorporation of SDGs into the priorities and pillars of our governance program has brought significant positive results in the household incomes and the fight against poverty, including the increase of productivity in agriculture and the development of the entire value chain. Also, drinking water for the population, in particular in rural areas, population with access to electricity, coverage of the primary, secondary, technical, professional, and higher education schools, rates of access and retention of girls in school, particularly in rural areas, and primary health care and vaccination programs for children, as well as maternal and child health care. It is also remarkable the expansion of services in the administration of justice, ensuring improved access to justice for citizens. We have also been promoting actions in the area of the blue economy, as well as in the protection and conservation of the environment and ecosystems. However, our experience also shows that we need to rethink the multilateral institutional financing model that will allow more resources to be mobilized to complement internal efforts to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Ladies and gentlemen, in the context of the prevention and combat of COVID-19, the government of Mozambique has adopted a set of measures to contain the spread of the pandemic in order to ensure the balance between saving human lives and keeping the economy running. Among these measures, we undertook massive vaccination campaigns against the disease, and so far, 96.6% of Mozambican citizens over 18 years of age have been vaccinated. Excellencies, there are lessons we draw from the fight and prevention of COVID-19 for each of our countries. I would highlight the need to have national health systems prepared to respond to health crises, which involves the provision and universal access to medical equipment and means necessary for prevention and treatment.
De responder efetivamente às emergências da saúde pública. Reforço a educação e formação profissional de
strengthening education and training of health professionals, and strengthening bilateral and multilateral cooperation, as well as greater interaction and dialogue between public and private actors to respond more effectively to crises with global impact. Mr. President, Excellencies, climate change places Mozambique under permanent surveillance. In recent times, our country has been cyclically and intensively affected by depressions, tropical cyclones, rains, and strong winds, floods and droughts that have caused loss of human lives, displacement of persons, extensive damage to infrastructure, and socio-economic activities. Just between 2019 and 2022, Mozambique was hit by cyclones Idai, Kenneth, Gwambe, Shalan, Ana, and Gombe. In order to respond to the challenges related to the reduction and risk management of natural disasters, Mozambique, in coordination with the countries of the southern region of Africa and cooperation partners, established in 2021 in the Nacala Porto, north of the country, the Center for Humanitarian and Emergency Operations of the Southern African Development Community. This center is aimed to provide SADC countries with tools and institutions capable of responding to and mitigating the impacts of climate change and other emergencies requiring rapid, coordinated, and timely intervention in any member state. Mozambique is committed to continue strengthening climate security, including advocacy and dissemination of good environmental protection practices, management, and risk reduction of natural disasters. These actions reinforce the role that His Excellency Felipe Jacinto Nyusi, President of the Republic of Mozambique, has been playing in his capacity as champion of disaster risk management in Africa, a mission assigned by the African Union. In this vein, we call on the international community to join our efforts so that we continue to build resilience and adaptation capacity to address the effects of climate change, in line with the commitments made in the Paris Agreement and the Sendai Framework. Mr. President, Excellencies, with regards to consolidation of national peace and reconciliation, Mozambique has made remarkable progress in the process of disarmament, demobilization, and reintegration of former Renamo guerrillas. To date, 4,002 former Renamo guerrillas of a total of 5,221 have been covered by this process. We foresee by the end of this year the conclusion of the DDR process, which will be an important milestone in the implementation of the National Peace and Reconciliation Agreement signed on August 6, 2019, between the government of Mozambique and Renamo. With the completion of this stage, we will focus on long-term reintegration and more effective reconciliation, which is crucial to ensure the sustainability of the peace process and the consolidation of national unity. The remarkable progress we are making in the DDR is due to the valuable assistance and support of the United Nations and the Contact Group. To prevent terrorist actions in some states in the province of Cabo Delgado, the government has adopted a broad approach to reinforce the forces of defense, to stabilize the situation and create a situation to provide for the socio-economic development and reduce vulnerability factors of communities to terrorism. Thanks to the actions undertaken by Mozambique, combined with the support and assistance of multilateral and bilateral cooperation partners, including SADC, the European Union, and Rwanda, we have made progress in combating terrorism. Mozambique's approach is a pioneering one in terms of concerted regional action to address the global threat of terrorism. The ongoing actions on the ground are enabling the re-establishment of security and consequently the gradual return of the population to their areas of origin and the resumption of economic and social activity in the regions previously affected by terrorist actions. And this through the implementation of the Cabo Delgado reconstruction program. So I wish to express our appreciation to all those who directly or indirectly have supported Mozambique in the prevention and combat against terrorism, in providing humanitarian assistance, and in rebuilding the economic and social fabric of the affected areas. Mr. President, Excellency, at the service of the Security Council as non-permanent member, I reaffirm Mozambique's commitment to the principles and objectives of the United Nations. We will listen and work in close collaboration and coordination with all UN member states. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Mozambique for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
Together, no country is in the UN.
Vulnerable group dedication
resolution.
Encourage the optimization of resources for. Thank you very much.
Agradezco al vice.
I thank the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs of Thailand. I now give the floor to His Excellency Demeke Mekonnen Hassan, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs of Ethiopia.
Excellency, President of the General Assembly, Excellency, Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, the peace-loving people of our world, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. President, I congratulate you and your country, Hungary, on your election as the President of the General Assembly. I would also like to thank His Excellency Abdullah Shahid for his service and leadership during the 76th General Assembly. I have the greatest honor to speak before this august assembly representing my country, Ethiopia.
We are at a historic crossroads in the evolution of our multilateral system. Humanity is facing multiple and complex challenges ranging from climate change, extreme poverty, conflicts, terrorism, and geopolitical tensions. The consequences of these global challenges are of epic proportions and leave adverse socio-political impacts across the world. Nevertheless, international cooperation is not at a level near the gravity of the challenge. Although climate change and the resulting extreme weather conditions occur throughout the globe, the crisis largely affects the minimally resilient and the least responsible for causing the problem. A case in point is our region, the Horn of Africa, which in some part is highly hit by record-level drought while sustaining extreme flooding in other parts. Mr. President, climate disaster and its insufferable impacts are preventable. I therefore make an urgent call to all states gathered here to translate rhetoric into action. We must realize our climate finance commitments to build resilience and mitigate impact. We should act to meet our emission reduction targets. This requires focused coordination, non-politicization, avoidance of securitization, and good faith cooperation among all stakeholders. I must emphasize, Africa is not responsible for the historic emissions that caused the climate crisis. Yet, we are the ones making the most tangible contribution to mitigate the impacts of climate change. In Ethiopia, our afforestation program, the Ethiopian Green Legacy initiative, saw the planting of billions of seedlings and created a strong culture of afforestation. We are also on a path to sustainable energy transformation and green growth. These proactive programs deserve recognition and tangible support. Mr. President, we have a shared planet and a common destiny. Overcoming our collective challenges require concerted efforts and trusted global leadership. We are gathered here because our forefathers, learning from the tragic episodes of human history, decided to establish the United Nations as the guardian of peace. However, we are yet to achieve true universality in the main organs of the United Nations. Africa has no permanent seats at the UN Security Council. Our quest for African solutions to African problems is yet to be given the respect and support it deserves. We believe these considerations underpin the credibility of the Council in the continent. African problems are sustainably addressed when approached in the true context of the region and take full account of the strategic interests and aspirations of the countries concerned. It is only when we do this and uphold regional solutions we could start reducing the proliferation and overextended study of African issues in the UN Security Council. Mr. President, for the past 4 years, Ethiopia has made significant progress in its socio-economic development and democratization. These years have also been compounded by challenges that tested our survival as a nation. In November 2020, the most heinous and treasonous attack was waged against the Ethiopian National Defense Force that protected not only the peace and stability of Ethiopia, but also helped keep peace in other countries on behalf of the United Nations and the African Union. The criminal group that remains hell-bent in destroying societal foundation of our country colluded with external actors opposed to our development aspirations. The insecurity this group created has been very tragic and costly. Yet, the government of Ethiopia has earnestly tried to avoid this conflict. Regrettably, our efforts to prevent the conflict from igniting were not successful. Thanks to the resolve and determination of Ethiopians, the designs of our adversaries against Ethiopia's progress have been frustrated. We have also paved a path for peace and recovery, relying on the ability of the peace-loving people of Ethiopia to reconcile, make peace among ourselves, and start the process of healing. We thus call for support to our agenda for peace, reconciliation, and reconstruction. We also urge respect for and support to the EU-led peace process. Any other approach, including the politicization of human rights and unilateral coercive measures will not yield any positive outcome. Mr. President, the past year has also been a milestone for my country and we believe to the entire Nile River Basin. Our project, the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, commenced lighting our homes and fulfilling our intergenerational aspiration. All the glory and gratitude go to the people of Ethiopia who financed this project. The dividend goes far and wide to the entire region. Taking this opportunity, I reiterate Ethiopia's commitment to equity and cooperation in the use of transboundary rivers and shared prosperity with all riparian countries. We will continue in good faith the trilateral negotiation under the auspices of the African Union to reach a mutually acceptable outcome. Mr. President, over the past 3 years, the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals encountered serious setbacks. The global COVID-19 pandemic has tested our health system. Global trade in goods and services was halted, causing a great deal of loss to our economies. The response by international financial institutions has been below the required level and did not account for the special vulnerability of least developed countries. As the Secretary General of the United Nations put it, it is necessary to turbocharge the implementation of the SDGs. We call for enhanced focus and support to national efforts to improve agricultural and manufacturing productivity, increase investment, facilitate technology transfer, foster fair trade, redouble debt cancellation, and restructuring and enhance international finance for national priority projects. Furthermore, we should enhance the efforts to combat illicit financial flows, unlawful extradition and trade of minerals and corruption. Africa's youthful population and its vast natural resources should be a source of growth and better jobs. Africa can be the showcase for green and sustainable development. It can feed and power itself and the world. This requires reform of the global financial architecture to ensure more equitable, speedy, and collaborative cooperation based on the needs and potential of least developed countries. More importantly, we must actively support governments that work to create a conducive environment for the prosperity of their countries. In addition, Africa's effort to chart its destiny must not be complicated by big power competition. Mr. President, allow me to conclude by re-emphasizing the need to scale up international cooperation. The gravity of the challenge we face today demands us to come together in search of collective solution. We need more, not less, multilateralism. We shall continue to uphold our cardinal principles of independence, impartiality, integrity, non-interference, sovereign equality, and non-selective to maintain a working multilateral system rooted in the Charter of the United Nations. We need to reform our global institutions to reflect current realities. We need to make them more representative and responsive to the demands of the time. Only through genuine solidarity and concerted action could we ensure collective security and prosperity. I thank you all for your attention and wish you, Mr. President, a successful term of office. I thank you. አመሰግናለሁ።
Agradezco al
I thank the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs of Ethiopia.
Doy ahora la palabra.
I now give the floor to His Excellency Sergei Lavrov, Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation.
Madam President, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, we are meeting at a difficult, a dramatic moment. The crises are growing, and the situation in the area of international security is deteriorating rapidly. Instead of having an honest dialogue and looking for compromises, what we're dealing with is disinformation, coarse stagings and provocations. The Western line here undermines the trust in international institutions as bodies where interests are agreed. It also undermines trust in international law as a guarantee of fairness and protecting the weak against the strong. The negative tendencies we're witnessing within the UN in a concentrated fashion too. At the UN, which rose from the rubble of German fascism and Japanese militarism and was created to develop friendly relations amongst its members and to prevent conflict among them. The future of the world order is being decided today, and it is clear to any impartial objective. The question is whether or not it is going to be the kind of order with one hegemon at the head of it, making everyone else living, following his notorious rules of benefit to that hegemon only, or are we going to have a democratic, fair world without blackmail and without setting fear into the unwanted, without neo-Nazism and neo-colonialism? We made a firm choice for the latter, and together with partners and like-minded people, calling upon everyone to work for its implementation. What is receding into the past is a unipolar model of world development which served the interests of the 1 golden billion, and its overconsumption level came from the resources of Asia, Africa, and Latin America. Today, we're witnessing sovereign states ready to defend their national interests, and this results in the creation of an equal, socially oriented, and sustainable multipolar architecture. But the objective geopolitical processes are being seen by Washington and fully subjugated to it. The elites of Western countries are considered by them as a threat to their dominating position. The United States and allies want to stop the march of history. So at some point in the past, declaring that they were victorious in the Cold War, Washington erected themselves into an almost envoy of God on earth, without any obligations, but only the sacred right to act with impunity wherever they want. And this can be done anywhere against any state, especially if they're somehow displeased, the self-proclaimed masters of the world. And we do recall the wars of aggressions very far from American shores in Yugoslavia, in Iraq, and Libya, which claimed many hundred thousands of peaceful lives. Were the truly legitimate interests of the West were impacted in any one of those countries? Was English banned or any other language of NATO countries banned there? Mass media, culture? Were the Anglo-Saxons declared to be subhuman, or heavy weaponry was used against them? So what is the outcome of the adventurism of the United States in the Middle East? Has a human rights situation improved? Is the rule of law better? The socioeconomic situation may perhaps have stabilized, or people's livelihood is better? Name a country where Washington interfered by force and where, as a result of that, life improved. Trying to restore a one-polar model under the slogan of a rules-based order, West is introducing dividing lines everywhere along the lines of a confrontation between blocs. You're either with us or against us. There is no third option possible. There are no compromises. Continuing with the course to spread NATO to the east and bringing the military infrastructure of NATO to the borders of Russia, the United States now have the goal of subjugating the Asian areas. At the June summit of NATO in Madrid, this self-proclaimed defensive alliance declared the indivisible security of Euro-Atlantic and India and Pacific. And under the slogan of India-Pacific strategies, closed formats have been created, and they undermine what has been built under the ASEAN for decades, namely an open and inclusive regional architecture. And in addition to that, they're playing with fire around Taiwan. On top of that, they're promising military support to Taiwan. Clearly, the notorious Monroe Doctrine is becoming global in scope. Washington is trying to turn the entire world into its own backyard. And the way of doing this is through unlawful unilateral sanctions, which have been for many years used in violation of the Charter and used as a tool of political blackmail. The cynicism here is obvious because these restrictions hit civilians. They prevent them from getting access to basic goods, including medication, vaccines, and food. An egregious example we have here is the American blockade of Cuba, more than 60 years old. The General Assembly has been for a long time and insistently demanding that be immediately lifted, and this is being done by the absolute majority of voices. The Secretary General, whose duty include helping implement General Assembly decisions, must, of course, pay special attention to this issue. The Secretary General has a special role also in mobilizing efforts to overcome food and energy crises, which resulted in the wake of an out-of-control money emission in the United States and the European Union during the pandemic, and as a result of irresponsible, unprofessional acts by the European Union in the hydrocarbon fuel markets. Despite common sense, Washington and Brussels compounded the situation when they announced economic war against Russia. As a result, there is a growing price on foodstuffs, fertilizers, oil and gas. We welcome the efforts made by the Secretary General when they helped arrive at the Istanbul agreements on the 24th of June, but they need to be implemented. But so far, the ships with the Ukrainian grain go somewhere, but not into the poorest countries, on the one hand. On the other hand, the impediments by US and EU, the financial and logistical impediments against our grain and fertilizers have not been lifted. Furthermore, for several weeks, we have been saying that about 300,000 tons of fertilizer are being held up in European ports, and we have been proposing that they be forwarded free of charge to the needy countries in Africa. But the European Union is not heeding this. The official Russophobia in the West is unprecedented now. The scope is grotesque. They're not shying away from declaring the intent to inflict the military defeat on our country, but also to destroy and fracture Russia. In other words, what they want to do is to remove from the global map a geopolitical entity which has become all too independent. So how have Russia in the recent decades been infringing on the interests of our opponents? Is it that we cannot be forgiven for making possible the military and strategic détente in the 1980s and 1990s because of my country's position? Or is it that we voluntarily dissolved the Warsaw Treaty Organization and thus removed the reason for NATO's being? Is it that we supported the reunification of Germany without any preconditions and against the position of London and Paris? That we withdrew our military from Europe, Asia, from Latin America? That we recognized the independence of former Soviet republics? That we believed the promises of Western leaders not to expand, not by an inch of NATO in the East, but when it started, agreed to basically legitimize it through signing a founding act between Russia and NATO? Did we infringe on the interests of the West when we warned them that it was unacceptable to bring closer a threatening military infrastructure, bring it closer to our borders? The arrogance of the West, the American exclusivity, have become particularly destructive after the end of the Cold War. Already in 1991, the Deputy Chief of Pentagon, Paul Wolfowitz, in his conversation with the NATO Commando Europe, Wesley Clark, stated openly that, I quote, "After the end of the Cold War, we can use our military without any fear of reprisal. We have 5, maybe 10 years so as to clean out the surrogate Soviet regimes, such as Iraq and Syria, until such time as there is a new superpower who can challenge us. End of quote. And I am convinced that at some point in someone's memoirs, we will find out how the American strategy was being developed as regards Ukraine. But even so, Washington's plans in this regard are obvious in any event. It is possible they are not being forgiven that at the request of the United States and the European Union, we supported the agreement of the Ukrainian president at the time, Mr. Yanukovych, his agreement with the forces of opposition to resolve crisis in February 2014. These agreements were guaranteed by Germany, Poland, and France, but the next morning they were trampled underfoot by the leaders of the bloody coup, who thus humiliated the European mediators. The West simply shrugged and watched in silence how members of the coup started bombing the eastern of Ukraine, where people refused to accept the results of the coup, watched as organizers made into the rank of national heroes the accomplices of Nazis. Were we expected to acquiesce in the Kiev intent to ban the Russian language, education, our mass media and culture, with the insistence on chasing the Russians out of Crimea, on waging war against Donbass, whose citizens were proclaimed by the then authorities and now authorities in Kiev, proclaimed to be not people but specimens? Is it that we violated the interests of the West because we played a role in stopping the forceful actions by the Kiev neo-Nazis in the east of Ukraine, and then demanded that the Minsk package of measures be implemented, something that was unanimously approved by the Security Council, but then laid low by Kiev with the participation of US and EU. For many years, we have been proposing to have security in Europe with the basis on equal and indivisible security enshrined at the highest level in OSCE documents. According to this principle, no one is to strengthen their own security at the expense of others. And the very last proposal to make these agreements legally binding, something that we introduced in December 2021, and the reaction was an arrogant rejection of that. The incapacity of Western countries to negotiate and the continued war by the Kiev regime against their own people left us with no choice but to recognize the independence of the Donetsk and the Lugansk People's Republics and start a special military operation to protect the Russian and other people on Donbass, and so as to remove the threats against our security, which NATO had been consistently creating in Ukraine at our borders. The operation is conducted in pursuance of agreements on friendship, cooperation, mutual assistance between us and that republic, and on the basis of Article 51 of the UN Charter. I am convinced that any sovereign, self-respecting state would do the same in our stead, a state which understands its responsibility to his own people. The West is now throwing a fit because of the referenda which are being conducted in the Lugansk, Donetsk, Kharkov, and Zaporozhye oblasts. But people living there are basically only reacting to what was said to them by the head of the Kiev regime, Mr. Zelensky, in August 2021. At the time, he said anyone who feels themselves to be Russian for the benefit of their children and grandchildren to get out and to go to Russia. And that's what the inhabitants of those regions are doing, taking their land with them where their ancestors had been living for hundreds of years. Any unbiased observer can see very clearly the Anglo-Saxons who fully subjugated Europe, for them Ukraine is just an expandable material as they are fighting against Russia. NATO declared that our country is an immediate threat on their way to total domination, and a long-term threat will be the PRC. At the same time, collective West, headed by Washington, is sending frightening signals to other countries, saying anyone who disobeys can be next. One of the consequences of the crusade by the West against the objectionables is the growing decline of multilateral institutions. They have been turned by the United States and allies into tools to implement their own selfish interests. This is something that is being pursued at the UN, Human Rights Council, UNESCO, and other multilateral institutions. The organizational prohibition of chemical weapons has basically been privatized. Fierce attempts are being made to prevent creating within the Convention on Biological and Toxin Weapons of a mechanism which would ensure transparency for hundreds of military biological programs of the Pentagon has around the world, including on the perimeter of our country and throughout Eurasia. And these programs are far from harmless. This is irrefutable, according to the facts that we came to in Ukraine. There is an assertive line to privatize the UN Secretariat, introducing into its work a neoliberal narrative which ignores the cultural and civilizational multifaceted nature of the world. We call upon making sure that we follow the Charter and ensure a fair geographical representation of member states, making sure that there is no one single country dominant in the Secretariat. An impossible situation was created by Washington, having to do with the obligation of the host country of a headquarters agreement to ensure normal conditions for the participation of all member states in UN work. The obligations under this host country agreement are also placed on the Secretary General, and inactivity is unacceptable. We're also concerned by the efforts made by countries who are undermining the prerogatives of the Security Council. And of course, the Council and the UN have to be aligned to contemporary realities. We see the prospect of making the Security Council more democratic exclusively through broadening the representation of the countries from Africa, Asia, and Latin America. We note India and Brazil in particular as key international actors and worthy candidates for permanent membership within the Council, whilst at the same time unilaterally and mandatorily raising the profile of Africa. It is very important today to make sure that all member states unequivocally, without reservations, reaffirm their commitment to the purposes and principles of the Charter as a first and necessary step to restore collective responsibility for the fate of humankind. And that was the reason why in July 2021, a group of friends to support the Charter was created. And co-sponsor of the group was Russia, and it now counts 20 countries. The goal here is to make sure that there is strict abiding with universal norms of international law to counterbalance unilateral approaches, and we call upon everyone to join in. And in this context, great potential is possessed by such organizations as the Non-Aligned Movement, BRICS, SCO, and ASEAN. The Western colleagues are very aggressive in imposing their understanding of democracy as a way of organizing life to all countries, categorically do not want to be guided by democratic norms in international affairs. And a very good example, the situation in Ukraine. Again, it would seem to be that Russia justified its position, has been justifying it for years, and with the West said they disagree. Okay. Well, let other members of the international community decide for themselves what their position would be, on the side of one, on the side of others, or neutral. That's what happens in democracies when politicians opposing each other defend their viewpoints and try to convey it to others. But the United States and allies do not give the freedom of choice to anyone. They threaten to twist the arms of anyone who dares think for themselves, and demand by threats that countries join in with anti-Russian sanctions. That doesn't work very well, but it is very clear that these acts by United States and its satellites is not democracy. It's pure, unadulterated dictatorship or an attempt to impose it. We're left with a strong impression that the Washington and subjugated Europe are trying to keep their disappearing hegemony using prohibited means. diplomacy constantly is being replaced by illegal sanctions against competitors in economics, sports, information area, culture, and generally in contacts with people. Let's turn to the problem with visas for delegates for international meetings in New York, Geneva, Vienna, and Paris. There also we see the desire to remove competition, make sure that alternative viewpoints do not come into multilateral discussions. I am convinced that we need to protect the UN and scrape everything that confrontational and superficial from there and give it back its reputation and an honest platform to seek for balance for all member states. And this is the approach that we're guided up when we put forward our national initiatives. It is of principal importance to make sure that we have a comprehensive ban on the deployment of weapons in space, and this is the reason for the Russia-China draft international treaty considered by the Conference on Disarmament. It's particularly important to protect our cyberspace within the open-ended working group of the General Assembly on the agreements on how to protect international security and to use a special committee for universal convention on how to counter the use of ICT for criminal purposes. We continue supporting Office on Counterterrorism and other anti-terrorist entities within the UN, and we go to continue develop relationships between the UN, CSTO, Eurasian Economic Union, CIS, so as to pool our efforts in the greater Eurasia. We call for an enhanced work on overcoming regional conflicts. We think that the priority here is to overcome the impasse in creating an independent Palestinian state, restoring restoring the state of Iraq and Libya destroyed by NATO aggression, neutralize the threats to Syria, having a sustainable process of national conciliation in Yemen, overcoming the heavy burden of NATO presence in Afghanistan. And we are working on restoring the original JCPOA on Iran nuclear program, ensuring the comprehensive settlement on the Korean Peninsula. Many conflict situations in Africa require that we reject the temptation to play a zero-sum game there and that outside players consolidate around the initiatives by the African Union. We are concerned by the situation in Kosovo, Bosnia-Herzegovina, where the United States and the EU are stubbornly leading to the destruction of the international legal basis as we currently have it in Resolution 1244 and the Dayton Peaceful Agreement. Madam President, at times like these, it's natural to seek wisdom from our predecessors. So, in the pithy expression of the former Secretary General Dag Hammarskjöld, who remembered the horrors of World War, he said, and I quote, "The UN wasn't created to take mankind to paradise, but rather to save humanity from hell." These are very topical words. They call upon us to understand our individual and collective responsibility for creating conditions for a peaceful and harmonious development for our future generations. And everyone needs to show political will for that. When we are ready for such honest work, and we are convinced that the stability of the world order can be ensured exclusively through returning to the origins of the UN diplomacy, basing ourselves on the key principle of true democracy, the respect for the sovereign equality of states. I thank you.
Agradezco al ministro de Relaciones.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation.
Doy ahora.
I now give the floor to His Excellency Sirojidin Muridin, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Tajikistan.
Distinguished Madam President, distinguished Mr. Secretary General Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me join previous speakers in extending our congratulations to you, Ambassador Chaba Karoshi, on your election as President of the United Nations General Assembly at its 77th session. I wish to take this opportunity to pay a befitting tribute to your predecessor, His Excellency Mr. Abdullah Shahid, for his effective guidance and excellent leadership during the most challenging and uneasy times for the entire humanity. Excellencies, our world is going through turbulent times. We are witnessing the transformation of the existing world order. Threats such as terrorism, extremism, drug and arms trafficking, cybercrime and other forms of cross-border organized crime have a tendency to increase exponentially. To further discuss the above-mentioned issues, the government of Tajikistan, the United Nations Office of Counterterrorism, and its partners will be holding a high-level international conference on international and regional border security and management cooperation to counter terrorism and prevent the movement of terrorists in Dushanbe, Tajikistan on 18th, 19th October 2022. We invite you to attend this important conference. Climate change, natural disasters, food insecurity, ongoing impact of the pandemic, among other things, further add fuel to the fire. The international community needs tools that are fit for today's rapidly deteriorating environment. Mechanisms that were established decades ago are now finding it difficult to cope with the emerging challenges. The world needs more robust multilateralism to tackle and toughest challenges with the United Nations at the helm. Therefore, Tajikistan supports the efforts of the United Nations Secretary General aimed at comprehensive reform of the organization to strengthen its capacity to timely and adequately respond to the development needs and efficiently address contemporary threats. There is a historic opportunity to steer change in a direction beneficial for all humanity. It shouldn't be wasted. Mr. President, allow me to address 3 additional topics which are very important for my delegation: implementation of our Roadmap 2030 agenda, water and climate change, as well as peace and security. Tajikistan strongly reaffirms its commitments to the full implementation of the 2030 agenda and its sustainable development goals. As we are lagging behind of many SDGs, the government of Tajikistan has taken bold steps towards integrating SDGs into national policies and development plans. Despite substantial progress made towards the achievement of SDGs, there are significant risks such as climate-related hazards and disasters that could slow and reverse Tajikistan's path toward the realization of 2030 agenda and threaten agricultural productivity and food security. This year, the world has witnessed unprecedented water-related natural disasters. While we all have struggling with the consequences of these water-related disasters, we are becoming increasingly aware that water is vital and a resource we must value, protect, and manage effectively. We need actions that can make a real difference. On 6th, 9th June 2022, we successfully held the second Dushanbe conference in Tajikistan, which became a key preparatory meeting for the midterm review of the water decade in 2023. As you are aware, in 22-24 March 2023, the United Nations will convene its second water conference after 46 years. The UN 23 Water Conference will be a good opportunity for all of us to review and evaluate the progress made and the gaps and obstacles we have encountered in realizing the goals of the water decade. Tajikistan and Netherlands, leading the preparations for this global event, are diligently working and are determined to make the conference a watershed moment for the whole world. To this end, we launched the Water Action Agenda as one of the outcomes of the UN 2023 Water Conference. We expect and encourage everyone to come to the conference with new commitments to enrich the Water Action Agenda. This is important and necessary not only for us today, but for our children, for our future generations. Mr. President, the impact of climate change on water resources is another crucial topic that requires our concerted efforts. Alongside the increase in mud flows and floods, water scarcity and droughts, and changes in the hydrological cycle, today the accelerated melting of glaciers, the primary sources of fresh water on the planet, is of great concern. To this end, Tajikistan is actively promoting an integrated approach to addressing water and climate issues, including within Water and Climate Coalition. During the coalition's first meeting, His Excellency Mr. Emomali Rahman, President of the Republic of Tajikistan, proposed declaring 2025 as an international year of glaciers preservation. We are currently working on the draft resolution to advance the said initiative through the Second Committee of the UN General Assembly. We seek your constructive engagement and support for this important resolution. Mr. President, response to the ever-increasing threat of terrorism and extremism should be comprehensive, with the UN as a key coordinator. For its part, Tajikistan has undertaken several measures in this direction. We have, among other things, adopted our national strategy and action plan of the Republic of Tajikistan on countering terrorism and extremism for 2021-2025 and expressed our readiness. Tajikistan strongly believes that small states should also have a greater chance to contribute to finding solutions for maintaining peace and security. Hence, following years of contributions to multilateralism through active participation in the United Nations activities and processes, and having unique peacemaking experience and insightful knowledge about Afghanistan, the time has come for Tajikistan to seek for the first time its non-permanent seat on the United Nations Security Council for 2028-2029. We are looking forward to closely working with all the UN member states to gain the trust and support for this vital campaign. Mr. President, Tajikistan, a peace-loving country that went through a devastating imposed civil war, is very aware of its cost and long-lasting consequences. Therefore, we can't stay indifferent to the fate of our immediate neighbors, the noble people of Afghanistan, who have suffered enough for the past 40 years. They deserve peace and tranquility. Exactly 1 year ago, in this same room, the President of Tajikistan, His Excellency Mr. Emomali Rahman, in his virtual message before the United Nations General Assembly, dedicated more than half of his statement to the situation in Afghanistan. His concerns and warnings unfortunately fell on deaf ears. 1 year after the fall of Afghanistan, no inclusive government has been formed despite repeated calls from Afghans, regional countries, and the international community for greater ethnic, political, and geographical diversity in the de facto administrative structures. The country is on the verge of a humanitarian and economic catastrophe. To ease the suffering of the Afghan people during these difficult times, Tajikistan has provided its infrastructure, territory, and communication means to all stakeholders and donor countries to deliver humanitarian assistance directly to the people of Afghanistan. We have also never stopped providing the people of Afghanistan with much-needed electricity since the Taliban came to power. The environment of intimidation and deterioration in respect for human rights, including the rights of women and girls, is overwhelming. Diverging opinions and existing internal contradictions within the Taliban and the emerge of additional armed opposition groups, including ISIL-K and other terrorist groups, make the security situation in the country even more fragile. Furthermore, Taliban's inability to control its militants and other terrorist groups further complicates the already difficult situation. The recent discovery and killing of one of Al-Qaeda's top strategic means in Kabul is a vivid testimony of those ties. Afghanistan is rapidly becoming a safe haven for terrorist groups and a springboard for spreading the Taliban's radical extremism. In addition, we are witnessing systematic work on transferring militant groups consisting of former nationals of Central Asia to the north of Afghanistan, aimed at consolidating and creating a new hotbed of tensions near our border. Unfortunately, the implications for Tajikistan, which shares 1,400 kilometers of border with this country, are enormous. In the current alarming situation, it is paramount for Tajikistan to strengthen its border with Afghanistan and create the necessary border infrastructure along its entire length. At the same time, we believe that the participation of Afghanistan in the process of multi-phased regional cooperation is a key to the success of the efforts undertaken by the international community. Mr. President, on 20 September this year, the leadership of the Kyrgyz Republic delivered his speech from this high rostrum, talked about Kyrgyz version of the conflict on the Tajik-Kyrgyz border. It is regrettable that the issue of settlement of the state border line between Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan, which we inherited from history, are groundlessly raised at the UN General Assembly. I believe it is important to inform you that on September 19, 2022, the authorized representatives of the two sides signed the protocol on the settlement of the situation at the border. All hostilities have ceased. The troops and military equipment of both sides must be withdrawn to their places of permanent deployment. A joint inspection was organized in the border area. A joint task force has been set up to monitor the implementation of the agreement reached. Most importantly, both parties reaffirmed their commitment to resolving all bilateral issues exclusively by political and diplomatic means. Tajikistan has followed and will always follow this principle when any issues arise, including the settlement of the situation on the border. It is with deep regret that Kyrgyzstan is deviating from the agreement reached, creating a false appearance of withdrawing troops and heavy military equipment from the line of contact by hiding them in populated areas near the border. Therefore, the responsibility for any next round of tension on the Tajik-Kyrgyz border will lie exclusively with Kyrgyzstan. The leadership of the neighboring country in their speech mentioned the deaths of their citizens and financial damage, creating the false impression that the tragedy on the border affected them exclusively. The evidences say otherwise. As a result of military aggression of Kyrgyzstan, more than 40 civilians of Tajikistan were killed and about 200 were injured. The casualties include pregnant women, children, elderly, doctors, as well as devout Muslims, attendants of the morning ceremony in the mosque. In addition to border facilities, schools, hospitals, religious buildings, residential buildings, infrastructure, and utilities were destroyed. So, who is the aggressor here? Tajikistan is currently channeling significant resources to rebuilding destroyed houses and vital infrastructure. The tragedy that happened in the border area is not accidental. Since the last autumn, our neighbors have been preparing for aggression, which manifested itself in the creation of military infrastructure near our borders. In recent years, our neighbors have often spoken, including from this high restaurant, about the importance of an international transport artery and the creation of favorable conditions for transportation, while advocating the removal of barriers to economic cooperation, the simplification of procedures for passing borders and transit between countries and regions. At the same time, Kyrgyzstan often creates problems for the transit of goods to and from Tajikistan, delaying vehicles with thousands of tons of our cargo. Mr. President, it's important to note that we managed to successfully resolve the border issues with China and Uzbekistan, and this is an achievement of lengthy process for all parties. We have accumulated enough experience, which is important to use in its entirety when resolving border issues on the basis of mutual respect, trust, and openness. Over the 20 years history of negotiations with Kyrgyzstan, we have signed dozens of protocols. However, as time passes with the change of political groups in power, they continuously revisit these documents and implement only those provisions that are in favor of them exclusively, while ignoring the other provisions. As of today, both countries managed to agree on and develop a draft description of about 602 kilometers of our joint border, which is approximately 61% of its total length. Tajikistan, relying on the international practice of border delimitation, has repeatedly offered its neighbors to record the results of these many years of work on paper by signing an agreement on separate sections of the border. But our neighbors strictly declined this proposal. The leadership of Kyrgyzstan mentioned in this high rostrum the agreement on the establishment of the Commonwealth of independent states and the Alma-Ata Declaration, presenting them as a legal framework for determining the state border. However, I have to emphasize that the issue of determining the border line is not the subject of regulation of these documents. To our deep regret, relying on its unilateral approach, since 1950s, Kyrgyzstan has arbitrarily seized more than 2,110 square kilometers that rightfully belong to Tajikistan. Our neighbors didn't mention anything about it either. I would like to inform the General Assembly that Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan have reached an agreement on the description of the state border line according to the documents of the National Territorial Delimitation of 1924-1927. It is these documents that have gone through all the constitutional procedures and accordingly are the only legal framework for continuing the negotiation process. Despite this, in order to show goodwill and maximum flexibility, we met our neighbor halfway and agreed to also use the documents of the 1989 Parity Commission proposed by Kyrgyzstan. Border issues are not resolved by the populist statements and the creation of crisis situation. We need daily, thoughtful, joint work based on the political will on the parties. We stand ready to continue negotiations and firmly believe that the Tajik and Kyrgyz peoples have the right to live and build together an atmosphere of peace, friendship, and harmony. Tajikistan, having survived the horrors of internal conflict, understands the value of peace and will make all its efforts to ensure that security and stability reigns in our region. I thank you for your attention.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Tajikistan. I now give the floor to His Excellency Subramaniam Jaishankar, Minister for External Affairs of India.
Madam President, Excellencies, distinguished members of the General Assembly, I bring to you the greetings of 1.3 billion plus people from the world's largest democracy. They join me in congratulating the President of the General Assembly, Ambassador Csaba Kőrösi, on his election to chair the 77th session of the UN General Assembly. They follow closely developments at the United Nations, reflecting the increasingly globalized nature of our existence. We meet at a challenging time for the world order. This session's theme, a watershed moment, transformative solutions to interlocking challenges, seeks to capture its seriousness. Excellencies, the year 2022 is an important milestone in India's journey towards growth, development, and prosperity. India is celebrating 75 years of its independence, what we call Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. The story of that period has been one of toil, of determination, innovation, and enterprise of millions of ordinary Indians. They are rejuvenating a society pillaged by centuries of foreign attacks and colonialism. And they are doing so in a democratic framework whose steady progress is reflected in more authentic voices and grounded leadership. This new India, under the visionary and dynamic leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, is a confident and resurgent society. Its agenda for our centenary will be achieved through the 5 pledges that we committed to on our Independence Day. 1, we are resolved to make India a developed country in the next 25 years. For the world, that creates more capacities for global good. 2, we will liberate ourselves from a colonial mindset. Externally, this means reformed multilateralism and more contemporary global governance. 3, our rich civilizational heritage will be a source of pride and of strength. This includes care and concern for the environment, so ingrained in our traditional ethos. 4, we will promote greater unity and solidarity. This expresses a coming together on global issues such as terrorism, pandemics, or the environment. And 5, we will instill consciousness of duties and responsibilities. This applies to nations as much as it does to citizens. These 5 pledges affirm our age-old outlook that sees the world as one family. We believe that national good and global good can be entirely in harmony. It is this conviction that led us to supply vaccines to over 100 nations. Similarly, our evacuation operations in HADR situations always had room for other nationals in distress. Even as we meet our own development targets, India offers partnerships to our brothers and sisters in Asia, in Africa, and Latin America. And we do so based on their needs and their priorities. Today, the focus is on green growth, better connectivity, digital delivery, and accessible health. Our solidarity is not just in words. You can see them in 700 projects across the world. Madam President, even while India contributes to global betterment, we recognize the sharp deterioration in the international landscape. The world is already struggling with challenges of post-pandemic economic recovery. The debt situation of the developing is precarious. To this is now added the rising costs and the shrinking availability of fuel, of food, and of fertilizers. These, along with trade disruptions and diversions, are among the many consequences of the Ukraine conflict. The Indo-Pacific, too, witnesses fresh concerns about its stability and its security. And climate events have added an overlay on these mounting anxieties. As we saw in the case of the COVID pandemic, the South will be the most impacted, even if the immediate causes are well beyond. It is imperative that global conversations recognize this deep unfairness. The inequity of vaccine distribution should not be replicated in other domains. Madam President, as the Ukraine conflict continues to rage, we are often asked, whose side are we on? And our answer, each time, is straight and honest. India is on the side of peace and will remain firmly there. We are on the side that respects the UN Charter and its founding principles. We are on the side that calls for dialogue and diplomacy as the only way out. We are on the side of those struggling to make ends meet, even as they stare at the escalating costs of food, of fuel, and fertilizers. It is therefore in our collective interest to work constructively, both within the United Nations and outside, in finding an early resolution to this conflict. Excellencies, While the global attention has been on Ukraine, India has also had to contend with other challenges, especially in its own neighborhood. Some of them may be aggravated by the COVID pandemic and ongoing conflicts, but they speak too of a deeper malaise. The accumulation of debt in fragile economies is of particular concern. We believe that in such times, the international community must rise above narrow national agendas. India, for its part, is taking exceptional measures in exceptional times. We do so when we send 50,000 metric tons of wheat and multiple tranches of medicines and vaccines to Afghanistan. When we extend credits of $3.8 billion to Sri Lanka for fuel, essential commodities, and trade settlement. When we supply 10,000 metric tons of food aid and vaccine shipments to Myanmar. When we fill the gap in humanitarian needs left unaddressed by political complexity. Whether it is disaster response or humanitarian assistance, India has stood strong, contributing particularly to those nearest to us. Excellencies, the world, as we knew it, is poised for transformational changes. It has been impacted in recent times by a succession of shocks, each of them significant by itself. The COVID pandemic called into question the over-centralized nature of globalization and has led all of us to seek greater resilience and reliability of supply chains. The repercussions of the ongoing Ukraine conflict have further heightened economic stresses, especially on food and energy. Climate events have added to disruption that the world is already facing. As for the promise of technology, it has certainly multiplied our capabilities, but also added to our vulnerabilities. Trust and transparency are legitimate expectations of a more digitized world. The quest to create a better global order would necessarily have to address all these issues. Among them, some are clearly more existential in nature and necessitate intense coordination by the international community. Climate action and climate justice are particularly noteworthy in this respect. In their pursuit, India has worked with partners on the International Solar Alliance, the One Sun, One World, One Grid initiative, and the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure. We stand ready to support any collective and equitable endeavor to protect our environment and to further global wellness. Lifestyle for environment, or LIFE, as declared by Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Glasgow on the sidelines of COP26, is our homage to Mother Nature. India remains deeply committed to fighting climate change under the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement. We do so on the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities in the light of different national circumstances. We have announced our updated nationally determined contributions after COP26. Excellencies, India's steadfast commitment to South-South cooperation is by now well established and well recognized. Our approach is based on principles of mutual respect and national ownership, with a commitment to sustainable development for all. As we begin the G20 presidency this December, we are sensitive to the challenges faced by developing countries. India will work with other G20 members to address serious issues of debt, of economic growth, food and energy security, and particularly of environment. The reform of governance of multilateral financial institutions will continue to be one of our core priorities. Madam President, India would be completing its tenure as a member of the Security Council this year. In our term, we have acted as a bridge on some serious but divisive issues confronting the Council. We have also focused on concerns such as maritime security, peacekeeping, and counter-terrorism. Our contributions range from providing technology with a human touch to ensuring safety and security of UN peacekeepers. As the chair of the Counter-Terrorism Committee this year, India would be hosting its special meeting in Mumbai and New Delhi. I invite all member states to participate in it. We need to create a global architecture that responds to the new tech tools deployed against open, diverse, and pluralistic societies. Having borne the brunt of cross-border terrorism for decades, India firmly advocates a zero-tolerance approach. In our view, there is no justification for any act of terrorism regardless of motivation, and no rhetoric, however sanctimonious, can ever cover up bloodstains. The United Nations responds to terrorism by sanctioning its perpetrators, those who politicize the UNSC 1267 sanctions regime, sometimes even to the extent of defending proclaimed terrorists. They do so at their own peril. Believe me, they advance neither their own interests nor indeed their reputation. India has always espoused a cooperative, inclusive, and consultative approach to international relations. We believe that multipolarity, rebalancing, fair globalization, and reformed multilateralism cannot be kept in abeyance. The call for reformed multilateralism, with reforms of the Security Council at its core, enjoys considerable support among UN members. It does so because of the widespread recognition that the current architecture is anachronistic and ineffective. It is also perceived as deeply unfair, denying entire continents and regions a voice in a forum that deliberates their future. India is prepared to take up greater responsibilities, but it seeks, at the same time, to ensure that the injustice faced by the Global South is decisively addressed. Our call is to allow serious negotiations on such a critical matter to proceed sincerely. They must not be blocked by procedural tactics. Naysayers cannot hold the IGN process hostage in perpetuity. In these turbulent times, it is essential that the world listens to more voices of reason and experiences more acts of goodwill. India is willing and able on both counts. We believe and advocate that this is not an era of war or of conflict. On the contrary, it is a time for development and for cooperation. Madam President, in the past, this august assembly has served as a meeting point of views and as a catalyst for action. It is vital that we continue to believe in the promise of diplomacy and the need for international cooperation. Therefore, Madam President, let us strive to return to the course of seeking peace, progress, and prosperity. I thank you.
I thank the Minister for External Affairs of India. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Ann-Christine Linde, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Sweden.
Madam President, Excellencies, times of crisis require the best of us. When warnings sound, action must follow. Only then will development have sustainable and peace maintained. Honest reflection on the gravity of the challenges must be followed by a determined commitment to address them. That is what respecting the UN Charter means and what multilateralism is all about. Madam President, we are all aware of the immense task facing us. Almost 350 million people in more than 80 countries face acute food insecurity, trying to merely survive the day instead of making plans for tomorrow. Some 50 million people in 45 countries are on the brink of starvation. Progress on the Sustainable Development Goals is halting, leaving millions of women, men and children behind. Extreme poverty is on the rise for the first time in 2 decades. The world is in the midst of an accelerating climate and environmental crisis, and the effects on the ongoing pandemic continue to afflict individuals and in societies around the world. A permanent member of the Security Council has launched an unprovoked, unjustified and illegal aggression against a neighbouring country. This was done in blatant disregard of its international obligation and the human suffering that extends far beyond the immediate war zone. Madam President, as UN member states, we also know what is required of us. The General Assembly has come together to demand that Russia immediately, completely and unconditionally withdraw all of its military forces from the territory of Ukraine within its internationally recognized border. The General Assembly has reaffirmed Ukrainian sovereignty, independence and territorial integrity. Today, Sweden reiterates this demand in the strongest possible terms alongside other EU member states, transatlantic partners and countries around the globe. The war in Ukraine must stop and Russia's troops withdraw. The fake referenda on Ukrainian territory would be illegal and will have no effect. Neither partial mobilization, the appalling use of nuclear threats, nor any escalation will deter us from supporting Ukraine. Humanitarian law and principle must be upheld and Ukraine's nuclear power plants protected from Russia's illegal and reckless attacks. Accountability for the heinous crimes committed must be ensured. International law must be upheld and decisions by the UN bodies respected. Madam President, Russia's aggression has severely escalated the food security, energy and financial crisis. Governments and societies already struggling to cope with the consequences of climate change, conflicts and the pandemic now face even more serious challenges. Because of the actions of one country, more than 1.5 billion people in more than half of the UN member states find themselves at greater risk of poverty, starvation and indebtedness. In short, the global relief, recovery and resilience needs are immense. Sweden and the EU have scaled up our own contribution to meet them. To save lives and alleviate suffering when needs are the greatest, Sweden has increased its humanitarian assistance to a record high $950 million this year. We commend the efforts of the UN Secretary General and the President of Turkey on the Black Sea Grain Initiative. Under the initiative, some 50,000 tons of wheat will, thanks partly to Swedish funding, soon leave the port of Odessa, bound for millions of women, men and children at risk of famine in Yemen. A significant part of Sweden's ambitious aid budget has been directed to the UN as an investment in global peace, security and development and the multilateral system itself. Our actions are firmly anchored in the 2030 Agenda with the SDGs and the Paris Agreement, which are now more important than ever. It is time to raise our ambition and accelerate action to tackle climate change and biodiversity loss, or will fail not only future generations, but also our own. At the international meeting in Stockholm, +50, in June, countries came together to follow through on the recommendations and actions. Sweden has spearheaded the climate transition through innovation and green investments and an ambitious increase in climate aid. Mounting evidence show that climate change also leads to greater risks to peace and stability. A solid foundation for advancing climate security is in place at the UN and in regional organizations. The OSCE took key decisions last year during the Swedish chairpersonship, and the EU is scaling up. The nuclear threat is alarmingly present, and Russia's action over the threshold, in lowering the threshold, is a way that increases the threat that is facing us all. In January this year, the leader of all 5 nuclear weapon states committed to the prevention of nuclear war and avoiding arms race. They affirmed that a nuclear war cannot be won and must never be fought. Russia's irresponsible action and nuclear rhetoric since then severely undermines the credibility of its commitments on this pledge. It is also deeply troubling that Russia broke consensus on the draft outcome of the NPT review conference. The countries of the Stockholm Initiative have presented ideas to head a call from the UN Secretary-General to bring disarmament and non-proliferation back to the top of the international agenda. Madam President, the world is in a gender equality recession. Regrettably, the rights, resources and representation of women still cannot be taken for granted. Violence against women and girls has increased. Access to safe and legal abortion has suffered major setbacks. And 1 year after the Taliban takeover, the situation for women and girls in Afghanistan has turned into a nightmare in an unparalleled system of discrimination. At the same time, more and more states are acknowledging that a gender perspective is needed to meet global challenges. As we gather for the first in-person UNGA high-level week since the outbreak of the COVID-19, we must do everything in our power to prevent another pandemic. Sweden and the EU have made substantial contribution to global vaccination. Last year alone, Sweden committed over $600 million to global health. The independent panel for pandemic preparedness and response has set out clear recommendations for action. We should make use of them. Madam President, a year ago, the UN Secretary-General presented his blueprint for a modern multilateral system. Our common agenda is an accelerator of the SDGs, a launchpad for a new agenda for peace, and a way towards a more inclusive, modern, and networked UN. It was us member states who called for the report, and as member state, we should do our collective best to act upon it. The establishment of a new youth office is a fitting first decision. This is an agenda for the future. And the Transforming Education Summit earlier this week was another important step towards implementation. We look forward to similar progress on other recommendations, from investments in peace building and strategic foresight to digitalization and a global economy that benefits all by being fair and open. We must keep up the momentum until we realize our ambitions at the Summit for the Future in 2024. Madam President, Russia's aggression against Ukraine has caused the greatest refugee crisis in Europe since the Second World War, aggravating the already serious refugee situation globally. This military invasion of a country in our neighborhood, in violation of the very same international law that is protected us all from aggression, has also fundamentally changed Sweden's security environment. In response to this seriously deteriorated security situation, the Swedish government decided on the 16th of May to apply for NATO membership. The decision has broad national support and was made following extensive consultation among political parties. It was taken in tandem with Finland, and the decision is anchored in a firm belief that security is best built together with others. When I signed our formal request for the NATO membership, I noted the fundamental changes to our defence and security policy. But I also stress the importance of the continuity of an ambitious global and multilateral foreign policy. This enduring global commitment is also reflected in the common foreign and security policy of the EU. During the first half of 2023, Sweden will hold the presidency of the Council of the European Union. We look forward to further strengthening the EU's global role and deepening cooperation with partners around the world. We will work to protect, promote and defend democratic principles, human rights and the rule of law. And we reinforce the already solid EU-UN relationship to seek multilateral solutions. We lend our full support to Denmark's candidacy to serve as an elected member of the UN Security Council in 2025 to 26. Their campaign message, equality, security, action, is a message from all the Nordic countries. Madam President, it must be safe to work for peace, security, development and human rights. So far this year, there have been 176 attacks against humanitarian workers and 47 have been killed. More than 50 peacekeepers have lost their lives while serving in UN missions. A few months ago, the UN Secretary-General and I inaugurated a work of art in this very building in memory of Zaida Catalan and Michael Sharp, who were murdered while working in the UN in the Democratic Republic of Congo. In too many countries, civil society representatives, human rights defenders and journalists are threatened, subjected to violence or even killed for expressing their opinions or reporting on current events. The global trend of democratic backsliding must be reversed, and the vicious circle of lack of democracy, disrespect for human rights and disregard of the rule of law broken. Investing in democracy means investing in peace and sustainable development. Efforts must continue to bring clarity to the circumstances of the death of the former Secretary-General of the UN, Dag Hammarskjöld, and his crew. We fully support the work of the UN-appointed independent investigator. Madam President, to echo the topic of this debate, we are at a watershed moment. We are witnessing a full-scale war in Europe. Across the globe, armed conflict and repression cause suffering and halts development. We are not doing enough to tackle the climate crisis. Too many people are facing hunger, being forced to flee from their homes, dying from curable diseases, and living in fear or under oppression. We, the United Nations, must make sure there is a different story to tell next year. It won't be easy, but it is possible. If we had to call to meet in interlocking challenges with transformative change. If we act when warning sounds. Thank you very much.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Sweden. I now give the floor to His Excellency Nikolai Milkov, Caretaker Minister for Foreign Affairs of Bulgaria.
Distinguished Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are living in unprecedented times of many challenges: war and insecurity, energy and food crisis, climate change, still existing consequences in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemics. And this list of challenges is far from being complete. The abruptly increased security risks and the tectonic instabilities that occurred since the last UN General Assembly session are threatening to destroy the rule-based world order, an order that has been built here, in this hall, by all of you, by sovereign states and by the peoples of the world. For this reason, at the present UN General Assembly session, the majority of the speakers by far perceive as the biggest security risk the war that the Russian Federation wages against its neighbor, breaking basic international rules and the UN Charter itself. This illegal military aggression, carried out by a permanent member of the Security Council, not only undermines global security, but also puts the international rule-based order in jeopardy. Bulgaria is deeply concerned with the recent escalation of the conflict and the partial mobilization announced by the Russian Federation. We reject the ongoing sham referenda in occupied Ukraine and consider them neither free nor fair and without any binding force. In this unfortunate circumstances, each and every contribution for achieving more stability and cooperation among states in different regions must be encouraged and welcomed. As a Southeast European country, Bulgaria attaches utmost importance to the peace, stability and prosperity in the region of the Western Balkans. We are confident that the transformative power of the EU integration process and the inclusive regional cooperation are both the most powerful tools for achieving a common space of democratic governance, market economy and political, economic and social sustainability. We will continue to support these countries on their path to the European Union. Bulgaria is concerned of the lack of progress in the efforts to advance the Middle East peace process, as well as the recent escalation of tensions in the Gaza Strip. An enhanced cooperation between international and regional partners is needed for providing political horizon for the resumption of bilateral Israeli-Palestinian negotiations. A negotiated and viable two-state solution that allows both Palestinians and Israelis to live side by side in peace within secure and recognized borders is essential for stability of the entire Middle East. Bulgaria is following with concern the critical developments in Afghanistan, including the human rights situation and the restrictions imposed by the Taliban on the rights of women, on girls' access to education and on journalists. Ladies and gentlemen, the war in Europe has global repercussions. The Russian aggression against Ukraine has caused food insecurity and energy crisis that have devastating socio-economic impacts on the countries worldwide. The global food system has already been under pressure even before, due to factors as climate change and COVID-19 pandemic. However, this crisis escalated dramatically because of the war and disruptions in food, energy and financial systems in over 90 countries around the world have put 1.7 billion people in risk. Bulgaria highly appreciates the UN-Turkey mediated deal on the resumption of grain exports from Ukraine's Black Sea ports and fully shares the assessment that this very welcome development has the potential to alleviate significantly the current food crisis. Notwithstanding, the situation still remains critical and the need for humanitarian assistance to a number of countries in the global south persists. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, some 2.5 years ago, we were faced with the first lethal pandemic of the 21st century, which changed our lifestyles, the way of doing business, and above all, the way we communicate with each other. The COVID-19 pandemic also triggered a revolution in human online activities and interaction through different digital communication platforms. It also caused huge quakes in both societies and economies, deepened the gap between the rich and poor, applying to both people as well as to entire nations, wiped out at least a decade of progress made in reaching the Agenda 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. Our planet is visibly suffering from the devastating effects of climate change, deforestation, desertification, weather extremes, environment degradation, loss of biodiversity, affecting in one way or another each and every one of us, no matter where we live. Action is urgently needed. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are deeply concerned about the humanitarian and food crisis in Africa, especially in the Sahel and Lake Chad regions, further exacerbated by the Russian invasion of Ukraine. They come as an additional burden on post-COVID recovery efforts. In this context, specific and comprehensive responses are needed, addressing short-term needs of the countries concerned, as well as strengthening their resilience and sustainability. Therefore, we commend the efforts of both the UN and the African Union to address those challenges. Dialogue and cooperation with the countries from the Indo-Pacific region is becoming particularly important. Bulgaria supports the strengthening of partnerships with like-minded countries from the region in energy connectivity, digitalization, people-to-people contacts, security of supplies, security and defense, countering disinformation, etc. As the country holding the presidency of ECOSOC, now we attach great importance to the priorities of emerging economies with regard to sustainable development, as well as to the priorities of the small island states, taking into account their specific needs, including their existential struggle with the impact of global warming and the constant rise of sea level. I would like now to share with you on another very important and pressing issue. The world finds itself at a watershed moment for human rights as it faces numerous challenges in this regard. Neither peace nor prosperity can be meaningful concepts without the full respect for human rights and human dignity. We are a staunch supporter of the universality and indivisibility of human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. Being an active member of the Human Rights Council in 1219-1221, Bulgaria firmly promoted the rights of the child, of women and girls, as well as their empowerment. Gender equality and the protection of the rights of persons with disabilities are also key priorities for my country. Strongly committed to further advancing the human rights agenda worldwide, Bulgaria has presented its candidature for Human Rights Council membership during the period 2024-2026. Education is a basic human right with a transformative power to foster a fairer and more inclusive world. Education is a solid foundation for future peace, tolerance, and sustainable development. Over the last couple of years, the COVID-19 pandemic further limited the access of children to education in the developing world. This motivated my country to play an active role in the preparation of the Transforming Education Summit, and we are encouraged by the successful outcome of this event. Let me now briefly turn on to the UN reform in the three closely interrelated areas: governance, peace and security, and sustainable development. We cannot be complacent with the pace of reform so far, and we must seize the historic wave of opportunity to make strides in the process. Therefore, Bulgaria supports acceleration of the reform efforts in line with the proposals in the report of the Secretary General, Our Common Agenda, aimed at reaching a new global consensus on our future and stepping up the multilateral cooperation to achieve it. We support the comprehensive reform of the Security Council. We have come to a critical juncture where further keeping the status quo is untenable. The present situation, when the highest UN body fails to play its key role under the Charter, cannot be tolerated by the international community, and this is a duty we owe to the future generations. Allocating at least one additional non-permanent seat in the reformed Security Council to the Eastern European Regional Group remains a priority for my country. During the 77th session, Bulgaria is strongly committed to its financial obligations to the United Nations and is concerned about the persisting liquidity challenges which undermine the ability of the organization to implement its mandates and to carry out its approved program of work. We will continue to support the Secretary General's policies to improve the financial situation of the United Nations. Bulgaria consistently ranks among the member states that have contributed on time and in full to both the regular and UN peacekeeping budgets. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to conclude by sharing with you our vision of the way ahead. We will have to navigate through uncharted waters. If we build upon the consolidated and unanimous approach of upholding the principles and the provisions of the UN Charter, we may exit the present crisis, but a long way to the re-establishment of the security and the economic stability will follow after the war. The world of tomorrow will be very different from what we expected it to be just not so long ago. Whether we will be up to the challenge will depend on our unity, on our ability to act together and as one, to mitigate the negative side effects and readjust our lives to the new realities in the world and withstand the rule-based multilateralism with the United Nations at its core. Thank you very much.
I thank the Caretaker Minister of Foreign Affairs of Bulgaria. I now give the floor to His Excellency Sameh Hassan Shukri Salim, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Egypt.
Bismillah.
In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful, Your Excellency Ambassador Chaba Karachi, President of the 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly, allow me to congratulate you on assuming the presidency of the current session of the Assembly. We wish you all the success in presiding over the Assembly's work. Ladies and gentlemen, the current session of the General Assembly is taking place at a very delicate historical moment. As we are witnessing a myriad of intertwined crises of enormous complexity. This requires concerted and serious action and a renewed commitment to multilateralism, first and foremost under the umbrella of the United Nations. While the world is still reeling from the huge repercussions of the COVID-19 pandemic and its negative impact, we have witnessed successive geopolitical crises that have ignited international tensions to unprecedented levels. Thus, in light of these delicate circumstances, Egypt presents its vision of the current international scene and means to confront today's challenges. Firstly, the UN system is still facing challenges to circumvent its abilities, despite the fact that it can reach an effective international position, if there is will, that would maintain international peace and security and promote the development and prosperity of the countries of the world. Regrettably, We have lost hope in achieving a peaceful world in the 21st century, rejecting tensions, a world where we could have established an order underpinned on the rules of international law. Instead, we were facing a world overshadowed by increased polarization, confrontation, and conflict. Instead of thriving for complementarity to achieve common interests or even compete on fair rules to contribute to the progress of humanity at large. Circumventing the UN system is not limited to working outside its framework. It even threatens to adopt double standards in addressing similar crises. What is accepted in a particular crisis is considered totally off the table in another crisis. Thus, the flaws are not a feature of the UN system itself, rather in the will of the parties to that system. As we meet in September of every year in this global forum, I call upon all those gathered to respect the UN system and reinvigorate it and work on reforming it. This process should not be left incomplete or follow an endless process. Instead, it should be achieved seriously with objectivity and fairness so that the United Nations can better respond to the challenges we face and more flexible in meeting the demands and needs of our people. In this regard, Egypt reiterates its respect to the African position calling for the reform of the Security Council based on the Eswatini Consensus and the CERT Declaration. Mr. President, the Russian-Ukrainian crisis has further exacerbated the economic crises faced by the entire world since the COVID-19 pandemic. The pandemic's devastating negative impact, coupled with the successive geopolitical crises, has led the developing countries to face increasing burden, especially when it comes to the sovereign debts and the growing public deficits. Hence, there is need for the developed countries to respond to the call for the launch of a global initiative between creditor and debtor countries to transform the bulk of the debt into joint investment projects. This would create more job opportunities and contribute to positive economic growth. Ladies and gentlemen, the current international situation indicates clearly that the global order is now closer to a system of a balance of power rather than collective security. The predominant international scene is more of a conflict rather than cooperation. Therefore, we must work to promote the spirit of international consensus to guarantee the security of all countries without threatening or undermining any country's security or interests. The current global challenges threaten at times the very notion of a nation state. It leads to the interference in their internal affairs and a lack of respect to the specificities of the different societies. This weakens the state entities and sometimes even undermine it, which allows non-state actors such as terrorist groups or armed militias to control the destinies and treasures of states. This must end up by allowing the national institutions to undertake all their jobs which would preserve peace and security on the international scale. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, there are numerous complex challenges on the international scene that have so many complex repercussions, including the current food crisis. This crisis is the result of many years of failure of the international community to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, especially the goals aiming at eradicating hunger and ensuring food security. This comes in addition to the latest economic and geopolitical crises. Unfortunately, in Africa alone, 1 in every 5 persons are at risk of hunger, and the continent remains a net food importer at an annual cost of $43 billion. In this vein, we reiterate the need to address this crisis through an integrated strategy that tackles its root causes. First, we need to develop sustainable farming and food systems and meet the urgent needs of food importing developing countries. We must ensure that those products would participate in the global supply chain without any hindrance by developing and transferring agricultural technologies. It is of equal importance to support the early warning systems when it comes to food insecurity and develop grain storage and import. In this context, Egypt, thanks to its unique geographical location, announces its readiness to cooperate with the international community to establish an international hub for storing, supplying, and trading grains in Egypt. This would contribute to maintaining global food security. Mr. President, the current session of the General Assembly is taken under a theme that reflects our deep understanding of the problems and challenges facing the world today. Undoubtedly, that title, The Collective Search for Innovative Solutions to Complex and Interrelated Crises, is mostly applicable to the climate change crisis. Egypt, in its capacity as the coming president of the 27th session of the Conference of State Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, appeals to all members of the international community. Let us act on our pledges and commitments and support the developing countries and the LDCs in their efforts to confront the devastating impact of climate change. They are the most deserving of such support based on the principles of equity and common but differentiated responsibilities. Thus, we look forward during the COP27 hosted by Egypt in a few weeks to reach outcomes that would contribute in accelerating the pace of implementation across all boards so that the international community would confirm its commitment in addressing climate change, including reducing emissions, enhancing mitigation, adaptation, and loss and damage, and more importantly, raising ambitions in climate financing. We must work and committing to doubling the finance of adaptation and guaranteeing $100 billion annually and a just transition to renewable energy. The ability of the international community to move forward in implementing the Paris Agreement goals, especially limiting the rise in global temperature, is closely linked to the concrete outcomes of the Sharm el-Sheikh conference. This would demonstrate to all our peoples that confronting climate change remains an important priority on the global scene, despite all the challenges confronting today's world. In this vein, Egypt reaffirms that it will spare no effort in providing all favorable conditions to achieve such an outcome. Mr. President, water security remains one of the most important challenges facing our world today, especially in the Middle East and the African continent. For Some of Africa's countries are located in some of the driest and most arid countries in the world. Unfortunately, this grave human suffering is not necessarily due to a lack of resources or declining rainfall. Instead, it could be the result of the ill respect of the rules of international law and the attempt of some countries, some upstream riparians, to monopolize the water resources, which deprive downstream countries of the water that flows as a common good for all, for it should be available to all. Those who misinterpret resorting to peaceful means to settling water disputes is a form of weakness. Instead, it stems from a strong position and an ability to protect and preserve rights so that they are not lost or alienated. It is based on a keen awareness of the negative impact of such conflicts on people before governments. Thus, Egypt, which recognizes the right of the Ethiopian people to development and remains for more than an entire decade committed to self-restraint, stresses that this will not and will never mean that we will let go of the right of Egyptians to the water of Nile, which has been a right to life. It has always been part of its history. I reiterate the need to reach without delay a comprehensive, legally binding agreement regarding the filling and functioning of the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, in line with the agreement reached by Egypt, Sudan, and Ethiopia in March of 2015 in Khartoum, and the presidential statement issued by the Security Council on the 15th of September 2021. Those three sovereign states must respect their obligations. They must implement it in words, in deeds, not just words, to maintain international peace and security. Thus, we call upon the international community, represented by the UN and the Security Council and all interest countries, to implement the relevant rules of international law to maintain the rights of and fate of more than 250 million Egyptian and Sudanese and Ethiopian citizens. Ladies and gentlemen, resolving definitely the multiple crises in our region remains an essential pillar in building a secure and stable international order. Foremost, the need to reach a just, lasting and comprehensive solution based on negotiation to the Palestinian issue, based on decisions of international legitimacy, and the two-state solution to establish a Palestinian state along the lines of the June 4th, 1967 borders, with East Jerusalem as its capital. We must refrain from any unilateral measures that would change the facts on the ground and undermine chances for a final solution. Stemming from Egypt's responsibility to support our neighbors, we continue our effort to reach political solutions in accordance with international terms of references with Syria, Lebanon, Yemen, and Sudan, to preserve the unity, integrity, and sovereignty of these brotherly countries and end any external interference in their affairs. In this vein, Egypt continues to support the efforts of our neighbors in Libya to implement the constitutional framework, which would enable them to organize presidential and parliamentary elections simultaneously as soon as possible, on the hope of reaching the final stage. In this vein, we commend the role of the elected Libyan parliament and stress the need for the withdrawal of all foreign forces and mercenaries from Libya, and to dismantle all armed militias within a specific time frame, which would ensure the restoration of the desired stability in Libya. Our region has long suffered, and it's high time to put an end to its suffering and uphold the interests of its people instead of the parochial, political, and personal interests. We must put an end to anyone attempting to undermine our region's unity and national security. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, before concluding, I would like to highlight the importance of solidarity as a very fundamental value that we are in dire need for at the current stage. The UN's designation of an International Day for Human Solidarity on the 20th of December of every year indicates the importance of encouraging new initiatives to eradicate poverty and celebrate unity in the context of diversity. This is a clear indication that the UN system believes in solidarity as an indispensable value, not only to effectively achieve the SDGs, but also to counter the emerging challenges and address the gaps in economic development. The value of solidarity will remain a source of hope and a desire and a belief in a better tomorrow that will never be achieved unless we all act together, hand in hand, to build and put away all evil in the hope of coexistence and cooperation under the banner of humanity and fraternity. Thank you very much, and we wish you all a successful session.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Egypt. Ladies and gentlemen, we have heard the last speaker in the general debate for this meeting. The 13th plenary meeting to continue with the general debate will be held immediately following the adjournment of this meeting. This meeting is adjourned. And the 13th plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. Before proceeding further, I would like to remind members that masks are to be worn by all attendees at all times when indoors, except when directly addressing a meeting. We shall now continue the general debate. I now give the floor to His Excellency Ceyhun Aziz Oglu Bayramov, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Azerbaijan.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, first I would like to extend congratulations to His Excellency Çaba Karaçi on assuming presidency of the 77th session of the General Assembly and wish him every success in his highly responsible capacity. Mr. President can count on full support of the Republic of Azerbaijan throughout his tenure. I also wish to thank outgoing President, His Excellency Mr. Abdullah Shahid, for his hard work over the past year. Ladies and gentlemen, Azerbaijan is well known for its contribution to promoting intercultural and interfaith dialogue. The Baku process, launched in 2008 by the government of Azerbaijan, together with the UN Alliance of Civilizations, Council of Europe, UNESCO, ISESCA, and others, has set standards and agendas for the dialogue and intercultural cooperation. The important role of the Baku process in advocating for dialogue among cultures was recognized in the reports of the UN Secretary General. Based on the successful experience of the Baku process, Azerbaijan, in partnership with the UN Alliance of Civilization and ISESCA, launched in June 2021 a new international initiative entitled Peace for Culture Global Call, the aim of which is to contribute to the sustainable peace, development, and protection of cultural heritage. We believe that this initiative will be equally successful and invite all countries and international organizations to join this project. Dear colleagues, the world continues to face serious challenges that the COVID-19 pandemic has brought, despite the fact that expanding vaccination rates and increasing adaptivity of the global population to new realities give a glimpse of hope for the post-COVID period. Serious challenges remain. All immediate and long-term challenges brought by the pandemic necessitate new mechanisms supported by high-level political engagement that would provide a comprehensive framework for global cooperation and solidarity. From the very beginning, Azerbaijan, in its both national and in armchair capacities, has been advocating for greater global solidarity to overcome the pandemic and put forward a number of global initiatives to that end. The initiative of President Ilham Aliyev, in his capacity as chair of the non-aligned movement, to convene a special session of the UN General Assembly in response to COVID-19 pandemic enjoyed broad support of the UN membership. On behalf of NAM, Azerbaijan also tabled resolutions on ensuring equal, affordable, timely and universal access to COVID-19 vaccines, which were adopted at the UN General Assembly and Human Rights Council with an overwhelming support of member states. Along with effective vaccination campaign within the country, Azerbaijan has donated significant amount of COVID-19 vaccines to the countries in need. We have provided international assistance to more than 80 countries to combat the pandemic. We will continue our endeavors aimed at further strengthening international cooperation in addressing the consequences of the pandemic and consolidating efforts for global recovery from the COVID-19. The President of Azerbaijan, in this regard, has initiated the establishment of high-level UN panel on post-pandemic global recovery, which will be among the topics to be elaborated on at the upcoming summit-level meeting of the NAM contact group in response to COVID-19 to be held in Baku in coming months. Excellencies, since gaining its independence, Azerbaijan has made a long journey, transforming from a country imposed with the security challenges on its own soil into a contributor to the global security. Along the way, Azerbaijan has been a strong and reliable partner of the United Nations, staunchly supported it and actively contributed to its activities. Both in its national capacity and as current chair of the non-aligned movement, Azerbaijan is keen to continue contributing to peace and security, strengthening the international legal order and enhancing dialogue, global solidarity and multilateralism. We also look forward to the Summit of the Future, its intergovernmental negotiated outcome and a new agenda for peace as an opportunity to reinvigorate global action, reflect on collective commitment of the Charter of the United Nations and multilateralism. Azerbaijan is fully committed to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. We launched the new development strategy up to 2030, which goes hand in hand with the 2030 Agenda. Over the last year, Azerbaijan has progressed further in terms of SDG achievement and was ranked in top 50 countries in the UN 2022 Sustainable Development Report. Azerbaijan is among 12 countries which submitted 3 voluntary national reviews in the high-level political forum held under the auspices of ECOSOC. We pursue transformational changes in remodeling our economy to make transition to green and circular economy. The clean environment and green growth have been identified as one of the 5 priority areas of our new national development strategy. This transition stands high on our development agenda, despite the fact that the oil and gas sectors play a significant role in our economy. It is against this backdrop that the non-oil sector of Azerbaijan rose by 11% in the first half of 2022, triggering the increase in our GDP by 7.2%. Currently, Azerbaijan is one of few countries worldwide gradually mainstreaming the sustainable energy in its development agenda while being a reliable hydrocarbons exporter to the international markets. We will increase our profile in this regard, including through introduction new elements of alternative and renewable energy as well. A recently concluded EU-Azerbaijan MOU on a strategic partnership in the field of energy is a good example of Azerbaijan's constructive input into global energy security. Sustainability has also been mainstreamed in post-conflict reconstruction and rehabilitation activities in the liberated territories as well. New cities and villages are now being built from the scratch by applying modern urban planning methods, the concepts of smart city and smart village. After the war, $3 million have already allocated from the state budget. $3 billion have already allocated from the state budget for these purposes, and Azerbaijan is keen to invest even more in the future. The liberated area was designated a green energy zone. Positioned at the crossroads of north-south and east-west transport corridors, Azerbaijan is a rising transport country. Corridors and routes passing through Azerbaijan offer competitive advantages for the transport operators and businesses in terms of high-end infrastructure and fast, secure transit traffic. Ladies and gentlemen, this year marks the 30th anniversary of admission of the Republic of Azerbaijan to the membership in the United Nations. Since becoming part of the UN family, Azerbaijan has consistently demonstrated its strong commitment to the principles and purposes of the UN Charter and international law. We joined the UN when the very principles which the UN stands for have been blatantly violated in relation to Azerbaijan. In those difficult times, the UN stood with Azerbaijan in defending the core values enshrined in its charter. Azerbaijan has seriously suffered from the aggression by Armenia in the early 1990s, at the core of which were groundless territorial claims, misinterpretation of international law, fabricated historical narratives, and racist motivations. Back then, the United Nations Security Council unanimously expressed its support to the sovereignty, territorial integrity, and inviolability of the internationally recognized borders of Azerbaijan, and demanded the withdrawal of all occupying forces from Azerbaijani territories. So did the General Assembly. In course of aggression, Armenia occupied 20% of Azerbaijan's territory. 20,000 Azerbaijanis have been killed. More than 1 million have become refugees and IDPs. Almost 4,000 citizens of Azerbaijan, both civilians and military, still remain missing in connection with the conflict. Armenia has inflicted long-term damage on the environment in Azerbaijan. Also, thousands of cultural heritage objects of Azerbaijan have been destroyed, plundered, or misappropriated by Armenia. Earlier this year, ISESCA has sent a technical mission to Azerbaijan to undertake a post-conflict state of conservation assessment of the cultural heritage in its liberated territories. For decades, Azerbaijan has called on Armenia to support an independent, transparent UNESCO mission to assess and advise on the protection and preservation of cultural heritage in the region. Although Armenian occupation of Azerbaijan's territory ended in 2020, a UNESCO mission has yet to arrive, and I once again publicly called for such a mission. The scale of violations and destructions demonstrates the clear intent and purpose to terrorize, kill and expel Azerbaijani civilians and erase all traces of Azerbaijan from these territories. Within almost 30 years, Armenia, having committed ethnic cleansing, carried out illegal settlement policy by transferring Armenians en masse from Armenia and third countries to the occupied territories of Azerbaijan in a blatant violation of international humanitarian law with the aim of preventing Azerbaijanis from return to their places of origin and securing the annexation of these territories. Conflict resolution efforts under the auspices of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe yielded no results. Almost 30 years on, in autumn 2020, Azerbaijan, in response to yet another large-scale military provocation of Armenia and guided by inherent rights conferred upon the member states by the UN Charter, launched a counter-offensive operation. As a result, Azerbaijan has liberated its territories, and 3 decades-old armed conflict has been resolved by military and political means in line with this trilateral statement signed by the leaders of Azerbaijan, Russia, and Armenia on November 10, 2020. This trilateral statement announced the end of all military activities between Armenia and Azerbaijan. It set the parameters for consolidating peace in the region, such as complete withdrawal of all Armenian armed units from the territory of Azerbaijan, the return of displaced persons, and the unblocking of all economic and transport connections in the region. Azerbaijan has now embarked upon unprecedented recovery and reconstruction activities in the liberated territories and prioritized their full reintegration. Such activities aim at finally enabling hundreds of thousands of IDPs to return to their homes in safety and dignity and ensure peaceful life in conflict-affected territories. The first families have recently returned to the Agali village in the liberated Zangilan district of Azerbaijan. Azerbaijan is resolute to reintegrate its citizens of Armenian region residing in conflict-affected territories into its political, social, economic space, guaranteeing the same rights and freedoms with all the citizens of Azerbaijan, regardless of their ethnic, religious, or any other affiliation. The Constitution of the Republic of Azerbaijan provides the solid legal framework in this regard. One of the major impediments to the ongoing recovery and reconstruction efforts and safe return of displaced persons is a massive contamination of liberated territories by landmines and other explosive devices and continued refusal by Armenia to provide accurate and complete information on mined areas. Over the years of occupation of and during withdrawal of its forces from Azerbaijani territories, Armenia heavily and indiscriminately contaminated those areas with mines and other explosive hazards. Since the signing of the trilateral statement, more than 240 Azerbaijani civilians and military were killed or seriously injured by mine explosions. Obtaining the maps of minefields, along with the targeted and sustainable international technical and financial assistance to further strengthen and increase national mine action capacities and efforts in Azerbaijan, are critically important to save lives and strengthen peace. The UN sustainable support and adequate and predictable mine action funding are indispensable. Excellencies, Azerbaijan is committed to regional peace, stability and development. Establishment of good neighborly relations between Armenia and Azerbaijan is a key for building secure, stable and prosperous South Caucasus through full-fledged regional normalization. Along with carrying out large-scale recovery and reconstruction works in the liberated territories and pursuing reintegration of residents in conflict-affected territories, Azerbaijan has initiated the process of normalizing interstate relations with Armenia based on mutual recognition and respect for each other's sovereignty and territorial integrity within their state borders. Azerbaijan has on numerous occasions expressed its readiness to start negotiation on peace treaty between Armenia and Azerbaijan and has established its national delegation to that end. Equally, Azerbaijan has undertaken efforts to start the process of delimitation and demarcation of state borders between Armenia and Azerbaijan, unblocking transportation and communication links, including the establishment of the Zangezur corridor, which is a part of international transportation network. Notwithstanding the increased dynamism in contexts, including direct dialogue between Armenia and Azerbaijan over past months, Armenia seems to stick to its past practice of imitation of negotiations, and instead of good faith implementation of its commitments, it frequently resorts to provocations and sabotage to exacerbate tensions and undermine ongoing normalization process with Azerbaijan. Armenia has not fully withdrawn its armed forces from Azerbaijani territories as stipulated by November 10th trilateral statement, and continues a variety of military activities within the territories of Azerbaijan, including planting landmines. Recently, massive number of anti-personnel mines produced in Armenia in 2021 have been found in the Lachin district of Azerbaijan. Following a series of political and military provocation, especially after the forced Brussels meeting between the leaders of the two countries, Armenia resorted to another large-scale military provocation along the under-limited state border line in the night from 12 to 13 September, attempting to plant mines on the roads between the military positions of Azerbaijan, taking advantage of night-time and complex terrain. Further on, Armenia, using weapons of different caliber, opened fire on Azerbaijani positions, which caused losses among the military personnel of Azerbaijan and inflicted significant damage upon its military infrastructure. Azerbaijan took adequate measures to neutralize threat against its sovereignty and territorial integrity, to ensure safety of its personnel, as well as civilian personnel involved in reconstruction works in the area. The armed forces of Azerbaijan demonstrated utmost restraint and professionalism and limited to targeting exclusively fire points of Armenia with high-precision weapons to suppress its attack on the positions of Azerbaijan. Armenia clearly attempted a further escalation to manipulate the attention of the international community. Thus, Armenia disregarded the ceasefire agreed on September 13 and continued shelling the territory of Azerbaijan, including with high-caliber weapons and artillery. As a result, Azerbaijan suffered further losses and casualties, included 80 servicemen killed, 282 servicemen and 2 civilians wounded. Contrary to such reckless actions of Armenia, Azerbaijan exercised utmost restraint, took several steps, including through contacts with relevant international partners, and demonstrated good faith and genuine will to restore the ceasefire. Eventually, the ceasefire was restored effective of 8 p.m. on September 14 through direct communication channels between Armenia and Azerbaijan, and is being maintained as confirmed by both sides. In the aftermath of the escalation, Azerbaijan is engaged in addressing the humanitarian consequences, and in this context declared its willingness to return to Armenia remains of deceased military personnel on a unilateral basis and informed the ICRC accordingly. Azerbaijan is not and cannot be interested in detention. As a matter of fact, latest hostilities erupted in close proximity of areas where impressive large-scale post-conflict investment, rehabilitation and reconstruction projects are underway. Furthermore, latest escalation of tension fits very well into the pattern we had observed over the last 30 years from Armenia. Each time, at the decisive stage to achieve a breakthrough, Armenia resorted to similar serious provocation as a means of escaping from responsibility of taking necessary decisions. We would have wished that current leadership of Armenia is not following the path of its predecessor by deliberately closing for yet another time the window of opportunity for peace and security in the region. Azerbaijan is resolute in further repelling any threat to its sovereignty and territorial integrity, as well as safety of its citizens, and urges Armenia to refrain from further escalating the situation. Instead, Armenia has to constructively engage in the ongoing normalization process in order to establish a predictable, stable situation in the region through establishment of good neighborly relations. In this context, following the agreement reached at the fourth meeting held on August 31st, 2022, in Brussels, of the leaders of Azerbaijan and Armenia, with the President of the EU Council, Azerbaijan reiterated to Armenia its readiness to start practical work on the peace treaty without further delay. Immediately after the meeting, we proposed concrete date and venue to Armenia for such talks. 2 days ago, we listened to the statement delivered here by the Prime Minister of Armenia. Regretfully, this was yet another evidence demonstrating that the Armenian side seems focused on continuing the confrontation instead of normalization. In Azerbaijan, we believe that our region has seen enough confrontation, destruction and suffering. It is high time for both our nations to engage fully and wholeheartedly in the post-conflict normalization so we can finally turn over the tragic page of our history and start building a better future for our children. The commitment of Azerbaijani side is there. We hope that Armenia will finally reciprocate constructively and engage genuinely into the negotiations. Excellencies, having liberated its territories from a long-term foreign military occupation, Azerbaijan is determined to spare no effort towards their full reconstruction and reintegration in accordance with the highest possible standards. At the same time, our country will continue playing a role of a responsible member of the international community in all relevant fields, whether it is contributing to global energy security, helping fight against COVID pandemic, or promoting sustainable development. We believe that in a globalized world, no country is an island, and we act accordingly. Thank you.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Azerbaijan. I now give the floor to His Excellency Vivian Balakrishnan, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Singapore.
Mr. President, Excellencies, let me first congratulate His Excellency Chaba Qureshi on assuming the presidency of the 77th session of the General Assembly. I also commend my good friend, His Excellency Abdullah Shahid, for his stalwart leadership of the 76th session during what was a most challenging year. This assembly is taking place in the shadow of multiple concurrent crises. Russia's invasion of Ukraine flagrantly violates international law and the UN Charter and undermines the rules-based order. We are also deeply concerned about the potential annexation of even more Ukrainian territory. The multilateral system, which has contributed so greatly to global peace and security, is now being severely tested. At the same time, superpower rivalry continues to sharpen. As we have seen in theaters from Europe to Asia this year, the risk of accidents, miscalculations, confrontation, and even outright conflict have escalated. The prospects for international cooperation have weakened considerably, and the temptation to resort to unilateralism has become even stronger. But the need for global cooperation has never been greater or more urgent, given the range of transnational challenges that all of us confront today. Our recovery from COVID-19 remains uneven and fragile. The risk of a future and even more deadly pandemic, in fact, has risen. The global economy is entering a period characterized by higher and prolonged inflation, and we see higher interest rates all over the world. Energy prices have soared, and it will become even harder to generate the resources that all of us need in order to address these long-term problems. Societies everywhere will have to grapple with greater internal division, disruption, and polarization. And without that sense of cohesion, unity, trust, and even an ability to agree on facts, the will and the unity needed for societies to confront these existential challenges will be undermined severely. The climate crisis is a clear and present threat. Our global commons, including water and biodiversity, are also deteriorating rapidly. Our global food supply is at risk. And to make things worse, all these threats and crises are occurring concurrently, interacting with and compounding each other in a vicious circle. For instance, the Secretary General has spoken of a triple crisis: food, fuel, and finance. The impact of all these simultaneous crises on ordinary people and on our livelihoods has been severe, and all the more so in developing countries. We see this in the devastating impact of floods in Pakistan and in parts of Africa. The post-World War II era of relative stability and prosperity has in fact, unfortunately, come to an end. A new world order is being born, and any obstetrician here will tell you the moment of delivery is actually the most dangerous. So, will we have a more divided, less prosperous, and less peaceful world? Or, instead, can we strengthen multilateralism and the United Nations to deal with the challenges of the future, to uphold and to strengthen the rules-based international system, and to jointly harness the opportunities offered by new technologies, including digital technology, synthetic biology and customized healthcare, and of course, renewable energy. If we can do this, we can then create a new era of peace and prosperity for everyone. Singapore believes that the only way forward is to uphold the inclusive and rules-based multilateral system that has underwritten peace and progress for all of us since World War II. This is also why we have worked with a cross-regional group of countries to establish the Forum of Small States, FOSS for short, and we did so in 1992. We started small with only 16 countries. This year we celebrated the 30th anniversary of FOSS. We now have 108 countries, a majority at the UN. We are all proud members. FOSS has always been a champion of the UN and of rules-based multilateralism. It gives us a collective stake and a voice in the global commons, a means to safeguard our interests, and a system where we have sovereign equality and disputes can be settled peacefully in accordance with international law. Indeed, the profound importance of multilateralism and international law is precisely why Singapore condemned Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The security and even the existence of Singapore, and indeed many other countries, and especially small states, depends on the international community upholding the fundamental principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity. If we do not protect these principles, there is then no basis for countries, big and small, to cooperate on an equal footing. Small states especially must not allow the world to regress to one where might is right. While the rules-based multilateral system is not perfect, it is by far our best option in addressing transnational challenges and in managing the global commons. This was exemplified by the pivotal adoption of the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, or UNCLOS for short, 40 years ago. It brought order and predictability to the governance of the oceans and provided a universal legal framework in which all states can work together. The geopolitical reality today makes it harder to forge consensus on such a framework. But as our experience with COVID-19 has shown, multilateral cooperation is the only way forward. Ultimately, we share one planet. And despite all our differences, our destinies are interwoven. And no one is safe until all of us are safe. This applies for pandemics. It also applies for climate change, the conservation of the oceans, and all our other shared challenges. Singapore will do our part. We are honored that Ambassador Rina Lee serves as the president of the BBNJ conference, which is currently negotiating a treaty under UNCLOS on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction. We call on all delegations to expedite the conclusion of a robust and future-proof BBNJ treaty. There is so much more that we can do to re-energize and to transform the UN-based multilateral system to new realities and challenges. And I commend the leadership of the Secretary General in putting forth a bold and ambitious common agenda to do so. Let me focus on just 3 areas in our global commons where there is an urgent need to build resilience. First, climate change and food insecurity, global health and pandemic preparedness, and the digital transformation and cybersecurity. Climate change remains the most pressing challenge confronting humanity today, as we have seen from the more frequent occurrences of extreme weather events and the devastation that they have wrought world over. We need a sustained and ambitious global response, continued commitment by all countries to the Paris Agreement and the Glasgow Climate Pact. That's absolutely critical. We also need to step up cooperation in the transition to net zero. This, in fact, will be the biggest socio-economic transformation since the Industrial Revolution. Both will require considerable economic restructuring, technological breakthroughs, investments, and behavioral changes. The UN-led multilateral system will be key in pulling everyone together to row in the same direction and not leave anyone behind. Singapore, as a small, low-lying, alternative energy disadvantaged island nation, is especially vulnerable to climate change and to rising sea levels. Actually, Singapore's impact on global emissions is infinitely small, but we take our climate change actions, obligations very seriously. We've just raised our climate ambition to achieve net zero emissions by or around mid-century. A comprehensive strategy to green our economy is taking shape, and we will raise carbon taxes progressively from 2024. We will do our part to build a comprehensive green finance ecosystem and facilitate the regional journey to net zero. We are supporting industry efforts to build the infrastructure for a voluntary carbon credit market in Asia. We are also building capabilities in environmental risk management in the financial sector and providing grants to defray the cost of green and sustainability-linked loans and bonds. An adjacent issue is food insecurity. Climate change, the pandemic, the war in Ukraine have all exacerbated the threat to our food security. According to a UN report, as many as 828 million people were affected by hunger last year. That's 46 million more than 2020 and 150 million more than 2019. We must reverse this negative trend. First, we need to ensure that food supply chains remain open and operate smoothly. Second, we must pursue innovation and leverage technology to adapt to new challenges. For example, working together to develop climate-resilient food systems whilst developing the necessary precautions for food safety. There is much scope for multilateral cooperation on capacity building and the development of global norms and standards. Next, it is essential to build a more robust global health architecture to protect our future generations. After COVID-19, there will be other pandemics and other major health emergencies. In my view, actually COVID-19 was perhaps a full dress rehearsal for a worse pandemic to come. We must be better prepared to predict, to prevent, to detect, assess, and respond to pandemics in a coordinated and effective fashion in future. We have a collective responsibility to rectify the long-standing underinvestment in pandemic preparedness amongst other global public goods. Singapore has supported multilateral initiatives to strengthen the global health security system, and we will continue to support the COVAX facility, and we have contributed to the establishment of a financial intermediary fund for pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response hosted by the World Bank. Lastly, we must enhance international cooperation to harness the opportunities of the digital revolution. The digital transformation does not take place in a vacuum. It must be navigated in the context of intersecting issues, the geopolitical tensions, the technological bifurcation, cybersecurity threats, and the digital divide. The world has made significant progress by developing based on a single shared technology stack. Interconnectedness, interoperability has brought us together, lowered costs, spurred innovation and competition, and the cross-fertilization of ideas. But if we fracture our world and our technology stack, all that good work and that speed of progress and innovation will be slowed down significantly. We need an open and inclusive global framework to harness and to optimize the opportunities of the digital transformation while effectively addressing all its challenges. A zero-sum, exclusionary, bifurcated approach benefits no one. An erosion of trust and an atmosphere of confrontation will only breed more cyber threats and malicious cyber activities. We must also ensure that all states, particularly small states, developing and least developed countries, benefit from the digital revolution and not be left behind. Singapore fully supports the Secretary General's proposal for a global digital compact, which has received strong support from member states. We are honored that Ambassador Berhan Ghafor serves as the chair of the open-ended working group on security of and in the use of information and communication technologies. The consensus adoption of the working group's first annual progress report in July is a welcome sign that multilateralism is alive and well and can still deliver meaningful progress on the global commons even in these difficult times. Mr. President, Excellencies, to conclude, this is a moment where multilateralism must be defended and fortified. Our responses to these myriad opportunities and challenges must remain rooted in the foundational tenets of multilateralism, including especially adherence to the UN Charter and international law. I remain an optimist in these difficult times, and I believe that we are actually on the cusp of an era of profound technological breakthroughs, one that will equip humanity with unimaginably powerful new tools. And it is in the world's interest and in our own national long-term interest to set aside our differences, to address the challenges of the global commons, and to harvest the emerging opportunities provided by new technologies. Ultimately, as member states, we have as much responsibility to each other and to our citizens to work together, to improve, adapt, and to strengthen the multilateral system that we have built so painstakingly over the past 77 years, so that our people, all people, can lead better, more secure, more peaceful, and happier lives. Thank you, Mr. President, Excellencies.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Singapore. And now I give the floor to His Excellency Vladimir Makey, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Belarus.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, for more than 6 months, the world has been living in the shadow of the conflict in Ukraine. It has affected very many people on the planet. The conflict, like the COVID-19 pandemic that preceded it, has once again laid bare the downside of global interdependence. This session provides a unique opportunity to take stock of this situation. Let us be honest and unbiased in answering 2 questions. The answers to them, as well as the ensuing necessary steps to take, is what all people around the globe expect from us, the UN member states. First, what were the root causes of the conflict in Ukraine? Second, what needs to be done to stop that conflict and prevent anything similar from recurring? Mr. President, we are convinced that the conflict in Ukraine stems from a wider geopolitical chaos. Its causes must be sought in the events that took place 30 years ago. History teaches us that epoch-making wars that end with unfair and humiliating peace terms contain the seeds of future conflicts. Let us take a look at what kind of peace was established after the end of the last epoch-making confrontation, the Cold War. Apparently, the so-called winners, under the effects of the euphoria, did not deem it necessary to draw on examples from the past. They could have followed the path of Alexander I, Metternich, and Castlereagh. These great peacemakers of the early 19th century effectively integrated their adversary into a new security system. In so doing, they brought a lasting peace to Europe that would endure for decades to come. They could have also drawn inspiration from the cooperation established in World War II by the Big Three, Stalin, Roosevelt, and Churchill. They forged arrangements that significantly decreased the chances for great powers to wage wars against each other. Unfortunately, despite that, the Western policymakers of the early 1990s chose the most inglorious and most unpromising option, namely the path of the 1919-style Versailles diplomats keen on trampling upon their main opponent. To begin with, the Cold War ended not even with an official treaty, but with some sort of gentlemen's agreements and declarations. Subsequent events revealed that these arrangements were not respected by the winning side. In fact, the arrangements were nothing more than a Versailles 2.0. The West selfishly offered the post-Soviet states only a single path, that of becoming its satellites. To cement that status, the West relied on the expansion of one of its key Cold War-era institutions, the military bloc of NATO. NATO expanded eastward. This happened despite the agreements achieved with the West, including agreements made with Soviet leaders. The West overlooked the legitimate security interests of both Russia and Belarus. In this regard, I wish to recall an outstanding American diplomat, George Kennan. His foreign policy prophecies are so much admired by Western policymakers. But why did they fail to heed another one of Kennan's famous warnings when, in 1996, Kennan condemned the expansion of NATO as a strategic mistake of potentially epic proportions. With its drive to enlarge NATO, the West has essentially trampled underfoot the indivisibility of security, which is a vital principle that says that one party must not seek to achieve its own security at the expense of that of other parties. This logic was understood very well in the negotiators in 1815 and 1945. But the world leaders in 1919 and in 1991 refused to consider it. NATO's involvement in the illegal wars in Yugoslavia, Iraq, Libya, and Syria, in addition to the alliance's attempts to encroach on some historical Eastern Slavic lands and others, made it a foregone conclusion that Versailles 2.0 would suffer the fate of the first Versailles. Therefore, the ongoing bloodshed in Ukraine is something that the collective West fully bears the blame for. It was precisely the West that made this conflict inevitable, not only through its decision to expand NATO, but also by its refusal to consider the proposals of its opponents. And there were such proposals, after all. The question arises, what should be done? Indeed, in 2009, Russia invited all interested parties to sign a new European Security Treaty. This treaty would, in essence, de jure, conclude the Cold War. The West rejected that proposal. In 2017, it was the president of Belarus, Alexander Lukashenko, who came up with the initiative of holding a global security dialogue. He proposed Minsk as a venue for negotiations. The opponents ignored this initiative as well. In December of last year, the Russian Federation made yet another attempt to reach an agreement with the West on the matter of European security. As before, the West remained deaf to the new Russian proposal. What explains this rejectionist stance by the West? The key problem is that there is an ongoing clash at the global level, a clash of two incompatible visions of the world order, namely the concentric and the polycentric visions. The West wants to establish a concentric or a unipolar world. It is a world ruled from one center and subordinated to the interests of a Western hegemon. Most other countries wish to create a polycentric or multipolar world with no single center of control, in which no one imposes its visions, interests, or values on anyone else. The West dominated the world over the last 5 centuries and believes that it can continue this indefinitely. However, we are deeply convinced that the world has changed and that neocolonialism, whatever its form may be, is no longer acceptable or viable. 5 centuries ago, the West was just beginning its global ascent. The world came to witness at that point the Copernican revolution of knowledge. This took place first and foremost in the minds of people at that time. They found it difficult to come to terms with the postulate that it was not the Earth but the Sun that stood at the center of the solar system. A similar Copernican paradigm shift needs to occur today. As was the case half a millennium ago, it must take place in people's minds too. This time around, it must occur in the minds of the West's political mainstream. The West must finally realize a number of truths. Number 1, international relations do not revolve around one single source of power, namely the Western center of power. Second, the world's history has no end because it is not an inexorable movement of all countries toward what's known as liberal democracy. Third, the world is too complex of a structure to reduce all of its problems to a confrontation, as we've heard from this rostrum too, a confrontation between the so-called democracies and autocracies. It seems that this sort of realization is not in evidence. What we have seen instead is a destruction stubbornly pursued by the West, including self-destruction. Today, economic sanctions are almost the only tool in the West's foreign policy toolkit. An impression arises that for Europe and the United States, the indicator of the effectiveness of sanctions is the very fact that they've been introduced. And in this regard, we see a substitution of concepts. The key objective has not been achieved, whereas the sanctions keep living a life of their own. What common sense does the West invest in economic sanctions it imposes against other countries? Without any trace of hesitation, the goal has been stated loud and clear. The aim is to achieve a change of power in various countries through food riots that will emerge as a result of sanctions. This calculation has largely turned out to be a failure. Most countries have not joined the sanctions. Many states under sanctions, such as Belarus and Russia, are largely self-sufficient. Importantly, the sanctions have given us a powerful impetus to develop hidden internal reserves and to reinvigorate regional integration. So there's no doubt that we will weather the storm. In the same way as the freedom-loving Cuba has been surviving illegal sanctions for over 6 decades. But these sanctions have had 2 negative implications. Their sponsors could hardly have foreseen those. First, they reduced the supply of fertilizers and food from the countries under sanctions. The result of this is that the poorest people in developing countries are suffering from it. Suffice it to say that the prices in these countries over the last half year have increased by 300%. And there is a fertilizer shortage of over 2 million tons. Secondly, the sanctions have had a boomerang effect hitting the West itself. No matter how some may swagger today, ordinary people in Europe, unfortunately, will have to freeze through the upcoming winter. It's high time for Western countries to resort to common sense and return to dialogue and cooperation. Even in this current situation, Belarus stands ready to embrace dialogue and cooperation on equal terms without any preconditions or pressure. Mr. President, Belarus has spoken a lot everywhere about the conflict in Ukraine, as many other countries have done. We cannot do otherwise. This conflict is happening at our very doorstep. We're very sad to witness how the fraternal Ukrainian people has fallen victim to the collective West's geopolitical games. We are convinced that the origins of Ukraine's specific problems should be sought in 2004, when the West managed to carry out the first color revolution in this country. The Orange Revolution, a decade later, firmly secured the status for Ukraine as an anti-Russian. Instigated by the United States and their allies, for 8 years, Ukraine has been exterminating the people of Donbass for no other reason than that the local people want to speak their native language, Russian. But the West does not need Ukraine, neither as a member of NATO or as a member of the European Union. Its new patrons are simply using it for their own great game against Russia. Today, Ukraine is paying the price in blood because its politicians bought into this deception, disregarding the historical brotherhood of the 3 East Slavic peoples, Belarusians, Russians, and Ukrainians. But it is never too late to admit and to correct one's mistakes. For Belarus, which itself went through the genocide of the Belarusian people during the Second World War, it is unbearably painful to see the chaos in our neighboring country and the suffering of ordinary Ukrainians. Ever since 2014, we have continued to make every possible effort to bring peace to Ukraine. It was our country in particular that became associated with peace in Donbass when the Minsk agreements were adopted in 2014 and 2015, right after the outbreak of hostilities in Ukraine last February. It was the president of Belarus in particular who managed to get the parties to the conflict to sit down at a negotiating table. Again, this was on Belarus soil. Belarus hosted 3 successful rounds of Ukrainian-Russian negotiations. These opened up real prospects for settling the conflict. Regrettably, this process has since stalled. We remain deeply convinced that both a ceasefire agreement and a comprehensive strategic peace settlement around Ukraine, in a broad context of regional and global security, can be achieved only at the negotiating table. There is no alternative to talks. Otherwise, all of us will get a new third Versailles. As a neighbor and an affected country, Belarus should be an integral part of the negotiation process and the final security guarantees. Mr. President, we very much hope that the tragic events in Ukraine will compel the collective West to realize rather quickly that changes in international relations need to happen are irreversible. In fact, the sooner this happens, the sooner peace can be brought to Ukraine and other hotspots, and the sooner we can lay the foundation to forge a new, just world order. As a crucial step in this process, the global security dialogue in the true spirit of San Francisco is needed in our view, which the president of Belarus clearly stated as far back as 5 years ago. We have consistently highlighted the key role of great powers in this effort. Yet, unfortunately, we see today that apparently they are hearing and understanding one another rather poorly. There's not the slightest hint that they're ready to move away from recriminations. Perhaps the time has come for the countries representing the developing world to collectively take on the lead in global security with all of the energy and dynamism they displayed with such great success nearly half a century ago in advancing the idea of a new international economic order. We believe that precisely now, the non-aligned movement and BRICS, as well as the regional integration unions, are on the rise, and they need to get involved directly in matters of global peace. Yes, it's true that today, unfortunately, we do not have a clear concept on safeguarding peace and security of our planet, because the world has become so complex that a multitude of diverse challenges defy any one single framework. What is more, the mechanisms for neutralizing these global challenges that were put in place in the context of the preceding geopolitical realities are lagging behind or stalling altogether. The task facing humanity today is to ensure that our civilization moves toward a new multipolar world order without being destroyed. This is exactly what the priority must be for our common actions at the United Nations. It is in this direction, provided we want to survive at all, where we must seek consensus and promptly forge new adequate response mechanisms. It is for the sake of this objection that we must stop mutually destructive rhetoric and put an end to the fatal total confrontation that leaves no room for diplomatic efforts. But this can be done only by responsible world leaders who, to use the figurative expression of Henry Kissinger, have a sense of direction and mission. And leaders with these qualities are bound to emerge on the world stage. Our present state of mind was well captured by Martin Luther King over half a century ago. He said, quote, "We are now faced with the fact that tomorrow is today. We are confronted with the fierce urgency of now in unfolding life in history. There is no such thing as being too late. Let us act, lest it become too late." Belarus, for its part, stands ready to play the role of a vigorously committed and responsible stakeholder in security processes at the global and regional levels alike. Thank you for your attention.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Belarus. I now give the floor to His Excellency Luca Beccari, Minister for Foreign Affairs, International Economic Cooperation and Telecommunications of San Marino.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the government of the Republic of San Marino, I would like to congratulate His Excellency Csaba Kőrösi on his election as President of the 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly and to wish him a fruitful work. The Republic of San Marino supports the priority of your program and assure you, Mr. President, full cooperation in all work of the General Assembly. I would also like to extend my special thanks to Secretary General Antonio Guterres for his energy and determination in leading the United Nations in this difficult and challenging time. Mr. President, I'm grateful for the theme chosen for this section: a watershed moment, transformative solution to interlocking challenges. It gives Member States the opportunity to constructively contribute to the work of the General Assembly. The increasingly evident interrelationship among global challenges highlight the need for Member States, today more than ever, to work together to overcome difficulties. It is clear that there is a link between multilateralism and global challenges, the scope of which goes beyond the capacity of each individual state, even the most powerful or technologically advanced, to face them on its own. Preserving the value of multilateralism and international cooperation, which underpin the United Nations Charter and Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development, is of fundamental importance for promoting and supporting peace and security, development and human rights. The Republic of San Marino considers it essential to continue to reaffirm its collective commitment to multilateralism, in particular in the framework of the General Assembly, as the most representative body of the United Nations on account of its deeply democratic nature, universal participation, and undisputed legitimacy. However, multilateralism cannot be more a statement of collective intention, but it must translate into concrete action to improve people's lives and leave nobody behind. Mr. President, we're facing difficult times with an unprecedented level of violence, mass atrocity, and displacement. The armed conflict across the globe caused immense suffering to millions of civilians. The war of aggression against Ukraine brought dramatic consequences for civilian population, including civilian death and destruction of vital infrastructure and massive displacement. The aggression against Ukraine has been strongly condemned by the international community. The General Assembly resolution, Aggression Against Ukraine, demands that Russia immediately stop its military aggression and unconditionally withdraw all force from the entire territory of Ukraine, and fully respect Ukrainian territorial integrity, sovereignty, and independence within its international recognized border. San Marino has decided to cooperate within the framework of international structure and mechanism, at the top of which is the United Nations Organization, because it believes in the strength of dialogue, democracy, and respect for others. In line with our values, the Capital Region of San Marino, in their message to the opening of the session of the Parliament last July, called all parties involved in the Ukraine conflict to renounce the use of force and to reopen this channel of dialogue and negotiation so that politics and diplomacy may prevail in the management of this crisis. No one should remain indifferent to war, but rather we should all work responsibly to create the condition for dialogue and peace with the full involvement of international institutions. Mr. President, San Marino is deeply concerned by the still ongoing armed conflict across the globe. We reaffirm our commitment to the principle of the responsibility to protect, which is essential in the prevention of atrocity crime. Accountability is indeed another factor that plays an important role in preventing and stopping such crime. The Republic of San Marino reaffirms its full commitment to the obligation under human and humanitarian law, such as the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime and Genocide, the Rome Statute, and the Geneva Convention. San Marino reaffirms its full support to the International Criminal Court, whose work is crucial in the fight against impunity for genocide and crime against humanity, and is represent one of the core elements for the implementation of the responsibility to protect. The ICC, through its work, fosters accountability and thus promote prevention and reconciliation. The Republic of San Marino would also like to reiterate its support for initiatives such as the ACT Group Code of Conduct regarding Security Council, action against genocide, war crime, or crime against humanity, and French and Mexican declaration on voluntary restraint use of the veto by the permanent member of the Security Council. Mr. President, children and youth are uniquely and often disproportionately affected by conflict and atrocity. San Marino stressed the need of strengthening the child protection capacity and to put children and youth at the center of effort to prevent atrocity. At the same time, we also encourage Member States to adopt the relevant instrument on the protection of children, including the Paris Principle and the Safe School Declaration. Being part of the group of Friends of Children and Armed Conflict, San Marino is particularly worried for the difficulty in the implementation of child protection activity in armed conflict situations. San Marino commends the dedication of the Special Representative for Children and Armed Conflict and of her office and appreciates the engagement of all the child protection personnel and partners involved. Moreover, San Marino is committed to the protection of women and girls and to supporting the prevention of sexual and gender-based violence, including conflict-related sexual violence. In addition, persons with disability face additional risks and vulnerabilities in situations of armed conflict. Their needs should be duly taken into account and barriers to access information, evacuation, and emergency assistance should be lifted. San Marino is deeply disturbed and firmly condemns the growing number of deliberated attacks against school, hospital, and place of worship. We also firmly condemn attacks against journalists, humanitarian workers, human rights defenders, and peacekeepers. These stakeholders and civil society actors can play an important role for reconciliation and for the prevention and early warning mechanism and should therefore be supported and protected. Mr. President, today the threat of nuclear weapons being used is much higher than it has been in the last decades. We condemn the Russian Federation's dangerous nuclear rhetoric. Any threat of use of nuclear weapons is unacceptable and of the utmost concern. What is needed today is a steady and genuine commitment to international institutions and to disarmament. With the spirit, San Marino has participated in the 10th Review Conference of the Non-Proliferation Treaty and in this first meeting of state parties to the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons early this year. We regret that at this critical time, the 10th Review Conference of the Non-Proliferation Treaty was not able to adopt its final document. San Marino will continue to work for the full implementation of this fundamental instrument. San Marino welcomed the positive outcome of the first meeting of state parties to the Treaty of the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons and urge all states committed to our final goal of a war without such weapons to join the TPNWV. Only honoring and reinvigorating our multilateral agreement will we be able to put humanity on a new path toward a world free of nuclear weapons. Mr. President, since 1945, the world is witnessing the highest number of violent conflicts. Forced displacements have continued to grow in 2021 and 2022, where refugees were at the highest number. The war in Ukraine created one of the largest refugee crises of modern time. More than 7 million refugees have fled Ukraine, most of whom are women and children, and a further 7 million have been displaced inside the country. This refugees crisis confronts each member state with its responsibility. The people of San Marino, guardian of the century-old tradition of peace and solidarity, opened the door to the Ukrainian refugees. Since the beginning of the war, the Republic of San Marino has welcomed more than 300 Ukrainian refugees, equal to 1% of the entire San Marinese population, thanks to the solidarity of public and private institutions, NGOs, and with the help of many volunteers. Together with the refugees crisis, the impact of the conflict may lead a global food crisis. Food insecurity affects the life of millions of people across the world and is mainly concentrated in conflict-affected regions. The vast majority of stunted children live in countries affected by violence and conflict. Armed conflict displaces farmers and can destroy agricultural assets and food stock. Furthermore, they disrupt market and a vital service for the food system. The ongoing war in Ukraine is disrupting supply chain and further affecting price of grain, fertilizer and energy. In the first half of 2022, this caused further food price increase. A report by the State of Food Security and Nutrition in the World 2022, the number of people unable to afford a healthy diet around the world rose by 112 million to almost 3.1 billion, reflecting the impact of rising consumer food price during the pandemic. The COVID-19 pandemic has further expanded the fragilities in our agri-food system and the inequality in our society, increased world hunger and severe food insecurity. At the same time, we also should not underestimate the effect of climate change and climate disaster in aggravating food insecurity. For all these reasons, it is extremely important to keep food security on our agenda and to continue to incentivize sustainable production, supply and consumption of nutritious food in order to make healthy diets less costly and more affordable for all. Moreover, as promoter of the resolution which established the 29th of September as International Day of Awareness of Food Loss and Waste, San Marino firmly believes that the fight against food loss and waste will contribute to promote food security and welcome all the initiatives aiming at developing awareness in such responsible behavior. Mr. President, it is widely acknowledged that the COVID-19 crisis had a negative impact on global effort to realize the Sustainable Development Goal. At the end of 2021, the deaths caused by COVID-19 were nearly 15 million. With the overwhelming of the global health system and the disruption of many essential health services, the pandemic undermined years of progress fighting other diseases, in particular in developing countries. Compared with the pre-pandemic level, an additional 75 million to 95 million people will live in extreme poverty in 2022. Billions of children significantly missed out on schooling, and over 100 million more children fell below the minimum reading proficiency level. Despite some encouraging signs, the global economy recovery struggled to grow to the COVID-19 variants and continued vaccine inequity, together with rising inflation, major supply chain disruption, policy uncertainties, and unsustainable debt in developing countries. The impact of climate change continues to be felt across the world. COVID-19 further delayed the urgently needed transition to green economies. Demand for coal, oil and gas rebounded with an economy in 2021 and will bring over the current decade an increase of global emission by almost 14%. If current trend continued, the Earth could lose this natural wealth of its ecosystem, which would in turn jeopardize global food security, water supply, and livelihood. Mr. President, the interconnection of the global crisis, COVID-19 pandemic, the climate change, the armed conflict across the globe put at great risk the achievement of the SDG by 2030. As the Secretary General called for in our common agenda, a renewed commitment to international cooperation is needed, but the United Nations must adapt quickly to the new global challenges in order to be more effective in carrying out its mandate. Reform must remain at the center of our action because they are crucial to future world sustainability and maintenance of international peace and security. We believe that Security Council reform should be an objective of all member states. This reform goal can be achieved only through a continuous dialogue among the states and the awareness that overcoming the respective initial position is essential to negotiate the broadest agreement possible. In conclusion, Mr. President, a stronger multilateralism is essential if we want to build fair, just and peaceful society, where young people can live in dignity, women can have same opportunities as men, and where all minority and vulnerable groups are protected. I believe that the general debate is an important opportunity to renew our commitment to a stronger United Nations organization capable of coordinating economic, social and environmental policies and translating them into an effective action at all levels. The Republic of San Marino, in accordance with its history and its tradition of freedom and democracy, firmly believes in this mandate and will support any action that help strengthen the United Nations in this process. Thank you for your attention.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs, International Economic Cooperation and Telecommunications of San Marino. I now give the floor to His Highness, Prince Faisal bin Farhan Al Farhan Al Saud, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Saudi Arabia.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
In the name of God, the Merciful, the Compassionate, Majesties, Excellencies, President of the General Assembly, Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, may the peace of God be upon you all. At the beginning of my statement, I would like to congratulate Mr. Chaba Qureshi on his election to be President of the 77th session of the General Assembly. We wish you every success. I would like to thank Mr. Abdallah Shahid for his efforts during his presidency of the past presidency. And I would like to also welcome the well-advised efforts of the Secretary General of the United Nations in order to optimize United Nations action to achieve the goals of the Charter. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia reaffirms its attachment to the UN Charter and our constant support for the rules of international law aimed at preserving international peace and security, and to cooperate on the basis of mutual respect and respecting the sovereignty of states through peaceful means, and to abstain from threatening force or using force. My country participated in the building of the United Nations. We were there for the Charter of San Francisco, based on the teachings of our Islamic religion and our Arab traditions that are about justice, favor, peace and dialogue. The Kingdom has always supported international multilateral action according to United Nations principles to strengthen international cooperation given the challenges that our world faces. My country actively participates in all efforts for a more just, peaceful world and for a better future for our peoples and future generations. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, keen as we are to achieve the UN goals and preserve international peace and security, reiterates our call for reform of the Security Council so that it can be fairer and more representative of today's world and more effective as it accompanies changes in the world and is able to address common challenges. With regard to the wars that we're seeing in the world, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia stresses the need for reason, the voice of reason and wisdom. Dialogue, negotiation and peaceful solutions are what is required to silence the guns, protect civilians and provide prospects for development and peace. We welcome all efforts that can bring about a political solution to put an end to the Russian-Ukrainian crisis in order to stop the fighting and preserve international and regional peace and security, in order to overcome challenges and ensure stability and prosperity, and also in order to bring about global economic development. We need to pool our efforts, forge partnerships, and have an exchange of cultures and civilizations. In the Middle East, Mr. President, we need to combine efforts to reaffirm stability, to ensure a better future that is commensurate with the aspirations of our peoples. The Jeddah Summit for Security and Development that saw the participation of the US and 9 Arab states was the opportunity to confirm collective action for a better world in the region for our peoples and for our countries. We fully support the UN in finding peaceful solutions to strengthen international and regional activities and strengthen cooperation based on the respect of sovereignty of states and non-interference in internal affairs, and respecting the independence and territorial integrity and the values and cultures of countries. Diversity is a source of wealth. Security and stability in the Middle East also require a just and global solution for the Palestinian question. For a Palestinian state, according to the 1967 borders, with East Jerusalem as its capital. We condemn all unilateral measures that would affect this solution, and we call for their immediate cessation. With regard to Yemen, we repeat our commitment towards efforts to bring about a truce and to allow the President to fully play their role and to bring about peace according to the resolutions of the Security Council 22.6. We continue to play our key role to meet the humanitarian and development needs of Yemen, and we stress on the need to lift obstacles with regard to the inflow of basic foodstuffs and aid, and also roads need to be opened near Taiz, the third country of the city of the country which has been under siege for so long. We also support security and stability in Iraq, and we have reinforced our bilateral and collective relationship with that country, particularly electricity between our two countries. My country insists that Security Council resolutions must be respected for the unity and stability and the Arab nature of Syria, and we support the efforts of the Special Envoy of the Secretary General to bring about a political solution to that conflict, according to 2254 of 2015 Security Council resolution. We need to prevent a further outbreak of violence and protect the ceasefire agreements, and also ensure that humanitarian assistance can arrive to all Syrians unhindered. My country also supports the sovereignty, stability of Libya, and we call for economic structural reforms that will help this country to come out of its current crisis. It should not be a breeding ground for terrorists or drug trafficking or other criminal activities that would threaten peace and stability in the region. It's important that the Libyan government extend its power throughout the country, respecting relevant resolutions of the Security Council and also the Taif Agreements. The Kingdom continues to deploy all of its efforts to encourage the parties of Sudan towards dialogue for a prosperous future. We also reiterate our support for the water needs of Egypt and Sudan. We support the ceasefire agreement between the Libyan parties, and we call upon Libyans to ensure the departure of all foreign fighters and mercenaries without delay, according to relevant Security Council resolutions. We also repeat the importance of supporting the delivery of aid to Afghanistan. Afghanistan must not become a basis for terrorist operations or a breeding ground for terrorists. International peace and security cannot be brought about by the arms race, but much rather by states cooperating together towards progress. We call upon the international community to intensify efforts to counter proliferation of weapons and to make the Middle East exempt from these weapons, an area free of these weapons. We fully cooperate with the IAEA in order to adopt serious measures to build confidence with our neighbours in the international community. Mr. President, humanity is facing common challenges with regard to the economy post-COVID and the availability of food and energy and supply chain, and also environmental challenges. our capacity to overcome these challenges very much depends on our cooperation and rethinking in the world that is balanced and fair. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is aware of the importance of addressing the challenges of climate change and of responding to its deleterious effects. And here we attach particular importance and make great contributions to the Paris Agreement on climate change, and we believe in a gradual and responsible change towards diversified energy sources that are more sustainable. Achieving these goals requires everyone's participation, bearing in mind the different circumstances nationally and regionally, as well as the different socio-economic situations of countries and the world energy situation and everyone's access to that energy. In order to reaffirm our pioneer role in the area of sustainability, we launched a green initiative in the region, and we've announced ambitious goals to diversify sources of energy and to optimize consumption and production. We've also launched initiatives to protect the environment, protect green areas, and reduce emissions annually by 2030 and achieve carbon neutrality by 2060 through the circular carbon economy, and in accordance with the development plan of the Kingdom. My country is also aware that we need to support the world economy by contributing to a balance on the energy markets. We need to invest in fossil fuels and clean energy in future decades in order to meet the growing international needs and to meet the needs of consumers and producers, to avoid the negative consequences of unrealistic policies aimed at excluding the main source of energy that would have negative consequences on world supply chains, on inflation, particularly energy prices, on unemployment, and would have other security and socio-economic damage. And in order to slow down the effects of the war on food security, the painful effects, and to achieve the SDGs in 2030, we plan to eradicate poverty. To do that, we need to facilitate the export of cereals and other food, because the price of food is increasing, and that is risking famine. My country contributes greatly to this aspect, and the total assistance in agricultural aid is now 2.8 billion US dollars. And Saudi Arabia, with our brothers in the region, has announced a 10 billion contribution for national and regional development funds. Mr. President, the international community is also fighting terrorism and extremism. We must continue to work relentlessly to address this scourge which is affecting our region. The international community must show itself firm with states that support terrorism and extremism and that attempt to use their extremist ideology to expand and to destroy. The Kingdom is continuing its efforts for progress and development to protect the future of our population and strengthen the abilities of men and women to innovate and to be open to dialogue and tolerance. My country attaches great importance to human rights, with explicit texts to protect those rights. My country has also announced legislation for 2030 with regard to better practices and international standards aligned with the commitments of the Kingdom internationally. With regard to this future ambitious vision, my country is a candidate for hosting Expo 2030, an air of change if we succeed in that candidacy, we would like to make this exhibition closer to the idea for which it was created, namely technology and the future. We thank the countries that have supported us in our candidacy. In conclusion, we hope that our efforts will make it possible to get across our message to the world in a spirit of partnership and respect for a better world and humanity in its entirety. May the peace of God be upon you. Thank you.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Saudi Arabia. And I now give the floor to His Excellency Dato Erwin bin Pehin Yusuf, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Brunei Darussalam.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Peace be upon you all and a good afternoon. I have the great honor to convey the warm regards of His Majesty Sultan Haji Hassan al-Bolkiah, Muizzaddin wa Daulah, Sultan and Yang di-Pertuan of Brunei Darussalam to this year's August General Assembly. At the outset, I would also like to congratulate His Excellency Chaba Korosi for assuming the presidency of the 77th session of this Assembly. Also, our deep appreciation to His Excellency Abdullah Shahid for his contributions and efforts in bringing multilateralism, which is an important and fundamental principle of our work at the United Nations, to the forefront during his presidency. Mr. President, while it is good to be back in New York and at the United Nations to deliver Brunei's statement in person after a 2-year absence, this year's debate continues to take place amidst global uncertainties and challenges that test our individual and collective resilience. It has been almost 3 years since we first heard of COVID-19, and whilst we are still feeling its effects, many of us now are looking forward to a post-pandemic world. However, a key and crucial factor to achieving this would be a successful vaccination program, and by having vaccine equity. Lest we forget the WHO's mantra that says, and I quote, "No one is safe until everyone is safe," end quote. Unfortunately, as of June this year, only 58 out of 194 countries have achieved the 70% complete vaccination target set by the WHO, whilst the others have not. Although initial challenges faced regarding supply and manufacture of vaccines that resulted in delays and have been addressed, we continue to see many countries still facing the problems of getting their allocated vaccines. While we recognize the role of COVAX has played in this global health emergency, we also see the continued need to address the fundamental issue of vaccine inequity that has continued to impede supply and distribution. In this regard, we need to develop a more effective and more resilient global health infrastructure as part of our preparedness to face possible future global health emergencies. More efforts are also needed to address the impact from the pandemic, especially mental health, a condition that is often taken lightly even before the pandemic. This is important as it can result in a huge economic burden to the countries concerned in the future. We in Brunei Darussalam have come to recognize the need to include this in our post-pandemic recovery efforts. As such, we have introduced a 5-year multi-sectoral mental health action plan. In addition, we are also working on a regional basis in East Asia in promoting better mental health and well-being. Mr. President, climate change is yet another challenge the world has been facing even prior to the pandemic, and it is one which continues to be a real and existential threat today, which, if left unaddressed, can lead to another global emergency. In 2015, the world came together on 2 landmark agreements, namely the Paris Accord, which sets a target limit of global warming by 1.5 degrees and global greenhouse gas emissions, as well as the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, which aims, among others, to reach zero hunger. I believe these two are interlinked and interconnected aspirations. And yet, as we reach the halfway mark to the SDGs, we see the latest report by the UN Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change showing that the impacts of climate change on agriculture has led to devastating consequences on food production and food security. Furthermore, the recent report on the state of food security and nutrition in the world by the FAO, the WHO, and others has shown that by 2030, the progress made in alleviating world hunger since 2015 will be nullified unless something drastic is done. This is why we must hasten our efforts and remain steadfast in our commitments. To this end, Brunei Darussalam is committed to the climate ambition and is moving towards net zero by 2050 through forest preservation as well as transition to clean energy to shape a low-carbon and climate-resilient future, with 72% of our total land area still covered by rainforests, and our greenhouse gas emission only accounts for 0.017% that of global emission. As one of the regional champions for conservation, environment, and forest preservation, Brunei is also playing a lead role regionally by hosting the ASEAN Center for Climate Change. This will function as an intergovernmental center for climate change coordination and cooperation. It will also strengthen the region's capabilities to prevent, mitigate, and manage climate-related disasters through established mechanisms and formulations of policies. We appreciate the contributions thus far from our partners and friends on this initiative and continue to welcome others to come on board. Mr. President, the UN is the foremost multilateral institution, and thus its member states have a responsibility to the international law and adhere to the founding principles of this organization, specifically respecting the sovereign equality and territorial integrity of all members. The maintenance of international peace and security is of utmost importance, and this is no different in Southeast Asia. Last year, our region's peace and stability was affected, and ASEAN collectively agreed on a 5-point consensus to work gradually and constructively towards a peaceful solution and eventual return to normalcy in one of our fellow member states, namely Myanmar. Unfortunately, matters continue to require close attention, and as such, we appreciate the continued support and contributions of the United Nations and others in ASEAN's efforts. On a similar note, the current conflict in Europe has also brought about global concerns, leading member states to unanimously adopt a resolution that ensures accountability of the Security Council. It is, however, disappointing that the same attention and regard has not been given to solving other areas of conflict, particularly on the question of Palestine. We need to ensure the same amount of attention and consideration be given to conflicts wherever they are, particularly where territorial integrity and sovereignty has been violated. Therefore, the international community must remain resolute in their commitment to safeguarding the two-state solution towards achieving an independent state of Palestine based on the pre-1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital. Mr. President, in conclusion, let me say that as we continue to address the concerns of the world in pre- and post-crisis terms, it is clear what these watershed moments in our collective history are. It should not deepen division among us. It should not entrench us in our differences, and it should not lead us to serve only ourselves. However, it should, in these final years of the SDG, make us come together and uphold the spirit of multilateralism that would transform us into a better and more resilient United Nations. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs too of Brunei Darussalam. I now give the floor to His Excellency Ali Sabri, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Sri Lanka.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to represent Sri Lanka at the 77th session of the UNGA, a session which after 2 years brings together world leaders post-pandemic to an assembly in person. Permit me the honor of congratulating His Excellency Sabah Korosi on being elected President of the current session. Mr. President, Sri Lanka looks forward to working closely with you and your team in the years ahead. May I also convey our appreciation to His Excellency Abdullah Sahid of the Maldives for his excellent stewardship on the 76th session. As a close friend and neighbor of Maldives, we express particular appreciation for his presidency of hope that gave us renewed optimism and vigor. Building on this, we move to the vision of our new PGA of finding solution through solidarity, sustainability, and science. Mr. President, 77 years ago, when the battlefield of the Second World War was silent, but its horrors reverberated around the globe, a new world order emerged out of the remains of the old one. And that new world order was manifested by the Charter of the United Nations, developed by 50 nations at the San Francisco Conference. The United Nations is a table where every state can sit down, a forum where everyone can be heard and where everyone is equally important. This is the concept of multilateralism, and this is a fundamental political principle of diplomacy. It is said that multilateral diplomacy is similar to gardening. You plant, you wait, you sow the seeds, you wait, you trim, and you harvest at some point. In multilateralism, we talk to each other. We develop a relationship of trust and confidence. And if something was to come up, you have a base to work with. Excellencies, the world is facing a multiplicity of complex interlocking challenges. The far-reaching effects of the pandemic have been further exacerbated by the current global crisis. These vulnerabilities have been aggravated by the devastating consequences of what the Secretary General has referred to as five-alarm global fire, which has resulted inter alia in the triple planetary crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and rising pollution. We are, in addition, witnessing extreme weather patterns resulting in loss of life, property, and habitat, involuntary human displacement, and an accompanying food and energy crisis. Mr. President, it is not difficult to imagine that these trends lead to deepening inequalities both within and between states. Developing countries and their economies are at extreme risk, with the government facing debt default and financial collapse due to the lack of access to adequate capital, while people face rising poverty, unemployment, and hunger. As a consequence, nutrition levels, especially among the children, are being affected and their education and intellectual advancement disrupted. Despite our best efforts, our collective ability to realize the sustainable development goals or even to sustain the gains already achieved is becoming increasingly difficult. Mr. President, it is against this challenging global backdrop the significant changes have taken place in Sri Lanka since the last UNGA. The external and internal challenges we face provide an opportunity for implementing political, social, and economic reform that will lead to recovery and prosperity for our people. Sri Lanka believes that this is the moment to realize our collective vision for the future, an opportunity to build a more just, sustainable, and prosperous future for all Sri Lankans, to build back better. We look forward to the cooperation and support of the international community, including the United Nations, as we embark on this journey. Following prolonged social unrest and protests in the country, President Ranil Wickremesinghe, in his maiden speech in Parliament last month, stated, I quote, "I will implement social and political reforms requested by the nation," unquote. These measures include a review of the present procedures, the strengthening of the institutional framework of democratic governance, and adoption of urgent measures to restore long-term economic stability. We have understood that this will only be possible if we engage in a strict adherence to fiscal discipline and far-reaching economic and institutional reforms. Mr. President, we are committed to that process. It is envisaged that through the proposed legislative and constitutional amendment, democratic governance will be reinforced with independent oversight institutions as well as with enhanced public scrutiny. Legal and administrative frameworks are being strengthened to ensure transparency, integrity, accountability, and inclusivity in providing access to justice. A greater participation of women and youth will be ensured in this process. Mr. President, we remain cognizant of and acutely sensitive to the events that have taken place in the recent past. The government is extremely sensitive to the socio-economic hardship faced by our people. We are pleased to have reached a staff-level understanding with the IMF. We have put in place measures to protect the vulnerable segment of society and will endeavour to ensure that these economic reforms will have a minimum impact on their lives. Our institutions and society have demonstrated remarkable resilience in the face of very difficult circumstances. We unconditionally recognize the fact that one has the fundamental right to freedom of expression, which we all treat as sacrosanct. However, we also be appreciated that this freedom must be within the constitutional order and must be exercised having regard to one's fundamental duty to express oneself within the confines of the law. Mr. President, I am pleased to inform this August Assembly that Sri Lanka's nationwide strategy in containing the human health impact of the COVID-19 has been largely successful as a result of proactive and non-discriminatory measures by the government and the effective delivery capabilities of our strong healthcare infrastructure. Our vaccination drive exceeded WHO targets. However, as a developing country, we were highly vulnerable to the economic fallout of the pandemic. The virus has opened the window to the future, which we must exploit, highlighting the importance of multilateral cooperation through global health networks. Mr. President, permit me to briefly turn to the aspect of climate change. As a climate-vulnerable country, climate change has had the potential to adversely impact the Sri Lanka's socio-economic progress as well as the food security and livelihoods. Sri Lanka has pledged to meet the targets of Paris Agreement, and our updated national determined contribution submitted to the UNFCCC last year with the aim of reducing emissions to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. We firmly believe that these commitments should not adversely impact the green economic development objectives. We also appreciate that meeting NDC targets and executing the corresponding energy transition towards renewable and sustainable energy and energy efficiency measures will require significant climate financing. Mr. President, you will appreciate that we cannot do this alone. We believe that in tandem with our own efforts, the world's largest emitters of greenhouse gases must fulfill their commitments and assist developing nations in adaptation and mitigation of measures under a common but differentiated framework. We need to work towards a just, sustainable, resilient and inclusive recovery from the adverse impact of climate change and the energy transition. Turning to the ocean, Mr. President, you will appreciate that as an island nation, we are acutely concerned about and sensitive to the impact of pollution and climate change on the oceans. With rapid pressure on land resources, the world is turning towards the ocean for sustenance, not only for food security, but also as a source of raw material for industry and energy. We are committed to the sustainable use of the ocean and its resources in consonance with SDG 14. At the UNGA May in this year, we were pleased to have led a small but significant nature-based solution to mitigate the impact of climate change that led to the UN declaring 1st March as World Seagrass Day. Seagrasses are an important carbon sink and absorb significantly more carbon than the tropical rainforest. Mr. President, there is a likelihood that the world will not reach the scheduled milestone to achieve zero hunger by 2030. It is predicted that food and nutrition security will be at great risk. Sri Lanka is paying serious heed to these warning signs. Sri Lanka supports sustainable transformation of agriculture to a modernized sector and encourages enhanced food production to ensure food security. Sri Lanka has initiated National Food Security Program with the dual objective of ensuring that no citizen should suffer for the want of food and no child should be a victim of malnutrition. Adequate nutrition is a sine qua non and vital to ensure that children of all socio-economic backgrounds can enjoy good health. The provision of the quality education and health care for all is at the core of Sri Lanka's social protection policies and provided the foundation upon which Sri Lanka was able to mitigate the effects of global learning crisis during the COVID-19 pandemic. Rapid conversions to digital system of delivery of education threatened universal access. Participation and survival in the education system, especially in the children of low-income households. Sri Lanka aims to bridge the digital divide and ensure that no child will be left behind. Mr. President, despite severe challenges, we will endeavour to maintain the significant progress we have made towards achieving 2030 Agenda on Sustainable Development. Our efforts have placed us in a leading position in the Asia-Pacific region for SDG data availability, thus enhancing Sri Lanka's capacity for evidence-informed policymaking for SDGs in future. We recognize that investment in human capital is an indispensable essential for the future of our country. It is no surprise, Mr. President, Sri Lanka is ranked in the high human development category, occupying rank 73 out of 191 countries globally and is the highest in the region. Having said that, we are nonetheless concerned that the current challenges have disrupted progress. The UN Secretary General has in a serious warning made reference to rescuing the Sustainable Development Goals. This warning is followed by an observation by the UNDP that for the first time in 32 years, the Human Development Index has declined globally for 2 years consecutively. Mr. President, let me say a word about global security. Geopolitical tension among nations have heightened, creating insecurity and polarization among states. Agreed framework for arms control, non-proliferation and disarmament have become fragile. At the 10th Review Conference of the NPT concluded recently, which remains the centerpiece of global nuclear disarmament and non-proliferation regime, we were regrettably unable to arrive once again at a consensus outcome. While we address contemporary challenges, Mr. President, we must not forget the lingering issue of Palestine. While restating Sri Lanka's consistent and principled position that Palestinian people have a legitimate and inalienable right to the natural resources in their territory and to statehood, we further recognize the legitimate security concerns of both Palestinian and Israeli people, and an urgent resolution of the matter on the basis of UN resolution on the attainment of two-state solution need to be pursued immediately. Mr. President, the absence of a regulatory supervisory regime concerning the use of new technologies in cyberspace and in artificial intelligence need to be addressed urgently. Their ability to cause large-scale disruption, disinformation, and undermine the scientifically established finding is of a real concern, a danger we all face. Sri Lanka, which is implementing the nation's first information and cybersecurity strategy, has identified the importance of establishing a partnership-based approach to protect cyberspace in order to confront multinational cyber threats. Mr. President, I must make a brief reference to the scourge of terrorism. Sri Lanka was a victim of terrorism for several decades. Terrorist choice of targets, methods of financing and radicalization, as well as the use of new technologies as weapons, has been constantly evolving. Legislative measures and law enforcement mechanisms must be put in place to counter radical ideologies leading to violent extremism and to curb the terrorist use and abuse the internet and social media platforms. At the same time, it is necessary to develop the critical thinking capacity of youth, strengthen community bonds, foster a sense of civic responsibility, and build community resilience to mitigate the effects and influences of violence extremist ideology leading to terrorism. Mr. President, as our contribution to maintaining international peace and security, Sri Lanka looks forward to enhancing our participation in UN peacekeeping operation with professional men and women to serve as UN peacekeepers. I take this opportunity to honor the thousands of men and women who, for decades, have helped countries navigate the difficult path from conflict to peace under the blue helmet. We have taken many measures to ensure that Sri Lankan peacekeepers with a wealth of experience in counter-terrorism and counter-insurgency operations are trained and equipped with theoretical and practical knowledge of all necessary functions of peacekeeping, including the promotion and protection of human rights. Mr. President, it is indeed a watershed moment for the international community, a moment of great challenge and opportunity. A complex and interconnected crisis that we face cannot be resolved by nations acting on their own. It is an opportunity to demonstrate global solidarity, diplomacy and collective efforts, leveraging the ideas and talents of all our people and all segments of our society to find transformative solutions which leave no one behind. Multilateralism, Mr. President, is a tool for diplomacy that rises above such challenges. Conflicts, disasters, and crises will not stop at passport control. Multilateralism is not without its shortcomings, and undoubtedly it provides a solid framework for resolving contemporary challenges. Mr. President, this, I would say, is the mission of this August Assembly, and perhaps the singular reason for which it was established 77 years ago, and that perhaps is the reason why Sri Lanka and many others applied to be members, to participate, to be visible, to be heard, to embellish this organization with our own flavors, perspectives, history, and knowledge to this fine amalgam and grow from common work, discussions, and disputes that we join issue with. I might wind up by citing the observation of one of our late Prime Ministers who committed Sri Lanka to the way of socialist democracy, to non-alignment, and to independent foreign policy based on friendship with all countries, irrespective of differing ideological and social system, when he said, I quote, "We have to build up a new society for ourselves, one, as I have said, which best suits the genius of our country. We should like to get some ideas and principles from this side and some from the other, until a coherent form of society is made up that suits our people in the context of a changing world today. That is why we do not range ourselves on the side of this power bloc or that." Mr. President, permit me to make an observation that the 193 nations represented here jointly share the responsibility to establish justice, to maintain peace, and ensure progress in a world that is in trouble as never before. We have a charter and a formidable body of international law, inclusive of our supreme law, the Constitution of the Republic, and other local statutes. We are acutely conscious of the fact that notwithstanding all these sophistications, multi-pronged challenges remain. The government of Sri Lanka is committed to overcome these challenges. It is to that commitment that Sri Lanka pledges today, in the sincere hope that we will exploit the crisis that is at hand, build back better, leaving no one behind, and rise to new horizons of freedom and progress. I thank you.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Sri Lanka. And I now give the floor to His Excellency Carlos Rafael Faria Tortosta, Minister of the People's Power for Foreign Affairs of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela.
Carta.
Letter from the President Maduro's to the peoples of the world. Good afternoon to all those present from the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. On behalf of the constitutional President Nicolas Maduro, we extend a welcome, a brotherly welcome, to the presidents, heads of state and government, and prime ministers of the 193 countries that make up the United Nations organization. In the same way, we would like to greet the Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, and also Dr. Chaba Kiroshi, President of the General Assembly of the United Nations, and the other authorities present here at the 77th Annual General Assembly, and we wish you every success in this important exchange of ideas for timely and collective action to face our common problems. I'd like to take the time allotted to me in this forum on behalf of the 30 million Venezuelan men and women to send an open letter to humanity, because I don't think that anything else would give proper meaning to a governor of the 21st century, particularly at such a crucial time for the world, when what we need is more leadership for the peoples in order to create alternatives to transform our reality. We've never been so aware that we are one single community, one and very many at the same time, as we are aware now in this situation that we find ourselves in. Life itself. This letter comes from the heart of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, a country that a lot of people have heard people talk about, but paradoxically, not very many people know much about its genuine political truth, its historic identity, and its concrete reality. Certainly, a pernicious global campaign has been woven to discredit and stigmatize our people, our republican institutions, and our democratic revolution, for the simple fact of having challenged the power structures of the last century and the single way of thinking that has placed the world under the mask of the market economy and the neoliberal globalization, a model which has become the modern version of colonialization, supposedly in the name of liberty. The aim of this campaign against Venezuela is nothing more than to create objective conditions to politically and economically choke any attempt to create alternatives to an imperialistic and a depredatory system, which is capitalism that we've seen in all its historical phases. Imposing a false narrative on us, they accuse us of being a dictatorship and a failed state in order to hide the truth from the world. Over the last 2 decades, in my country, we have held 29 free elections that have defined our social, economic, and political model that we have called Bolivarian socialism. This is the reason why we have been attacked in very many different ways. The people of the world should know that Venezuela has experienced all attempts to destabilize our democracy. Politically, imperialism has failed in its illegal way of trying to bring about regime change, including attempted assassination, invasion. They have created seditious movements against the Constitution, and they have even invented a fictitious parallel government which bordered on the ridiculous. Economically, not many know that in this small but dignified country, applying to us are 913 illegal sanctions, which, in summary, prevent my people from buying and selling what they produce and what they need for their development and in order to enjoy our individual and collective existence. This specifically leads to suffering, to privation, and to systematic aggression that restricts the life and collective rights of my country, and that's why we must denounce these cruel measures as crimes against humanity. This economic war, the losses of which for my country exceed $150 billion over the last few years, increased during the most serious period of the pandemic, making it impossible for us to buy medical supplies, medicines and vaccines. The stigmatization has also served the purposes of Europe and the United States as an excuse to further pillage our heritage and our assets abroad to a disgusting extent. More than 31 tons of Venezuelan gold deposited in the Bank of England, calculated at $1.3 billion, is held hostage. The robbery of the Citgo Petroleum Corporation company, valued at more than $10 billion in February, is another fact that is added to the $10 billion deposited in foreign banks that are illegally blocked. But these illegal sanctions have never been able to break the will of our people, but they have strengthened our awareness and our determination to be free. They have not taken us away from our path either towards social justice. Even in the worst circumstances, our model protects and prioritizes the individual and their social rights, access to housing, education, health, work and culture. This act of piracy against our homeland, nevertheless, has left deep wounds in society. Amongst them, forced migration that we hear about, but with political and propagandistic ends in the media. Nothing is said, however, about the 60% of the Venezuelan population that migrated, but that has voluntarily returned to their country, fleeing the conditions of slavery and exploitation, as well as the mistreatment and persecution that they have been subjected to in very many countries of the world. This also hides from the world the fact that the Venezuelan state is the only state that has a policy of repatriation through our airline Conviasa, which is consistently boycotted by illegal sanctions. We'd like to ask multilateral organizations, what's happened to the millions of resources that were supposed to be there to help Venezuelan migrants? It would be useful to have some sort of accountability in order to explain the situation with regard to where this money has gone. In the same way, we call upon multilateral organizations to guarantee the rights of all migrants throughout the world, and we do this with the moral authority of being a country that for more than 100 years has been exercising good practices towards the migrant population. Along these lines, we would warn the peoples of the world about the outbreak of xenophobia and rejection of the poor, hate crimes and hate speech and general intolerance incubated by neo-fascist and neo-Nazi movements that find a home in ultra-conservative parties and governments of the far right. Humanity that is listening to us today needs to know that the most extreme conditions that we have mentioned here have not meant that our people have surrendered. On the contrary, we have built our path towards social peace, economic recovery, and the strengthening of democracy. We know ourselves very well what adversity is and the miracles that come from willingness and one's own efforts. We're working towards social peace, and we have implemented an economic plan to address the embargo, opening up new sources of wealth such as tourism, national industrialization, entrepreneurship and farming development. For the first time in 120 years, we are producing 80% of what we consume. So we can affirm that we are able to pool our efforts together in order to face the great threats that are facing the world. We are one of the major global powers in the area of oil and gas production. Venezuela can and wants to be useful as a member of OPEC in this energy emergency that we have seen now for more than a decade, and which is very much affecting the system of prices and supply and having an impact on the poorest countries and also on the richest. The COVID-19 pandemic and the conflict between Ukraine and Russia is worsening the situation dramatically. But over and above this historic position of guaranteeing, as we are a very important producer in terms of energy balance, we are concerned by the impact of various global conflicts and how that affects food security. Venezuela has 30 million farmable hectares, and we are convinced that only by returning to sustainable agriculture will it be possible to overcome hunger and global poverty. We are making available our abilities in the firm conviction that we need to work actively in searching for global solutions. Undoubtedly, all nations are affected by various problems, each of them very complex and very serious, so much so that it's difficult to establish a hierarchy with those problems. But perhaps of all those problems, the most important one is that of global peace and security, today severely undermined by the events that all that have spoken before me have mentioned. Irrespective of ideological positions, we must agree on the need to give a priority to the re-establishment of the diplomatic path, political dialogue, over and above military confrontation. Humanity will not survive a world war.
A nadie conviene.
No, we will not survive a world war in any part of the world. For my country, a people that has never participated in an armed international conflict, there is no other path other than peace, justice, trust, and respect for international law. We therefore agree with the proposal of President Andrés Manuel López Obrador, who advocates for the creation of an international commission to facilitate sovereign dialogue between Russia and Ukraine. And we are there to facilitate this process. We reject all military provocations and economic sanctions that have been taken against Russia, as well as the hate campaign that has been launched against the Slavic people, because we believe these actions, rather than helping peace, incite the guns of war. In the eyes of my country, and I'm sure that a lot of peoples would agree with me, there are no good and bad wars. After the invasion by the United States of Afghanistan in 2001, trust was lost in the international community. What was being followed was imperialism and supremacism. We saw blood shed unnecessarily with impunity in Iraq, Yemen, Haiti, Somalia, Libya, and Syria, just to mention a few milestones in this shameless tragedy that is laying waste to indispensable international law. Nevertheless, in Venezuela, we have reasons to be optimistic. We have learnt to trust in peoples, in their intelligence, in their benevolence, and in their adherence to justice and true life. But we have to recognize that the dominant global order is facing multiple crises that are competing in their lethal potential, but they are interrelated. The climate crisis is worsening the food crisis. The health crisis is making worse the social crisis. The energy crisis is worsening as we see a worsening of the economic crisis, and this is threatening global peace. And across the board, we have the none less pernicious crisis of truth, with the pollution of the news media and fake news. We are seeing a system of representation, prevarication, and suppression of reality that is imposed by algorithms of new technologies of communication. This for the convenience of the most powerful. The manipulation of information and emotions is only part of the problem. We're seeing a global security surveillance state that deprives citizens of privacy, true information, turning our democracies into infocracies, as was stated by the South Korean philosopher Byung-Chul Han in his recent book. The death of the truth is the most clear symptom of the decline of a civilization and the preamble to perpetual conflict. Let us not allow truth to die at this historic moment when we have so many possibilities to apply truth together with reason and common sense. This is the antidote to collapse. The peoples of America, Europe, Asia, Africa, and Oceania know that in this multi-dimensional crisis, given its transcendental and definitive nature, we have to approach this with humanity, getting to the heart of the problem. Where is the fault line that will make this imperial order waver, collapse? In this imperial world which denies attacks and attempts to suppress the other, to suppress difference, and does not recognize other models, other political, economic, and religious and cultural paradigms that are different to its own. In spite of the arrogance of the West, we are seeing a change in the post-imperial order, and the North must recognize that the unipolar colonialist system cannot adequately respond to the problems and needs that they themselves have created, harming humanity, animal life, and the planet. According to our vision of the world, human beings are the most exploited, vulnerable, and destroyed by capitalism in all of its historic phases. We are not just making any old ideological statement. The climate crisis is now irreversible. So this tells us that we need to change the model. The North needs to accept new powers and new leadership, such as China, Russia, India, Iran, Turkey. They have to open up to the possibility of being part of a multipolar, multi-center world free of hegemony. It is urgent that there be an ethical change amongst the powers in order to build a common world without colonizers or the colonized, where we work together towards the solutions that our peoples demand of us. There is no time for super powers and unnecessary confrontations. For 207 years, in very similar circumstances, the freedom fighter Simón Bolívar, in his letter from Jamaica, referred to the doctrine of the West, civilized Europe that is allowing an old snake to devour the best part of our globe. And he continued, is Europe deaf to its own interests? And in this regard, President Nicolas Maduro asked himself, is the leadership in Europe and North America deaf? We ask ourselves today about this crisis and whether it could be the last crisis for humanity. Venezuela hopes that in this assembly we will listen to reason, to prudence, and that we recognize and respect the rights of the peoples of the world, and that we address the injustice being committed against the Sahrawi people and the Palestinian people by denying them the right to have their homeland. And we hope that we will put an end to illegal economic sanctions and political persecution against Nicaragua and against our brotherly Cuba, Iran, and Russia. We pray that the Argentinian people will be able to regain their sovereignty over the Malvinas. Only dialogue can do this. Only words and reason shared between equals will be able to build the bridges that we need in order to heal these wounds and leave behind these things that terrorize humanity. I write this message not simply for the summit, but I am thinking about the streets where men and women walking around New York, Istanbul, London, Damascus, Ramallah, Tehran, Cape Town, Moscow, Beijing, Managua, Havana, Caracas, and very many more places. They are not looking for responses, but they want to be part of the building of a new humanity. And because I believe in the power of words, and because I believe in this man and in this woman that refuse to give up hope, I am sure that this assembly will not remain in a vacuum. I recognize that this global hegemony is coming to an end, and we need the necessary enthusiasm to build a new multicentric, multipolar, intercultural and balanced world. Let us change what needs to be changed, and let's have the courage to be reborn in new times and new challenges. Another world, another life is not only possible, but more than ever before today, it is a matter of urgency. Caracas, the 24th of September of 2022, Nicolas Maduro Moros. Thank you very much.
I thank the Minister of the People's Power for Foreign Affairs of Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. I now give the floor to His Excellency Vladimir Norov, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Uzbekistan.
Mr. President, distinguished heads of delegation, ladies and gentlemen, I congratulate His Excellency Mr. Csaba Kőrösi on his election as the President of the 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I also take this opportunity to thank His Excellency Mr. Abdullah Shahid for the successful leadership during 76th session. Mr. President, the world today is facing a deep crisis of trust at the global level and intensification of numerous challenges to stability and security, growth of geopolitical confrontation, and increase of risk of bloc mentality. The expansion and aggravation of armed conflicts in various parts of the world are destabilizing international trade and economic ties that have not yet recovered from the consequences of the pandemic. The challenges of ensuring food and energy security are aggravating. The global climate shocks, the growing shortage of natural and water resources, the spread of infectious diseases, all contribute to the aggravation of conflicts and the emergence of humanitarian crises, as well as threaten the foundation of life. Clearly, no country can avoid global risk and challenges or tackle them alone. Constructive dialogue and multilateral cooperation based on consideration and respect for the interests of all countries are the only way out of the dangerous spiral of crisis. Effective international cooperation is essential if the world is to become more stable, predictable, and prosperous. Under the current condition, we strongly believe it is important to strengthen the central role of the United Nations in addressing global and regional challenges. The UN should evolve for it to respond effectively to transformation taking place. The establishment of inter-civilizational and intercultural relation and dialogue is also extremely important in finding the coherent approaches and solutions, relieving global tensions and uncertainty and unpredictability. With this in mind, at the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit in Samarkand on September 16th, President of the Republic of Uzbekistan, Shavkat Mirziyoyev, put forward the Samarkand Solidarity Initiative for Common Security and Prosperity. Its goal is to contribute to the restoration, mutual trust, and stability in international relations, as well as to strengthen solidarity through establishment of broad dialogue free from geopolitical rivalry, ideological contradictions, and disputes. We propose to jointly exchange views on the practical implementation of this initiative at the Samarkand Forum in 2023, with the participation of UN representatives, political leaders, public, business community, and academia. Dear friends, this year we adopted the development strategy for New Uzbekistan for 2022-2026, aimed at deepening the democratic process, ensuring the rule of law, and improving the living standards of people. This strategy is based on the outcomes of the reforms carried out in our country over the previous 5 years and is designed to advance comprehensive implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. In particular, by 2030, we intend to halve the level of poverty, increase the effectiveness of the social protection system to respond to all those in need, strengthen food security, and become one of the world's upper middle income countries. Currently, Uzbekistan is on the eve of important political event, a constitutional reform. The key goal of updating the constitution is to ensure sustainability and irreversibility of the process of fundamental transformation of state system and public administration that shall respect and protect the honor and dignity of a person, guarantee her inviolable rights and freedoms. The idea for human honor and dignity shall be deeply enshrined in the Constitution. The norms on the complete abolition of the death penalty, Miranda rule, and habeas corpus, as well as the environmental human rights, shall be introduced to Constitution. The constitutional amendments should become directly applicable, aimed at guaranteeing and protecting the interests of people of all backgrounds. In particular, the prohibition of the use of forced labor and other worst forms of child labor, or the employment refusal for pregnant women or women with the children, will be guaranteed on constitutional level. Furthermore, it is also proposed to introduce the norms that ensure openness, transparency, and accountability.
Wildfires, floods, and cataclysmic hurricanes and typhoons are realities that small island states know all too well. At the same time, slow onset events such as the deterioration of coral reefs and the influx of sargassum seaweed threaten our fragile ecosystems and the livelihoods of our people, especially our fisherfolk and those dependent on tourism. Accordingly, Trinidad and Tobago calls for the full and effective implementation of the Paris Agreement. A dedicated facility to address loss and damage under the UNFCCC financial mechanism is an absolute necessity. These actions must be prioritized because what is at stake is the very existence and viability of small island states. Mr. President, the added burden of rampant global inflation and the crises of food, fuel, feed, and fertilizers have placed extraordinary strain on our economies and our people, further imperiling our ability to achieve sustainable development across the globe. On the critical issue of achieving food security for all people, the international community must work together to accelerate global food production and other partners toward restoration of peace and stable democratic governance in Haiti. Our objective must be to work with the Haitians to secure their long-term progress and future. We therefore urge the United Nations system and the international donor Trinidad and Tobago attaches the highest value to collaborating with the United Nations and other international partners. We must bear in mind that in addressing extremism, there must be no compromise to the constitutionally protected rights and freedoms of our citizens. Mr. President, in all of these complexities, we must recognize the critically important role of women as agents of positive change. And to that end, at the national level, will not produce the results that we need in the global south. Trinidad and Tobago calls on the international community to adopt tailored measures and solutions to address the fundamental financing challenges that developing countries face, with particular attention to LDCs and SIDS. One such measure is the adoption of a multidimensional vulnerability index, which we consider to be an utmost priority. Mr. President, our history cannot be rewritten or erased. We therefore continue to call for reparatory justice for the unpaid debt for centuries of enslavement of African people, for the historical crimes of native genocide visited upon the indigenous people of this world, and for the exploitative legacy of colonialism that has directly resulted in the persistent underdevelopment of Caribbean nations and so many others. We continue to call for the abandonment and the destruction of all nuclear weapons as the only means of guaranteeing the avoidance of total annihilation of humankind. we continue to call for the unconditional lifting of the unjust economic, commercial, and financial embargo imposed on the people of Cuba, and for the full integration of Cuba into the international economic and political system. We also continue to call for a long-lasting and mutually agreed two-state solution to the Israel-Palestine conflict, which will guarantee Palestinians a permanent homeland and recognize Israel's right to exist in peace and security. Mr. President, to get to the 2030 agenda, to get it back on track, all stakeholders, whether big or small, powerful or otherwise, must embrace the value of multilateralism. Clearly, we are not quite there as yet. In this regard, I echo the words of one of Trinidad and Tobago's greatest calypsonians, David Rudder, who, in his iconic song, Rally Round the West Indies, said, "Soon we must take a side or be lost in the rubble, in a divided world that don't need islands no more. Are we doomed forever to be at somebody's mercy? Little keys can open mighty doors." Mr. President, this world needs little islands. We bring a perspective that is valuable and beneficial and necessary. Trinidad and Tobago continues to offer the point of view of a small, sovereign, democratic nation harboring a big ambition, namely to unleash the creativity and resourcefulness of our diverse people, especially our youth, to make the most positive contribution to society, community, and the world. Mr. President, as a relatively young nation, Trinidad and Tobago's people are our greatest source of power and energy. You can feel it in the rhythm of our beautiful tassa drums and in the melodies of our national instrument, the steel pan. Our achievements stand in testimony of what can be achieved when a small nation punches above its weight class. Our citizens have served as judges on the ICC, and with respect to the law of the sea, we have given the world experts of the caliber of Lennox Bala and Anthony Luckey. We have contributed extensively to the work of the United Nations, serving on the Security Council, the Economic and Social Council, and a range of subsidiary bodies and organs. Mr. President, Trinidad and Tobago looks forward with enthusiasm and optimism to our next 60 years of membership of the United Nations. We continue to deepen engagement and partnership with our neighbors in the Caribbean and with all members of the international community to achieve our common objectives and thus to strengthen international peace and security. As we write the next chapter in our nation's history, I can share with you that Trinidad and Tobago offers itself to serve as the President of the General Assembly during the 78th session. Being tasked with such a defining role by the Assembly would truly be an honor and a responsibility that the government and people of Trinidad and Tobago shall embrace with commitment and impartiality. In the best traditions of multilateralism, let us therefore join our strengths for the benefit and upliftment of all humankind. Let us build a truly global community where no one is left behind. In closing, Mr. President, I offer this General Assembly the inspiration found in the words of the national motto of Trinidad and Tobago, which declares, "Together we aspire, together we achieve." Mr. President, I thank you.
I thank the Minister for Foreign and CARICOM Affairs of Trinidad and Tobago. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Thordis Kolbrun Reford Gylfadóttir, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Iceland.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to start by congratulating Mr. Kasapa-Karoshi on his election as the President of the 77th session of the General Assembly. I would also like to thank the Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, for his leadership, as well as those whose daily work is dedicated to the ideals of the United Nations. Mr. President, we meet in critical times. This hall, the venue for so many historic events, is in and of itself a testament to some of the ideas that this organization, one of the most important in world history, is built on. In this hall, during this session, we are equal. Whether we represent a global superpower or one of the more than 70 member states, like mine, that have less than 1 million inhabitants. In this room, we all have the same number of seats at the table, we each have a vote, and we all have a voice and the right to let it be heard from this podium. And at the hand of the President of the General Assembly, there is a gavel, a simple wooden hammer, an instrument so light and non-threatening that it could hardly be of any use as a weapon to hurt. Nevertheless, the person who holds it can take control of the deliberations of the most powerful women and men in the world. The striking of this small hammer against a simple block of wood compels respect for the rules that the members of these United Nations have agreed to abide by in this chamber. It is a symbol of order, and it is therefore fitting that the inscription on the gavel says, "Með lögum skal land byggja." It is in Icelandic, as the gavel is an article that Iceland donated to this great organization. It means that society shall be built on the pillars of law. It is a quote from an ancient Icelandic text of law, and the next line elaborates with a statement that the land will indeed be desolated if lawlessness or unjust law are allowed to take hold. In the global context, we are all acutely aware, not least the smaller states of this world, that a world not governed by rules will be a world dominated by force. Mr. President, we meet at a time when a powerful country, a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council, has decided to challenge the norms and international laws that have served the world so well since world leaders, with the horrors of 2 world wars vivid in their memory, decided to save succeeding generations from the swords of war and the untold sorrow that it brings to mankind. The post-World War order has not prevented problems and conflicts from arising. Mistakes and questionable decisions have been made. The sorrows and horrors of war and conflict have indeed been a part of too many lives in too many parts of the world. But, by and large, wars of territorial expansions have simply not been allowed. In my part of the world, my generation does not hold memories of the horrors of a global war. We have grown up believing that peace among nations can almost be taken for granted. Well, it cannot. However, the global system has provided an answer to the critical questions of how problems are solved. This construct is now under a threat, and it is our duties as leaders, not least those of us who are young, to make sure that the fortunes of the past decades do not lead us into dangerous complacency. We must advocate for the multilateral system at every opportunity and convince the peoples of the world that despite its flaws, it is vastly and completely superior to any other method of resolving issues and disputes between states. Of course, we must continue to reform our organization and make it more fit for purpose and more representative to meet growing and more complicated new challenges. Iceland fully supports the vision of the Secretary General put forward in our common agenda on how we can revitalize our work and strengthen the multilateral system so it can best serve future generations. Mr. President, the unlawful and brutal full-scale invasion of Russia into Ukraine came as a shock, a rude awakening to how the world might look if the ability to destroy, rather than the capacity to create, is allowed to determine the fate of nations. The absolute and sickening brutality that Russia has shown, as evidenced in newly liberated areas, is beyond comprehension. It represents an absolute breakdown of civilization. Therefore, before I will say anything else about world's affairs, I will say that for the sake of humanity, Ukraine must win. Russia's aggression must be defeated, and the crimes perpetrated in its name must be accounted for and punished. The irresponsible words of Russia's president these past few days are a chilling reminder that giving in to bullies and rule breakers will only encourage more bullying and further rule breaking. For the sake of humanity, this madness must stop. Mr. President, the number of people who are faced with food insecurity, poverty, and hunger is increasing at a terrifying rate due to the lingering effects of the pandemic and the pandemic response, armed conflict, and climate change. Those facing acute food insecurity have soared to 345 million this year, with no end in sight. Natural catastrophes that are linked to climate change are becoming more relentless and severe, as evidenced, for example, by the recent flooding in Pakistan and the droughts in the Horn of Africa and the Sahel. Iceland has been and will continue to increase its funding for humanitarian assistance, working primarily with UN entities. Iceland is committed to shoulder its responsibility, as demonstrated by our increase in humanitarian and development assistance. We face a climate crisis that will not go away on its own. It is paramount that all countries step up every effort to accelerate our fight towards a better climate resilience. Iceland is committed to doing its part and has set ambitious targets of achieving carbon neutrality and full energy conversion no later than 2040. We have increased our contribution to climate finance with a strong focus on balanced approach to mitigation and adaptation, and are committed to do more. There is a crisis in public health in many countries. The COVID-19 pandemic showed how fragile the healthcare system really are when tested. This is a problem that will not go away on its own, as the demographic realities of many countries paint a quite serious picture. In many places, there is also a crisis of mental health. The pandemic exposed many faults in the way we tackle global crisis, and we will be dealing with the consequences for a long time. While rich countries were able to vaccinate their entire population, that protection was denied those most vulnerable in the poorer regions in the world. Meanwhile, it will be a matter for future historians to judge if the economic sacrifices made during the pandemic were worth the benefits, or if the widespread curtailment of individual liberties that we saw, with increased social isolation, were the wisest responses to the crisis. Mr. President, it was said in an English poem published almost 500 years ago that no man is an island. Indeed. But not only is no man an island, no country is an island. Not even the countries like Iceland that actually are islands. The decision made in one part of the world can have great consequences, intended or unintended, across the globe. Of course, this applies in particular to the oceans that cover 70% of our planet's surface and whose waters do not respect any national boundaries. For Iceland, sustainable fisheries and a dynamic blue economy are critical. It is our responsibility to ensure sustainable use and health of our oceans for the benefit of all. Tackling marine pollution is a priority, in particular plastic waste, and we welcome the important steps taken in Nairobi earlier this year. Allow me also to highlight the renewed spirit that the Lisbon Ocean Conference brought us, including increased recognition of the importance of food from the ocean in our food systems and for achieving Agenda 2030. For 40 years, our Constitution of the Ocean, the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, has served a solid foundation for the international cooperation on everything related to the oceans. It is a prime example of diplomatic success that has stood the test of time and continues to serve us well. With the new environmental challenges, along with increased awareness and scientific knowledge of the importance and vulnerability of the ocean, the time is ripe to conclude negotiations on a new agreement on the conservation and sustainable use of the marine biodiversity in areas beyond national jurisdiction. Iceland welcomes the progress made during the negotiation last month and is determined to do its part to reach an agreement. The role of UN and its institutions in these crises is therefore of utmost importance. While the current and impending crisis we are facing must be dealt with, we must not neglect the Sustainable Development Goals. The year 2030 is fast approaching, and yet we are nowhere near the realization of the Agenda 2030. Iceland aims to shoulder its responsibility as demonstrated by the increase in official development assistance, and we must also not give up on our aim of a world free of nuclear weapons. The failure to reach a consensus on advancing the implementation of the Nuclear Proliferation Treaty only a month ago, in this very hall, is a further testament to the irresponsible behavior of the Russian Federation, a lone opponent of the final document and the only state that has lowered the threshold for using nuclear weapons by explicitly threatening to resort to these weapons of mass destruction. Mr. President, all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. The world cannot afford to deny anyone the opportunity to contribute to the solutions that we collectively need. Too widely, we are witnessing an increase in repression of religious and ethnic minorities, racism, anti-Semitism, and violent nationalism. Autocratic tendencies and voices that seek to intensify political polarization are on the rise. Iceland remains committed to countering the regression we have witnessed in the rights of women and girls in too many places around the world. The rights of LGBTI people across the world have either never been secured or have regressed. The values and the principles embodied in the UN Charter, international law, and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights are not only important in and of themselves, they are absolutely critical if we are to harness the individual creativity, entrepreneurial spirit, and innovative mindset that we so desperately need to rely in our quest for man-made solutions to our man-made problems. These ideals are another example of how the method of solving problems is a more pressing matter to resolve than any individual problem. And we know that the answer to humanity's challenges lies in the human spirit itself, if it is allowed to live out its truest potential. Mr. President, the job of leaders is not easy when the times require sacrifices. We are all aware of the challenges that open societies face. Freedom of expression means that it is possible to spread lies and false information. This is a real problem that we need to address. Free societies need to become more resilient, with a strong, well-educated and well-informed public being the first and the best line of defense against those who seek to manipulate with lies, conspiracy theories, and hate-mongering. However, when we worry about the misuse of the freedom of expression in open societies, let us not forget that the truly terrifying misuse of information is when governments claim a monopoly on truth. Relentless propaganda and brainwashing by official sources in corrupt governments with evil intentions can lead to a truly terrifying result. This is what we have seen in Russia, where all forms of public debate and independent thinking has been criminalized. A society where people hesitate to criticize or even ridicule authority, the official truth, or the established narrative is not truly free. For the peoples of the world to be able to find the transformative solutions that the world so desperately needs, people must be able to challenge the status quo. They must be free to express their opinions and debate freely on even the most sensitive issues. They must also be free to create art, even if the art is distasteful. These are the values that the defenders of Ukraine want to secure for their children. These are the values that Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya is demanding for the people of Belarus. These values are being denied to Afghan women and girls under the Taliban regime. These are the values that do not accept that Mahsa Amini is beaten to death in Iran for wearing a hijab incorrectly. And let us not forget that the Russian government is not only guilty of horrific abuses on the international scene. Brave Russian resistors to Putin's system, or the thousands that showed up on the street of Russia earlier this week, are all subject to harsh punishments, wrongful imprisonment, persecution, and often worse. The almost 500-year-old little poem by John Donne I quoted before includes another famous line, as it discusses how interconnected the world was in 1524. It says, "And therefore never sent to know for whom the bell tolls," meaning that we should view it as our duty to respond to common challenges and not look the other way or wait for others to act. We must answer the call. Even if the challenges we face were not created by the younger generations, and they were not created by the poor of the world, nevertheless, all of humanity will have to take part in solving them. So whether we like it or not, whether we deserve it or not, it falls to the leaders of today and tomorrow to face our common reality. And whether we like it or not, and whether we deserve it or not, This we must do together. We must all answer the call. We must answer the call to stand with Ukraine. We must answer the call to defend the multilateral system. It is also us who must answer the call to defend our nature and fight back against climate change and fight poverty and deprivation. And finally, we must answer the call to defend the rights of individuals and give them the opportunity to contribute to the solutions that are so needed. If we do not, we have failed. Mr. President, I am thankful for the opportunity to address this 77th General Assembly and once again be reminded that the possibility for nations to come together and exchange ideas and opinions in a civilized manner remains the norm in international relations, and that those who break the rules are almost universally condemned. The noble aim of this organization, to spare the world from the sorrows of war, is maybe more relevant than ever before. Order in the world must be restored. I thank you.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Iceland. I now give the floor to His Excellency Za Victor Zinio, Minister for Foreign Affairs and Worship of Haiti.
President of the General Assembly, Secretary General, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Excellencies, Ministers and Ambassadors, distinguished delegates, dear friends. Allow me to begin by sharing the warm greetings of the Prime Minister of the Republic of Haiti, His Excellency Dr. Ariel Henry, who was forced to cancel his participation in the general debate at the last minute due to the socio-political situation in the country. I therefore have the honor to read the statement that he was to give at this podium. I would like to extend my congratulations to His Excellency Mr. Saba Kurisi, President of the 77th Regular Session of the General Assembly. I hope that under his wise leadership, the work of this Assembly will be successful. I also wish to commend the Secretary General, His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, for his active work in leading this global organization and for his renewed commitment to the cause of Haiti, despite the many thorny issues and other conflicts affecting the world. I have the honor today to speak before this august assembly in a specific context, that of major challenges that our states are facing repeatedly, challenges that we must constantly address, and we must find appropriate solutions for the good of humanity. The UN, whose mission is to preserve the ideals of international peace and security, is the right forum in multinational and multilateral diplomacy to tackle and to overcome these challenges in accordance with the principles of international law and in virtue of the values enshrined in its charter, all while respecting people's right to self-determination. Global peace and security are threatened. I call on those involved in all the conflicts that are causing turmoil and suffering for the citizens of the world to cease fire and to find negotiated solutions to their disputes. Too many victims, too much destruction, too many consequences for other countries, and too much collateral damage. It is urgent that we return to a respect for the common rules of international law and living together. The dizzying rise in the cost of staple foods on the international market has undermined the economy of many countries, in particular developing countries, and has plunged hundreds of millions of people into precarity and food uncertainty. There is a significant temptation for each country to seek to hoard goods in order to provide its population with available resources. We have seen the results of this behavior in the management of vaccines during the COVID-19 pandemic. During these difficult times, the rule must be solidarity amongst peoples. My country, like many others in the Caribbean, the Indian Ocean, and elsewhere, remains very vulnerable to climate change, to sea level rise, and to natural disasters that are becoming more and more violent and more frequent. The path of one single cyclone can nullify the efforts of decades of hard work and investments. Sadly, my country has had the painful experience of earthquakes and devastating hurricanes. This is a concern for the countries in our sub-region, and in CARICOM, we have discussed this issue. It is crucial, nay, urgent, that the international community show proof of imagination, self-sacrifice, altruism, this to bring our planet and our respective countries towards a new type of international relations. We are all interdependent, and the problems of one can quickly lead to direct consequences for others. For example, conflicts between two countries, or extreme poverty in others. This provokes significant migratory movement, which can destabilize several adjacent countries or even those further afield. With this in mind, the theme of the 77th General Assembly of the United Nations, a watershed moment, transformative solutions to interlocking challenges, is quite apt when it comes to my country. And for me, this is an opportunity to brief you from this podium of the United Nations on the challenges that Haiti is confronting in the context of institutional crises. And also, I wish to speak of the efforts and responses that my government is carrying out to address these challenges and to overcome them. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am speaking at a time where my country is experiencing a multidimensional crisis whose consequences are threatening democracy and the very foundations of the rule of law. This is a socio-political crisis which is compounded by insecurity, which further complicates the situation in the country and weakens the state's superstructure. It remains a subject of great concern for my government and for the international community. Haiti finds itself at a crossroads, one that is extremely difficult but decisive for its future. My government is facing a complex dilemma that must be solved, and this requires the effective support of our partners. For my government, the priorities are to restore public order and security without delay, to, as soon as possible, find broader consensus around a political agreement amongst the most sectors possible so as to reach peaceful governance. We must create climate that is conducive to the holding of general elections as soon as possible so as to return the power to those freely chosen by the Haitian people so as to restore democratic institutions. We must address economic and social issues so as to improve the living conditions for the large majority of the population. Regarding the issue of security and the issue of restoring public order, I won't be telling anyone anything new by saying that the activities of armed gangs have created a detrimental climate which is poisoning the daily life of the Haitian population. This is an intolerable situation which has reached worrying proportions. The clashes between rival gangs have caused a high number of victims amongst the population. This has forced them to flee their homes to escape the terror of these outlaws. President, Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as the head of the Supreme Council of the National Police of Haiti, when facing the complexity of the situation, I took steps aimed at making the police more effective and better prepared to combat insecurity. Within our means, I have worked to build the operational capacities of the police and to improve the working conditions for police. The increase in police operations have led to some good results, which has reduced the abuses of the armed gangs, in particular in metropolitan areas. Nevertheless, much remains to be done to combat and to end this scourge. This was recognized in the last report of the Secretary General, S/2022/481, which focused on the activities of the United Nations Integrated Office in Haiti, BINU, which stressed that the efforts undertaken by the National Police of Haiti have led to the arrests of several individuals suspected of being involved in cases of kidnappings or murders. The report also recognizes the limits of the National Police as well as the lack of capacity and expertise in BINU as it currently stands. And this in terms of the number of experts and the degree of specialization needed to address the unprecedented level of crime in the country. Here, I wish to reaffirm my determination to put away those who wish to maintain the chaos and prevent the normalization of the situation. My government, through heavy sacrifices, has allocated the necessary resources to provide the police with the appropriate means for it to effectively accomplish its missions. The delivery of armored vehicles and equipment that are lacking have been delayed. I truly regret that the orders that were passed to better equip the national police have been so delayed in their delivery. The national police is able to carry out their work, but it needs strong support from our partners, and it needs appropriate training on the ground with the assistance of partners from the international community to stop this situation. I wish to take this opportunity to commend the Security Council Resolution 2645, which prohibits the transfer of small arms and light weapons and their ammunition to non-state actors and prevents the trafficking and their use for illicit purposes. Moreover, several member states have promised bilateral support to the Haitian police, including financial assistance. For this, a basket fund was created to assist in the police's fight against the violence of these gangs. I commend those governments who have already contributed to this fund, and we encourage other partners to do so. More than ever, we need you to continue to show your solidarity. On this occasion, I wish to express my gratitude to our main international partners who have made commitments during the various high-level meetings on security in Haiti. I thank them openly on behalf of the people and the government of Haiti. Mr. President, the circumstances of my accession to the leadership of my country require that I immediately begin dialogue with all sectors of national life so as to build a sufficient consensus around a political accord for peaceful and effective governance during the interim period. I am convinced that honest, sincere, and inclusive dialogue remains the best way to reach a lasting solution to the current crisis. Despite political differences that remain between political stakeholders, I continue to encourage dialogue. Initiatives involving various segments of society are underway, and I hope to see them completed in the near future. They primarily concern the reestablishment of fully operational democratic institutions through free, transparent, and inclusive elections, as well as an understanding of our common path towards constitutional reform. Regarding the political dialogue already underway, Haiti calls for international assistance so as to make the process more credible and so as to bolster the trust of those involved. In this sense, I am in favor of the Caribbean Community, CARICOM, and the International Organization of the Francophonie, the OIF, provide their expertise and commit at our side to resolve this crisis with the effective but discreet support of the United Nations. The UN has a significant experience on the ground and must continue to support the political and electoral process, taking into account the realities on the ground and by prioritizing national solutions. I heard the cries of the population and their the needs expressed by my compatriots who are protesting the high cost of living. It is a constitutional right to protest and to share one's demands in a peaceful manner. However, I strongly condemn the looting, the vandalism, and the attacks carried out against churches, schools, universities, hospitals, and politicians, economic actors, diplomatic missions, as well as international organizations. I also condemn those who have ordered, and our efforts to properly manage our public revenue have allowed us recently to sign a staff monitoring program with the International Monetary Fund. My government has begun a major reform of the customs sector, which has begun to bear fruit and results. This has allowed us to bolster oversight and to proceed to seizing weapons, ammunition, counterfeit money, and drugs. In the process, we have seen customs revenue double in record time. This strategy didn't please everyone, and we have good reasons to believe that the unrest and the attempts to destabilize the country are retaliation by those thieves who are seeing their room to maneuver considerably reduced. UNODC, this institution of the United Nations, or rather this agency of the United Nations, has provided us with experts who are assisting the Customs Administration in these reforms. They need greater resources to be more effective and contribute to the modernization of our customs system and to the long-term continuity of reforms underway. Mr. President, regarding the issue of justice and human rights, my government was established in a difficult political context following the villainous and tragic assassination of President Moïse on the 7th of July 2021. There must be justice for him, for his family, and for the Haitian people. Here I wish to commend the statement by the Colombian President Gustavo Petro, who, at this rostrum, apologized to the people of Haiti for the involvement of Colombian mercenaries in the murder of President Moïse. This is a transnational crime involving people from several countries. The investigation is both difficult and complex. I wish to thank all countries involved who are working with us. Many more crimes and massacres remain unpunished, and assassins remain free, some of which have the nerve to come and show off handguns at the head of the protests being carried out over the past few days. I am also aware of cases of human rights violations, the violations of the rights of peaceful citizens in Haiti. These are the direct consequences of the climate of insecurity that reigns in the country. Respect for human dignity is the bedrock of the fundamental rights of each individual. I am determined to respect the international and regional commitments related to the preservation of human rights. In the same vein, combating prolonged preventative detention remains a priority. Many detainees are awaiting judgment, and they are dealing with this situation. And this is an illustration of the weakness of our judicial system, which must be reformed. In this context, I commend the efforts of civil society and BINU, who continue to advocate and contribute to a better distribution of justice in the country. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, contrary to what some of my adversaries are saying, I have no wish to remain in power longer than is necessary. The primary concern of my government is the return to constitutional order and the handing back of the leadership of the country's affairs to those freely chosen by the Haitian people through free, transparent, and inclusive elections. I continue to encourage dialogue so as to find a political agreement to organize presidential, legislative, and local elections, free elections, as quickly as possible. It is essential that the elections are carried out in a climate of security and of social peace. This is a key condition to ensure the largest possible rate of participation amongst those of voting age, which is the only way to guarantee the true legitimacy of these new elected and to ensure political stability. I have begun discussions that should end soon with various stakeholders regarding the establishment of a body tasked with organizing these elections. It must be able to quickly propose a timeline to political actors for public consultations regarding the constitutional reform and the organization of elections. In this process, technical support and the expertise of our usual partners will be greatly appreciated. All, of course, while respecting the freedom and the sovereignty of Haitians. President, ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, regarding economic major hindrance to the development of Haiti. The last earthquake on the 14th of August 2021 dealt another heavy blow to our national economy. The poor performance of the economy for 3 consecutive years exposes the country to a significant humanitarian crisis. 4.9 million people, or 46% of the population, need humanitarian assistance this year. With the support of our partners, the government has been able to render assistance to more than 450,000 people in 3 zones affected by the earthquake. The damage and the losses caused by the earthquake were evaluated at more than 11% of the country's GDP. The government looks forward to the implementation of the promises made by our partners during the International Donors Conference under the auspices of the UN and the government that was held in Port-au-Prince in last February. Insecurity, political instability, natural disasters, all these have greatly contributed to the poor performance of the national economy, which has seen negative growth for 3 consecutive years. This partial overview of the situation explains the degradation of living conditions for the majority of the population, who are seeing their social and economic rights regularly violated. The Haitian population, particularly the great majority that lives in poverty, has the right to a decent life. It is true that humanitarian assistance has never contributed to the development of a country. We must create the conditions to attract investment. It is the responsibility of my government to work to improve this situation. We are well aware of this, and we are working on it. President, Excellence, ladies and gentlemen, Haiti is at a crossroads, at a watershed moment in its history. We are working on transformative solutions to address the challenges with which we are confronted. From this rostrum, I wish to join my voice to that of President Biden, who has a good understanding of the Haitian crisis. And we call for solemnly on the international community, and we ask it to stand alongside Haiti and Haitians. I thank all those heads of state and government of the great family of nations who have expressed their concern about the situation prevailing in my country and who have offered their support to Haiti. Much remains to be done to emerge from the crisis and to move towards the social and economic progress to which the Haitian people aspire. I thank you for your kind attention.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs and Worship of Haiti. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Bernard Gomu, Prime Minister, Head of the Government of the Republic of Guinea. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have the great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Bernard Gomu, Prime Minister, Head of the Government of the Republic of Guinea. I invite him to address the Assembly.
Monsieur le Président.
President, Excellencies, distinguished heads of state and government, distinguished heads of delegations, distinguished Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen. As I begin my remarks, I wish to express the warm congratulations of His Excellency Colonel Mamadi Doumbouya, President of the National Council of the Assembly for Development, CNRD in French, President of the Transition, Head of State, Supreme Head of the Armies, upon your successful election to preside over the 77th regular session of the General Assembly of the United Nations. I wish to pay a well-deserved tribute to your predecessor, His Excellency, Mr. Abdallah Shahid, for the outstanding work during his mandate. Furthermore, I wish to express the appreciation and the deep gratitude of the Guinean authorities to the Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Antonio Guterres, for his dynamic conduct of his mandate. President, ladies and gentlemen, the participation of the Guinean delegation at this meeting makes it possible to contribute information on the situation of our country and our appreciation of the international situation. The Republic of Guinea, after having set the tone of independence in Africa, particularly in French-speaking countries, has nevertheless experienced dark moments in its governance, and unfortunately, the regime that was in place during the previous decade was no exception to the rule. This period was particularly marked by an extreme politicization of state bodies, violations of the rule of law, and financial mismanagement. Ultimately, the constitutional change removing term limits on the presidential mandate, limiting it to 2, by the previous president, was the factor that triggered social-political troubles in a nation where development was already paralyzed, even though it is the first producer of bauxite in the world. Faced with this catastrophic situation and the need to stop the excesses of those in power, the forces of defense and security brought together in the National Council of the Assembly for Development decided as an expression of solidarity to take the responsibility on September 5, 2021, in order to set up a virtuous government that would be to the advantage of the Guinean population, particularly women and young people, with the objective of inclusive and sustainable development. The population supported these ideals and expressed their expectations in meetings between the CNRD and the dynamic forces of the nation. An overview of the situation was made in order to agree upon appropriate solutions for the challenges and to make the country recover. And the objectives were institutional correction, to build strong, legitimate institutions able to stand the test of time and temptations of people, refounding the state to have ethics in public life and restore the state authority, recovery in order to break with the old practices for reform, modernization, and a renewal of the administration, a rally of the people as a whole in conducting public affairs in full transparency and respecting all commitments on the national and international levels. In this dynamic, the following progress was made: drafting and publishing the Transition Charter, creating a civilian transition government, establishing the National Transition Council, CNT in French, establishing the Court for Economic and Financial Offences to combat corruption and the diversion of public goods in order to reestablish trust between the population and those in power. All proceedings are based on the full independence of the justice system. This is why the President of the Transition stressed when he took power that justice would be the guide, the compass for the life of our nation. National conventions entitled Days of Truth and Forgiveness were organized. A report was submitted by these conventions on 24 August 2022. The head of state made me responsible for disseminating, implementing, and following up the recommendations from these Truth and Forgiveness Days. An inclusive consultation framework was established with the support of technical and financial partners. This is a platform making it possible for all actors in society to have exchanges on the conduct of the transition. President, ladies and gentlemen, for the transition to be an inclusive, peaceful framework, the aforementioned institutions, in the exercise of their respective mandates, sent missions to the interior of Guinea and outside it as well to gather the opinion of Guinean citizens on the management of the transition and the country's future. A proposed timeline was reached through consensus in order to spare the people of Guinea from falling back into cyclical transitions. When it comes to the length of the transition, a central negotiation point between the Republic of Guinea and the Economic Community of West African States, or ECOWAS. It should be stressed that the content of the transition includes 10 points covering a general census of the population and housing, as well as a civil status administrative census. These two operations will need 24 months to be held, and 12 additional months will be necessary for the holding of 3 programmed elections. I cannot stress enough the imperative need to conduct quality censuses in order to draw up an incontestable electoral register which will guarantee transparent electoral processes and results which are acceptable to all. In this regard, it should be recalled that the issue of the electoral register was always a point of disagreement and led to different elections in recent years being contested. In the framework of the policy of reaching out, the President of the Transition created the framework for inclusive inter-Guinean dialogue, which has been placed under my authority. It is our hope that reluctant stakeholders will feel a jolt of patriotic awareness and join the dialogue. It is important to stress that with no pressure whatsoever, the members of the CNRD, of the government, and of the National Transition Council decided of their own free will that they would not run for office during the upcoming elections. This decision is constantly reaffirmed. In terms of justice and human rights, the Ghanaian government, in its respect for human rights, has, besides the ongoing judicial reforms, made organizing the trial for the events of 28 September 2009, during which there were victims, a national priority. In this regard, the President of the Transition decided to organize, after precisely 13 years of waiting, the opening of this trial in cooperation with the International Criminal Court and the Human Rights Council. On the economic front, strong measures were taken in order to stabilize the macroeconomy to strengthen Guinea's resilience. A program of interim reference for 2022-2025 will definitely contribute to improving living conditions for our population. We wish to reassure all public and private investors of our government's will to guarantee favorable conditions for doing business. An overhaul of public finance and reforms in the mining sector, particularly setting index prices for bauxite, will make it possible for the population to benefit from the dividends of growth in the bauxite sector. We commit ourselves to a careful consideration of the problems which the people of Guinea face in order to find lasting solutions to them. Hence, the imperative need to establish the rule of law and strong institutions for a successful transition, a clear measure of Guinea's stability and, by extension, the stability of the West African sub-region. We will also continue to cooperate with all our partners, respecting our commitments with an open mind marked by mutual trust and respect. President, ladies and gentlemen, the 77th regular session of the General Assembly of the United Nations is taking place at a time when the world is facing challenges of many social, political, and economic kinds at the dawn of a new multipolar world order. The theme chosen, a watershed moment, transformative solutions to interlocking challenges, challenges all countries of the world to more united action and solidarity in order to resolve the complex challenges generated by the COVID-19 crisis and crises affecting regions providing basic foodstuffs, agricultural inputs, and oil and petroleum products. In this regard, Guinea appreciates the Secretary General's initiatives for peace and international security, as well as a path to reach the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. Guinea also calls for the need Guinea also recalls, the need to redouble efforts for these initiatives to succeed, resorting to preventive diplomacy, respect for human rights, international solidarity to combat climate change, and debt relief for the least developed countries. President, ladies and gentlemen, my country shares the concerns of the international community on issues of peace, security, development, and human rights, which our organization considers. Guinea renews its traditional position on the search for peaceful, consensus-based solutions to these issues. My country avails itself of this opportunity to stress, when it comes to peace operations, that the Republic of Guinea has deployed since 1961 and continues to deploy contingents of troops and of police in different peace missions throughout the world. On the basis of this experience, the President of Guinea, Colonel Mamadi Doumbouya, decided, besides the Guinean troops of MINUSMA in place since 2013 in Kidal, Mali, to deploy an additional contingent of troops to replace the Benin contingent, the mandate of which will conclude in 2023. Furthermore, Guinea reiterates its commitment and stresses the need for combating climate change and irregular migration. President, ladies and gentlemen, we are convinced that our organization is indispensable in today's world. Nevertheless, it deserves to be reformed in order to be more fair, more inclusive, and ready to respond to the legitimate aspirations of the peoples of the world. The United Nations should adapt to the world's realities, respond to the many challenges which humanity faces, and retain its central role in world governance. In this context, the Republic of Guinea values the application of the Azouini Consensus and the CIRT Declaration, which express the shared African position as declared by President Macky Sall, the President of Senegal, and of the African Union on Security Council reform. From the same perspective as our universal organization, the Republic of Guinea has adopted as leading principles for this transition inclusive dialogue, including with ECOWAS, strengthening the rule of law, promoting human rights, and ensuring accountability to mend our torn social fabric. On behalf of the population of Guinea, we thank our partners for their support in this process, particularly the United Nations system and bilateral and multilateral funding partners. Lastly, my country reiterates its support for multilateralism, for multilingualism, for the revitalization of United Nations bodies, another asset for inclusive international cooperation in solidarity and to our mutual advantage, serving humanity and the sustainable development that member states so prize and desire. God bless Guinea. God bless Guineans. God bless our planet. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister, Head of the Government of Republic of Guinea, for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Reem Ibrahim Al-Hassimi, Minister of State for International Cooperation of the United Arab Emirates.
In the name of God, most compassionate, most merciful, Mr. President, I would like to thank His Excellency Abdullah Shahid for his exemplary leadership of the previous session. I would also like to congratulate His Excellency Kasaba Koroshi on assuming the presidency of this session and wish him all the success in his role. At the precipice of a new era for the world order, the UAE has chosen to embrace peace, recovery, and prosperity within an international system that is supported by an open and robust network of partnerships. Through this framework, we will launch new pathways for cooperation in fields of economics, sustainable development, advanced technology, and scientific research. This is the underlying premise that guides my country's foreign policy, governs our bilateral and multilateral engagements, and also inspires our membership throughout our Security Council term. However, we are well aware of the magnitude of the daunting challenges before us today, as well as the increasing level of polarization that looms over the entire international system. This is a clear result of crises increasing in number and frequency, in addition to the emergence of new epicenters of conflict and the dangerous escalation in the activities of armed groups, all while people around the world are suffering immensely from food and climate crises. These challenges not only threaten the gains by humanity, but also severely impact poor and developing countries and their ability to meet the needs of their people. These issues call into question the effectiveness of the current world order. However, it is this very system, built on the ruins of the Second World War, that has significantly contributed to strengthened international security and stability. What we need today is to restore confidence in this existing international system and the legitimacy of its institutions. We must enhance its efficiency and build its capacity to address the current crises and overcome the existential challenges of the 21st century. The UAE believes that together, with the requisite determination, all the countries present in this hall can achieve these goals by combining our capabilities to chart a better future for our people. Therefore, I would like to emphasize a number of issues that demand our attention in the coming period. Recent developments underscore the need to respect international law, in particular the United Nations Charter. International law must be applied consistently without double standards or selectivity. This is the imperative for stability and security in our international order, an order based on respect for sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of states. In this context, we renew our demand for an end to Iran's occupation of the 3 UAE islands, the Greater and Lesser Tums and Abu Musa. The UAE's sovereignty over which is proven by history and international law. We emphasize that despite UAE's sincere calls to peacefully resolve this conflict over the past 5 decades, Iran has not responded. But we will never relent in voicing our legitimate claim over these islands, whether through direct negotiations or through the International Court of Justice. We must spare no effort to overcome the fatigue that has become increasingly characteristic of the current international approach to addressing crises. We need to progress towards more permanent, comprehensive, and fair solutions to the escalating armed conflicts around the world and to address the repercussions of this instability within the current world order. We must therefore embrace innovative solutions to enhance the effectiveness of the international system and empower countries and regions emerging from conflict to actively contribute to solving the most pressing challenges of this era. For decades, the Arab world and Africa have been hit the hardest by crises. As a direct result, we have learned difficult yet critical lessons. We must prioritize diplomatic solutions, dialogue, and de-escalation in order to settle tensions, prevent conflicts from emerging, and combat extremist ideologies. The recent positive developments in our region and initiatives aimed at bridge building are clear benefits of overcoming historic differences and building new partnerships across areas of cooperation in critical sectors, such as health, education, and industry, as well as in strengthening the role of women. We stress here our firm position calling for the establishment of an independent Palestinian state on the borders of June 4, 1967, with East Jerusalem as its capital in accordance with the agreed international references. We welcome affirming this point by the Prime Minister of the State of Israel in his statement from this podium regarding support for the vision of the two-state solution. We look forward to advancing all political processes in our region and paving pathways to peace. This should, however, be complemented by strengthening the united international position that rejects interference in the internal affairs of Arab countries. This type of interference undermines conflict resolution, fuels extremism and terrorism, and constitutes a flagrant violation of the sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of states. In light of the increasing frequency of crises, it becomes imperative to empower regional and international organizations to play an active role through regular consultations and through providing them with the tools, resources, and expertise necessary to effectively respond to current challenges. Regional organizations are more familiar with local contexts and better positioned to support mediation efforts. We have seen this repeatedly, including through the efforts of the African Union, whose initiatives we applaud and support. As we all know, the maintenance of international peace and security requires a world free of weapons of mass destruction, in particular in the Middle East and in the Korean Peninsula. It also necessitates promoting dialogue to reduce tension and to address regional and international concerns in this regard. Indeed, it is not possible to speak of a secure and stable international order in the absence of a firm international position rejecting terrorism in all its forms and manifestations and committed to hold the perpetrators and financiers of terrorism accountable, Recently, we have seen an increase in the flow of weapons and fighters into conflict zones, in addition to the emergence of groups with high combat and military capabilities, who subsequently return unregulated to their countries of origin in absence of established mechanisms to address the situation. In addition, the situation has grown increasingly dangerous as a result of terrorists' use of missiles and drones to launch cross-border attacks. These developments reflect the evolving nature of terrorism and require active efforts to prevent conflict zones from becoming a safe haven for terrorists and to update strategies on a regular basis in this regard. It is also imperative to adopt international rules and regulations that prevent terrorists from obtaining advanced weapons and technology. This threat manifested itself clearly in the Houthi terrorist group's heinous and hostile attacks earlier this year against the UAE's capital Abu Dhabi, as well as against the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. At the same time, other terrorist groups, such as Daesh, Al-Qaeda, and Al-Shabaab, seek to develop their capabilities and revitalize their organizations, all of which directly threaten the advancements in international cooperation made thus far in the war against terrorism. As governments, we must lead our people by example, by strengthening the values of tolerance and peaceful coexistence in the face of increasing attempts to spread hate speech around the world. In addition, and in light of humanity's shared destiny, it is imperative that we acknowledge the need for joint action. We must harness our shared capabilities and energies to implement comprehensive solutions and responses that rise to the level of the existential challenges that we face today, and which are not exclusive to any one country or region. There is no clearer example of this fact than the implications of climate change. People around the world are exposed to devastating floods, heat waves, and drought, all of which exacerbate humanitarian crises and security threats, especially in areas most vulnerable to climate change. All these facts confirm that the fate of our planet is at stake. This requires us to forge partnerships and promote joint action, and in principle demands our commitment to support climate action by adopting the renewable energy agenda and providing adequate funding for climate action and supporting the capacity of developing countries to build resilient communities. It has become abundantly clear that investing in renewable energy means investing in the economy, international peace and security, and future generations. In this regard, we must take advantage of available opportunities to create practical, rational and deliberate solutions for the climate crisis, including during the 27th session of the Conference of the Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, to be held in the Arab Republic of Egypt next November. We urge all member states to actively engage in this session. And while my country prepares to host the 28th session next year, we are working to build partnerships, ensure inclusivity, and focus on areas in which we can achieve meaningful results to address the phenomenon of climate change. Furthermore, focusing on climate change will relieve the food crisis around the world. The Agricultural Innovation Initiative, launched by the UAE in cooperation with the United States, aims to improve food production and reduce hunger levels around the world. Simultaneously, we must intensify food assistance to all people and ensure the continued flow of global food supplies, while also looking for practical ways to secure supply chains in light of the current geopolitical divisions. Despite the gravity of the current challenges and the need to address them urgently, we must not disregard the importance of foresight to ensure long-term stability and prosperity. In this regard, my country is building a diversified and knowledge-based economy which relies on scientific and technological progress and peaceful and secure societies. 2 years have passed since the Abraham Peace Accords, and this year several initiatives took place to promote developmental and economic integration and cooperation across our region. We have witnessed the rise of a community for progress in the Middle East, which will reinforce joint cooperation around the most pressing global priorities. In youth, we see the best ability to mobilize for these efforts, as proven by their resilience and innovation in the face of current crises, as well as their unparalleled passion to connect with their peers around the world and find sustainable solutions to global challenges. Therefore, we will not give up on the potential of youth or our investment in youth to ensure that they remain pillars and leaders of the future. We also believe that the full, equal, and meaningful participation of women in various fields contributes to advancing societies, thereby ensuring their stability now and in the future. In conclusion, the UAE reiterates that it will continue its approach to humanitarian, diplomatic, and development support for all people affected by crises and disasters, regardless of their religion, ethnicity, political affiliation, or culture. We will continue to work with all friends and partners to build the capabilities and capacities of governments and people across all fields for the universal common good. This remains the guiding principle of our efforts across all fora. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the Minister of State for International Cooperation of the United Arab Emirates. We have heard the last speaker in the general debate for this meeting. We will continue the general debate on Monday, 26th of September at 9 a.m. in this hall. The meeting is adjourned.